Good morning, good morning, good morning. It is 7:34 Eastern Time. Sun is just now starting to peek over the horizon here on the East Coast. And we've got some rocket alerts in Israel, and we have officials speaking ahead of the Energy Forum. I know later this morning we've got Trump talking and all the news to fill you in on your day. Today for the cams, we have Fuego up in the top corner, although that'll probably be changing as we get more news in. Got a lovely cam from Jerusalem, a couple of news threads from X-Pro. Got our news feed from Fox that does a pretty good job displaying news all day long. Got a couple of one Beirut cam this morning. I got the Western Wall and two shots of Tel Aviv, one from a bit further away that doesn't seem to pan away when the bombs fall. So, everybody have a great morning. I'm going to go ahead and turn up Fox and start scanning for some more news feeds, more events, and more things to bring to show you.
To come to the United States, which is again in that spirit of friendship, literally took root, quite literally, when Japan then gifted these cherry trees that now bloom each spring in Washington, D.C. Just last week I had the honor in my role of Interior, which includes overseeing our national parks, and the National Mall is part of the National Park System, so I had a chance to actually be on the mall with the team helping to plant a cherry tree a few days ago as part of 250 more that the U.S. is contributing to the redevelopment around the Jefferson Memorial. And just like our partnership between the two countries have grown and flourished over the years, the cherry trees become a symbol of our capital's identity. And every blossom that we see there, I think as people walk through this beautiful thing, it's very popular to attend DC during that time frame, but it's a renewal of peace and the beauty that we can create through cooperation. It was 125 years ago when TR was president, and now we celebrate the 250 years of independence, 250 years of freedom, 250 years of innovation. And like many of the celebrations that are going on around the country, one of them in my home state is the grand opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. It's at the entrance of the Theodore Roosevelt National Park, one of the 63 flagship national parks in our country. And it was here also where Theodore Roosevelt, overcoming a moment of incredible grief in his life where he lost his mother and his wife in the same day in the same house on Valentine's Day, moved west and reshaped himself and stated that this is where the romance of my life began. And he didn't mean it was about his loved ones, it was the romance of respect for the land and the water and the air and the wildlife. And that lives on today. He's considered the father of American conservation, the architect of our national park system, and it earned him a spot of honor in America's story. And today, just moments ago, in a room in this building, we added to that story. I had an opportunity with my Japanese counterpart, Minister Doi. We signed a partnership between two iconic mountain peaks on either side of the Pacific. Mount Fuji here in Japan and Mount Rainier in America are both national parks, and we announced a sister relationship between those two. And of course, Mount Fuji, which is rising almost 3,800 meters above the nation, has been the sacred symbol of Japan for more than 1,000 years, a place of pilgrimage, of poetry, of art, and of national identity. And of course, Mount Rainier, which stands at 14,410 feet above the Pacific Northwest, one of the tallest mountains in the lower 48, home to 25 still glaciers that are going on. And I was happy to also announce for a Mount Fuji climb coming up this year, but I know the ambassador is beginning that. This one's it's a little lower, it's a little easier. But by establishing the sister park relationship between these two beautiful and iconic things, we honor not only their majesty, but the shared values they represent of stewardship, of resilience, and the belief that natural wonders belong to future generations. And it's also symbols that we can have a world of energy abundance and take care of our environment at the same time. With innovation, I know that we can do that. This is what we've done in my home state. It's what we're doing in America. So as we celebrate America's 250th year, we look forward to the next 250 years with gratitude gratitude for people like you, your partnerships, your ideas, your commitment to building a world of peace and prosperity. And we're grateful to have all of you here today.
And we were just listening in there to Doug Bergen. We're going to head back out now here to the Pentagon, a live look there as we are awaiting Secretary of War Pete Hegseth to make some comments at 8 a.m. today. We're going to slide away for a quick 2-minute break, but more coverage when we come back.
Good morning. If you're just joining us right now, we are just watching some news while we wait for the Pentagon briefing with Pete Hegseth. And we've also got some amazing views of Fuego this morning up in the upper center of your screen. It's just been really awesome to watch overnight. It was very active, and here
Our coverage with the conflict over in the Middle East, but also with some concerns of a possible lone wolf or sleeper cell attacks here in the United States, as we have recently seen one of the attacks over in Virginia that happened yesterday that is being investigated as an ISIS-inspired attack. This is where we want to bring in our national public safety expert here live with us, Dr. Cedric Alexander. Dr. Alexander, thank you so much for being with us here today.
Good morning.
So I want to get down right into the questions here. Just a couple days ago, even California there was a release FBI bulletin given out to the local law enforcement of possible drone strikes. Talk to me a little bit about what local law enforcement can do to help mitigate such threats like this one.
Well, when you have a threat such as that, which oftentimes could be inspired by those who who have some strong dislike for our country, we certainly, all of us, take defense to that. And as a public safety official myself, and knowing other public safety officials and leaders across the country, when that information is shared with us, oftentimes by our federal agencies, and as they receive information, they will share it with us confidentially to prepare a plan throughout our communities in which we all can take part in. This is a very different kind of threat for this country, and particularly over the state of California in this particular case, more specifically. So what's going to happen here is that federal law enforcement, along with state and local, will work together in partnership, share information, alert the community in a way in which people will have some awareness, but not be overly concerned with it, because we want people to continue on with their daily lives. No one is going to interrupt that for us as Americans in this country. But law enforcement, local law enforcement, there in California, or any cities that may be identified, will work very, very closely with our federal partners who work with our intelligence agencies and share information that is appropriate and meaningful at that time. So we're going to be on alert. I'm quite sure out in California, as we will be across this country, but it's important for the American people to enjoy their freedom and just understand that law enforcement is working diligently behind the scenes and over time to make sure we keep our homeland safe. And I'm more than confident that is the case that is going on right now.
Are you able to speak in some of the ways that federal law enforcement and local law enforcement work together?
Well, information sharing is the most important piece. Now, what that information consists of, oftentimes is very confidential because they don't want to make sure that they don't share too much, but at the same time share enough that's going to be relevant to the situation. So I can't tell you specifically what information is being shared, but what I do feel very comfortable about sharing is the fact that they will be talking to each other and they will be taking all the necessary precautions to keep our homeland safe. And we as American citizens also have the responsibility of keeping our eyes and ears open. And if we see something that creates some distress or some concern, report it to your local law enforcement officials. But I wouldn't want to see people over alerted because we need to carry on with our daily business. But at the same time, we cannot close our eyes to these potential threats either.
And I wanted to get your take also on what happened over in Michigan, where the armed man who rammed his vehicle into one of the nation's largest Reform synagogues Thursday has been identified as a 41-year-old naturalized citizen born in Lebanon. According to federal officials, we have a tweet or X post rather from FBI Detroit reading, "This is a deeply disturbing and tragic incident, and our deepest sympathies are with the victims, their families, and the entire Jewish community. The FBI is here working with our state, local, and federal partners to investigate this incident. I can confirm that the FBI is leading this investigation as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community." Special Agent in Charge Jennifer Runyon of the FBI Detroit field office at today's press conference in West Bloomfield, Michigan. That was a post reading from FBI Detroit out of X. I just want to get your initial reaction to what happened yesterday in Michigan and what law enforcement can do there to prevent mitigating those attacks and what that investigation will look like now going forward.
Well, certainly here we are again with this threat that actually was effectuated. And in this particular case, it did happen in our communities here on our homeland. And my hearts and prayers goes out to the Jewish community there in and around the Detroit community. But let me say this. That was a clear act of violence targeted towards the Jewish community, who are also American citizens in this country. And we cannot tolerate these types of attacks on our homeland, period. Security there did a tremendous job in stopping that attack to become worse than what it was. They probably saved a lot of lives and a lot of injury and a lot of pain. But this is the type of training that we have heard about, and we have been doing this country for a very long time. There are security forces there, along with local and state and federal police, plan and prepare for these types of unfortunate mishaps and this type of violence, and particularly when it's targeted towards any particular group in this country. But you're going to continue to see across this country everyone being are having some sense of alertness in paying more attention. This is just a moment that we're in. But we have to stand together in this fight and work with our local law enforcement partners. And I will here say again that if you see something that is of major concern and it strikes you weird in some type of way, notify your local authorities. and let them know so they can respond to a scene, take some appropriate action if necessary. But here again, that attack there in Detroit is certainly a very sad and horrible event that should have never taken place. And all of us as Americans have to stand together because I'm really hurt and bothered by this. And as many are in this country at this very moment, we're concerned about any further attacks that may take place. But I would say to the American people, uh, stay the course, go on with your daily duties, enjoy our freedoms that we have in this country. We're not going to let anyone take that from us, and work with your local authorities, and just be alert. That's just the time we're in. It's not, I don't want people running around fearful, but I think we all have to use some common sense here and know that we're in this place that we are at this moment. And we're going to get through this together with our leadership in this country as well.
Do you think that the conflict in Iran has increased the, I guess, chances for lone wolf attacks or sleeper cell attacks? And even if the conflict were to end, do you think that threat still could persist?
Well, one thing is for certain. We know, or it certainly has been indicated, I don't know this specifically, but it certainly has been indicated there are potential sleeper cells that are out there. And that is not new intelligence information. But if for some reason we continue to see more of these types of attacks, I think we can very quickly come to a conclusion that we need to stay on a state of readiness, even here on our homeland. And here again, work closely with our local armed officials. If this conflict or this war in the Middle East come to end today, it is still going to be of concern about these sleeper cells that still may be in this country. But we have a great intelligence outfit here in this United States that works well with federal, state, and local law enforcement. And we all will be partnering and working together to do everything we can to keep this homeland safe. And we will keep it safe, and certainly with the support of the American citizens as well.
Dr. Alexander, that is all the questions I have. Thank you so much for joining us this morning on Live Now.
Thank you for having me. Thank you for having me. All right.
And with that, we are going to slide away for another 2-minute commercial break. More coverage when we come back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. My name is Bowen Kadrovich, and we are looking ahead here to the Pentagon. We want to give you a live look inside the Pentagon now, where in just minutes from now, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth and Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff Air Force General Dan Kane will hold a news conference in the Pentagon press briefing room, which you can see there. The press members are already seated, ready for them to come out. My name is Bowen Kadrovich. I'm going to head to a quick commercial break, but on the other side, my colleague Christy Matino will take care of y'all from there.
And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. 7:56 on the East Coast, 4:56 on the West Coast. I'm your host, Christy Matino. I'll be here with you for the next several hours. We do start off with some breaking news that we have been following here as we're learning 4 U.S. service members have been killed. Here's a post here from CENTCOM shared just a short time ago. We're learning 4 U.S. service members were killed when a KC-135 refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq yesterday afternoon. U.S. Central Command confirmed early this morning that the refueling aircraft went down around 2 p.m. Eastern Time. 4 of the 6 crew members aboard the aircraft have been confirmed dead as rescue efforts continue. And we do want to just share with you a bit more information as we continue to learn more about this. The circumstances surrounding the incident remain under investigation. Officials said the loss of the aircraft was not the result of hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members are being withheld pending notification of next of kin and will be released 24 hours after those notifications are complete. A second U.S. official said another KC-135 was involved in the incident and landed safely in Israel, and that's according to Israel's ambassador to the United States. The KC-135 is a U.S. Air Force aircraft that refuels other planes midair, allowing them to fly longer missions without landing. It can also be configured for medical evacuations and surveillance. The KC-135 has been in service for more than 60 years, supporting the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and allied aircraft. The Air Force is gradually replacing the aging fleet with next-generation tankers, but despite these upgrades, concerns have been raised about the durability of the older aircraft. A standard crew includes a pilot, co-pilot, and boom operator who controls the refueling boom from the rear of the aircraft. Some KC-135s are also equipped with wing-mounted pods and can carry cargo or passengers when needed. Now, this crash follows last week's mistaken downing of 3 U.S. F-15E fighter jets by friendly Kuwait fire. Now, I do want to just share this post here with you again from Central Command as we are just getting this in. If you are just tuning in, following this breaking news here, as we are sadly learning that 4 U.S. service members were killed in this aircraft crash in Iraq. So we continue to follow this breaking news. And I also wanted to share with you here that we are keeping an eye on Washington, D.C., because in a matter of moments here, we are going to be getting an update on Operation Epic Fury. We're going to be hearing from War Secretary Pete Hegseth, holding this on-camera press briefing with Air Force General Dan Kane, Chairman Joint Chiefs of Staff in the Pentagon press briefing room. This is slated for 8 a.m. Eastern time, so really just 2 minutes away at this point. We're keeping an eye on this. Once again, this is going to be on Operation Epic Fury. Now, I also did want to share with you just a bit more of what we do know this morning as we do await this update. I do want to just stay on this image in case we do see War Secretary Hegseth come out there with General Kane. This morning we are hearing from President Trump, and actually I am going to share with you this post because we do have it in here. So let me put this up quickly as we do await this press conference. This is from President Trump as he shared this to Truth Social just a few hours ago, very early this morning. He said that today the U.S. was totally destroying and killing Iran, warning to watch, quote, what happens to these deranged scumbags today. We are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically, and otherwise. Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. He then goes on to say we have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. President Trump also appeared to signal significant action later on today, as we just read that quote there to you, saying, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. So we're keeping a close eye on all of this here on Live Now from Fox. President Trump ending this off by saying they've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years, and now I, as the 47th president of the United States of America, am killing them. What a great honor it is to do so. So once again, that is the latest there from President Trump. And we continue to get these updates in here. Let's put this back up on your screen so we won't miss this press conference once it begins here. But we also do know that Saudi Arabia's defense ministry said today that its air defenses shot down 10 more drones headed toward its eastern and central provinces, meaning nearly 50 drones entering Saudi airspace over the course of just a few hours have been knocked down. This marks a higher than usual number of aerial threats for the kingdom. Locations such as the U.S. Embassy in Riyadh, a military base hosting U.S. troops, and oil infrastructure have been targeted in Saudi Arabia as the ongoing U.S.-Israeli war against Iran does continue. Now, as we're set to hear soon from the Pentagon, I also wanted to share this. The Pentagon announced that it is reassessing its efforts to minimize civilian harm amid the ongoing conflict with Iran. In a statement, the department said it is, quote, currently undergoing a strategic reassessment to inform its future reorganization. The department continues to recognize the importance of civilian harm mitigation and remains confident in our military's ability to strike with precision while minimizing civilian casualties. This comes after a U.S. missile strike on an elementary school in Iran that killed more than 165 people, with many of the victims being children. Outdated intelligence likely led to the U.S. conducting the strike. That's according to the Associated Press. The Pentagon did not address reports that the military cut the size of its mission central to civilian protection and that the focus on updating intelligence had come to a near stop. Let's listen in. This press conference does appear to begin up. Well, okay, so we thought it was about to begin. It does appear it might any moment now, as we did see someone just walk out of the room there. So let's stay on this image. Let's continue to share with you the latest here. I don't want to dip away from this image so we can stay on it, but I do want to just reiterate the breaking news that we were sharing here. If you are just tuning in, we did learn this morning that sadly, 4 U.S. service members were killed when a KC-135 refueling aircraft crashed in western Iraq yesterday afternoon. U.S. Central Command confirming early this morning that the refueling aircraft went down around 2 p.m. Eastern time. 4 of the 6 crew members aboard the aircraft have been confirmed dead as rescue efforts continue. The circumstances surrounding this incident currently remain under investigation. Officials said the loss of the aircraft was not the result of hostile fire or friendly fire. It does appear more people are entering the room here, but let's continue to read you this breaking news that we are following. The identities of the service members are being withheld pending notification of next of kin. and will be released 24 hours after those notifications are complete. A second U.S. official said another KC-135 was involved in the incident and landed safely in Israel. And I did just want to share a bit more background here with you if you are just joining us. The KC-135 is a U.S. Air Force aircraft that refuels other planes midair, allowing them to fly longer missions without landing. It can also be configured for medical evacuations and surveillance. The KC-135 has been in service for more than 60 years, supporting the Air Force, Navy, Marine Corps, and allied aircraft. Okay, there we go.
I'll start, as we often do here at the Department of War, with the bottom line up front. For the world to hear and the press to actually admit that the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. As I stated during our first press conference on day 2, that was 10 short days ago, the combination of the world's 2 most powerful air forces is unprecedented and unbeatable. Between our Air Force and that of the Israelis, over 15,000 enemy targets have been struck. That's well over 1,000 a day. No other combination of countries in the world can do that. So today, as we speak, we fly over the top of Iran and Tehran. Fighters and bombers all day picking targets as they choose. As our intelligence gets better and better and more refined. Looking up, the IRGC and Iranian regime sees only 2 things on the side of aircraft: the stars and stripes and the Star of David. The evil regime's worst nightmare. Iran has no air defenses. Iran has no air force. Iran has no navy. Their missiles, their missile launchers, and drones being destroyed or shot out of the sky. Their missile volume is down 90%. Their one-way attack drones yesterday, down 95%. And as the world is seeing, they are exercising sheer desperation in the Straits of Hormuz. Something we're dealing with, we have been dealing with it, and don't need to worry about it. We're on plan to defeat, destroy, disable all of their meaningful military capabilities at a pace the world has never seen before. But it's not just that Iran doesn't have a functioning air force, or that their entire navy is at the bottom of the Persian Gulf, or their missile force is shrinking daily. Even more importantly, they also don't have the ability to build more. That's the most important component I'd like to emphasize today. Soon and very soon, all of Iran's defense companies will be destroyed. For example, as of 2 days ago, Iran's entire ballistic missile production capacity, every company that builds every component of those missiles, has been functionally defeated, destroyed. Buildings, complexes, and factory lines all across Iran destroyed. So we're shooting down and destroying what missiles they still have in stock, but more importantly, ensuring that they have no ability to make more. Their production lines, their military plants, their defense innovation centers defeated. Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know. With every passing hour, we know, and we know they know, that the military capabilities of their evil regime are crumbling. They can barely communicate, let alone coordinate. They're confused, and we know it. Our response, we will keep pressing, we will keep pushing, keep advancing, no quarter, no mercy for our enemies. Yet some in this crew, in the press, just can't stop. Allow me to make a few suggestions. People look up at the TV and they see banners, they see headlines. I used to be in that business, and I know that everything is written intentionally. For example, a banner or a headline, Mideast war intensifies, splashing on the screen the last couple of days, alongside visuals of civilian or energy targets that Iran has hit, because that's what they do. What should the banner read instead? How about Iran increasingly desperate? Because they are. They know it, and so do you, if it can be admitted. Or more fake news from CNN. Reports that the Trump administration underestimated the Iran war's impact on the Strait of Hormuz. Patently ridiculous, of course. For decades, Iran has threatened shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. This is always what they do, hold the strait hostage. CNN doesn't think we thought of that. It's a fundamentally unserious report. The sooner David Ellison takes over that network, the better. Another example of a fake headline that I saw yesterday, war widening. Here's a real headline for you for an actual patriotic press. How about Iran shrinking, going underground? You see, Iran's leaders are hiding in bunkers and moving into civilian areas. The only thing that is widening is our advantage. Not to mention our Gulf partners stepping up even more, now going on the offense, and have always been with us on the defense with collective and integrated air defenses. Our will, it is unshakable. Our options, maximized, and our capabilities still building. We're going up, they're going down. As I said from the start, President Trump holds the cards. He'll determine the pace, the tempo, and the timing of this conflict. His hand firmly on the wheel, as well as on the throttle setting. America first, peace through strength in action. From day one, as our nation expects and the President demands, our warriors have fought with lethality, precision, and rapid innovation. In fact, today will be, yet again, the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. The number of sorties and number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. And quantity has a quality of its own as we continue to ramp up. Every tool of AI, of cyber, of space, EW, counter-UAS, you name it, we're employing it. Blinding, confusing, and deceiving our enemy. Because we know who the good guys are here. And the American people do too. And that makes my job simple. I serve God, the troops, the country, the Constitution, and the President of the United States, and answer only to those. All in service of victory on the battlefield and the military objectives that we've laid out from day one. Defeat the missiles, missile launchers, and defense industrial base, which I laid out today. Defeat the Navy and deny Iran the ability to have a nuclear weapon. Clear, decisive, achievable. And Admiral Cooper knows, the CENTCOM commander who we spent a couple of hours with last night, that in pursuit of those objectives, we have his back in every way. His commanders know that, and so do the troops in harm's way. Admiral Cooper gets what he needs, the assets, the authorities, the munitions, you name it. We will stop at nothing to win. War is hell. War is chaos. And as we saw yesterday with the tragic crash of our KC-135 tanker, bad things can happen. American heroes, all of them. And as I have with all of them, as we have, we will greet those heroes at Dover, and their sacrifice will only recommit us to the resolve of this mission. But war in this context and in pursuit of peace is necessary, which is why each day on bended knee we continue to appeal to heaven, to Almighty God's providence, to watch over and give special skill and confidence to our leaders and to our warriors. To those warriors, who this nation prays for every single day. I hear from all of you out there who pray for them every day. Stay on bended knee and pray for them. I continue to say to them, Godspeed. May the Lord bless you, and keep going. Mr. Chairman, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and thank you for joining us today. Before I start with an update, I also want to address the tragic loss of our KC-135 refueling aircraft yesterday. The incident occurred over friendly territory in western Iraq while the crew was on a combat mission, and again, was not the result, as CENTCOM has said, was not the result of hostile or friendly fire. We're still treating this as an active rescue and recovery operation. As CENTCOM announced this morning, 4 airmen have been recovered, and the Air Force and U.S. Central Command will provide updates as information becomes available. Please keep these brave airmen, their families, friends, and units in your thoughts in the coming hours and days. Our service members make an incredible sacrifice to go forward and do the things that the nation asks of them. It's a reminder of the true cost of the dedication and commitment of the Joint Force. We're also aware of a fire on board the USS Gerald R. Ford. We're thinking about the crew there who are injured in the fire. We believe and hope that everyone will be okay, and we're grateful for that. And for any further questions on that, we'd refer you to NAVCENT or to the Navy. This morning, we enter the 13th day of Operation Epic Fury, and we continue to make progress towards our military objectives. As the Secretary said, today will be our heaviest day of kinetic fires across the operating area. CENTCOM continues to attack ballistic missile and drone capabilities so that they are no longer a threat to U.S. forces, our bases, or our partners. They're continuing to destroy the Iranian Navy to ensure freedom of navigation, and this means going after Iran's mine-laying capability and destroying their ability to attack commercial vessels. And we're targeting their defense industrial base so they cannot rebuild the capabilities that can harm America's interests or our partners in the future. As Admiral Cooper said in his update on Wednesday, Iranian combat power continues to decline as a result of the continued strikes, as the Secretary talked about. We've attacked over 6,000 targets, and our strike packages continue to launch every hour, and we've maintained an unprecedented number of sorties up overhead of Iran. CENTCOM is now persistently over the enemy, and a result, we've seen a reduction in missile and one-way attack fires, as the Secretary said. In less than 2 weeks, we've rendered the Iranian Navy combat ineffective and continue to attack naval vessels, including all of their Soleimani-class warships, which were armed with anti-ship missiles and anti-aircraft weapons. We've made progress, but Iran still has the capability to harm friendly forces and commercial shipping, and our work on this effort continues. But I want to make something clear. The only thing preventing commercial traffic and flow through the Straits right now, which there is some through the Straits, is Iran. They are the belligerents here holding the Straits closed, although there is some traffic moving through there. We've made it a priority to target Iran's mine-laying enterprise, their mine layers, the naval bases and depots, in addition to the missiles that could influence the Straits, and CENTCOM continues to attack those efforts. And we continue to make progress on the industrial base to include factories, weapons, warehouses that are stored in, and we will continue to do so in the coming days, especially today. Now, as I often do, I want to share a little bit about our incredible joint force. Today, I'm going to talk about our incredible artillery force comprised of American soldiers and Marines who've been sinking ships, destroying depots, and launching Army tactical missile systems, or ATACMS, precision strike missiles, or PrSMs, and high-mobility rocket systems, or HIMARS. From outside Iran, our Army and Marine artillerymen are hitting sites that Iran relies on to project power beyond their borders and protect our deployed. In just the first 13 days of this operation, our artillery forces have made history. They fired the first precision strike missiles ever used in combat, reaching deep into enemy territory. They've used Army ATACMS to sink multiple ships, including a submarine, and they've done all of this with the precision and determination that comes from relentless training and trust in each other and in their weapon systems. Yesterday, I had the incredible honor and privilege of speaking with some of our young soldiers from the 3rd Battalion, 27th Field Artillery Regiment out of Fort Bragg, North Carolina, the unit and the crew that fired the first precision strike missiles. The soldiers I met came from all over this great country, New York, Texas, Delaware, California. One had been in the Army only 6 months and been in the unit for 2 months and was already deployed. He was the youngest at 20, but you would not know it from the way that they talked about their mission. The others were 22 and 28 years old. They spoke with the sense of calm pride, purpose, and clarity that tells you clearly they understand the weight of what they're doing and the people who depend on them. I asked them to walk me through a fire mission. I asked not just what they do, but what they feel, especially those first crew members on this particular mission. These soldiers basically live in these vehicles behind us. The cab, very tight, 2 folks sit next to each other with the crew commander behind them. It's jammed inside there with their personal weapons and kit. And they sit and wait for a fire mission. And when that fire mission comes, they close the armored doors and begin to program the systems. They then throw 3 simple toggle switches, and 10 to 15 feet behind them, a rocket motor ignites, and the round is headed downrange to do the nation's work. I asked these youngsters, these young, awesome Americans, what does that feel like? And one of them just looked at me and said, "It's awesome." No drama, no hesitation, in the middle of the day, in the middle of the night, in the sun, the rain, in the snow, flawless execution. Their Marine counterparts are out there doing the same thing every night. Same work, same pressure, same expectations, same results. And we hand tremendous and enormous responsibility to these young Americans, and they carry it with a level of maturity, grit, professionalism, and tenacity that makes me incredibly proud to be a part of their joint force. Their parents and families would and should be incredibly proud, and their leaders and I trust them to do the deeds that they must do in difficult circumstances every single time. I also want to touch today I want to touch for a moment today on their leadership. These young Americans are led by extraordinary young leaders out at the tactical edge. Yesterday, the battery commander and her NCO were there with this crew on the same video screen. The 2 of them hardly said a word. They didn't have to. In their eyes, and in particular the commander's eyes, you could see the quiet trust and confidence she had in these soldiers and the rest of their battery. It came through loud and clear, and we appreciate their leadership. When I asked these soldiers yesterday, what is it that you need from the Secretary and I, they looked at each other, paused for a moment, and looked back at me and said, "More rounds, sir." It was awesome. So thank you to those soldiers and Marines out on the firing line supporting our mission, and thank you to their families. Our joint force will continue today to deliver dynamic fires against the enemy from the land, sea, and air. We remain deeply grateful for their service, and for the 3rd time today, I'll mention that today will be our busiest day. This mission remains complex, dangerous, and difficult, and every service member has a family waiting for them to return home. And I want to thank all of the families today who are supporting their deployed forces and those doing the work here in the States. On a personal note today, I also want to thank the Joint Staff and the team that I have the pleasure of working with, some of them right here in this room. They are working 24 hours a day to deliver the options that we must to the Secretary and to the President. Today, as I close, I ask that we remember our fallen and those participating in the recovery operations to bring home our lost KC-135 crew, that we keep those service members and their families in their thoughts and prayers. Those are very, very, very tough days when that knock comes on the door for people on both sides of the door. Again, thank you to our deployed, thank you to our fallen, and to their families, and to the Joint Force. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, sir.
Mr. Chairman.
Alexandra Ingersoll, One America News. Can you tell us a little bit more about the Strait of Hormuz and when it might be fully operational again? And how do we ensure our objective of denying Iran a nuclear weapon if they continue to align with our adversaries?
So I'll take it and chime in, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like it all. I want to emphasize what the chairman said about that. The only thing prohibiting transit in the Straits right now is Iran shooting at shipping. It is open for transit should Iran not do that. Now, there's a reason why we chose, as one of our primary objectives, destroy the Navy. We understood the ability to interdict shipping is something Iran has done for 40 years. It's key terrain. They've used it as leverage. The world is seeing what they'll do to fight back in that context. And so we've heard them talk about taking various measures, and we're planning for all of them. So we have a plan for every option here. We're working with our interagency partners, and that's not a strait we're going to allow to remain contested or with a lack of flow of commercial goods. So we're aware of that. We're laser focused on our military objectives, but also want to make sure our partners across this government understand we're working with you to make sure that energy flows. And that's an important part. And the second question was on the nuclear capability. As we've said from the beginning, their strategy shifted just from defense of their nuclear facilities to a conventional umbrella of so many missiles that no one would challenge their ability to the opportunity to defeat their nuclear capabilities. And it was growing by the day. So with Iran at its weakest moment, going at that ballistic missile capability creates an opportunity to ensure at any point in time that Iran give up their nuclear capabilities, or if need be, you prevent them from doing it, as the president has done once already with Operation Midnight Hammer, obliterating those capabilities. So the conventional side is a huge part at getting at denying nuclear capabilities, if you have anything you want to add.
Appreciate the question. I'm not going to comment on what we may or may not be thinking about any options that the Joint Force could be tasked to do in the future, whether it's on the nuke matter or anything else. Thank you.
But we have options.
The mines that are in the Strait of Hormuz and our ability to, obliterate them?
We retain a range of options to solve a whole variety of problems, and that is one set of options that we have, that we hold on to. So,
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you, Secretary Hegseth. Mary Margaret with Daily Wire. Thank you both for the update. ABC News has updated its story from yesterday, clarifying that the FBI report on Iran possibly striking California was unverified. I just want to ask you, what impact did that original reporting have on the public, and does Iran even have the ability to conduct such a strike? And then just really quickly on another note, what role did Vice President Vance play in counseling the president on this conflict? Can you speak to some of the media reporting suggesting that there is a division there?
That reporting on California obviously had no impact on us. Also, we're used to bad reporting. We're used to ill-informed reporting. And so it doesn't change how we operate, but we engage with it to prove that it's not true, as CENTCOM has done so well. Ultimately, I look at the reports on a daily basis of our interagencies all over it. My partners across government are all over, looking for indications and warnings, keeping the American people safe. There's a lot of things Iran has said it can do for a long time, thankfully, including engaging their proxies and getting them involved in the fight, which they haven't been able to do. So we're watching that very closely. And as far as the vice president, he's an incredible member, leader of this team as well, alongside the president and the Secretary of State. I can't say enough great stuff about this team, how it works together, how it provides options to the president, and the vice president every single day is a key voice in that, an indispensable voice in that, actually. In the middle there, red tie, yes.
Michael Gordon, Wall Street Journal. Iran is thought to have 440 kilograms of highly enriched uranium in at least 2 locations and several thousand kilograms of lower purity material. Can you conclude this mission successfully without physically taking control of that material, or are you counting on diplomatic negotiations to provide some measure of control leading to its removal? You've mentioned missiles, you've mentioned drones, military industry. You haven't stipulated that taking care of that material is a mission priority.
We've said from the beginning, deny Iran nuclear weapons as a core mission. We retain options across the spectrum to ensure that they never do. And President Trump has said that. And that's why this mission actually couldn't have been possible without Midnight Hammer, without what those B-2s did going across and obliterating those facilities. That set the condition for the opportunity to do what we're doing now. So the president's kept his eye focused on nuclear capabilities. And I will say we have a range of options up to and including Iran deciding that they will give those up, which of course we would welcome. They weren't willing to do in negotiations. I would never tell this group or the world what we're willing to do or how far we're willing to go, but we have options for sure. Right next to him.
Me?
No, right there.
Right here, sir?
Right here?
I'll
take it for
quarter
sure.
zip right there. Yep. No, you. Yep.
Okay, thank you, sir. Can you please provide some guidance? It's been 13 days in. Can you please provide some guidance, both of you, about the strike on the girls' school? There's been reporting that indicates that preliminary inquiry, even though it's ongoing, has determined that the airstrike was carried out by the United States. Given that there is another competing narrative that this was done intentionally, can you provide us with some guidance about whether this was the case? Secondly, we are also getting, we had heard yesterday from Energy Secretary Wright that said that the U.S. Navy would not be ready until the end of the month to provide escorts through the Strait of Hormuz. Is that an accurate assessment? And if so, can you tell us why? Thank you.
Well, with an issue on your first topic, an issue of such seriousness, we're not going to let reporting lead us or force our hand into indicating what happened in a particular situation, because the truth matters. So I can report that CENTCOM has designated an investigating officer to complete a command investigation. The command investigation will take as long as necessary to address all the matters surrounding this incident. And the investigating officer is from outside CENTCOM and is a general officer. But I will note to this group and to the world, there's only one entity in this conflict between us and Iran that never targets civilians. Literally never targets civilians. I look at the process that's used on dynamic strikes or on boat strikes and others. We have a very high fidelity process in that case. So we don't target, Iran does. We will investigate, we'll get to the truth, and we'll share it when we have it. Absolutely. And what was the second
About the
question?
Strait of Hormuz, about the Navy, Secretary
I mean,
Wright.
it's a tactically complex environment, and before I think we want to take anything through there at scale, we want to make sure that we do the work pursuant to our current military objectives to do that safely and smartly. So we're continuing to develop.
And we do
options.
a lot of work.
Yeah.
And like I said, it is dynamic, but this is, I think, almost by 20% the largest day of strikes. And as I said, our intelligence just gets better and better. That feedback loop feeds itself. And as we refine those targets, it exponentially increases what we can hit and why, to include strategic things the world's talking about and looking at. And it's our job to have a plan for it, which we do, to address it, and ensure that the president has options. We've done that from the beginning in this department. He'll have options on that topic as well. Right here.
Thank you. That strike, sir.
An investigation is an investigation. That's what it is. It doesn't mean anything other than that. Yes.
Ryan Morgan with the Epic Times. Regarding today's busy day of strikes, last week you guys discussed the progress of the air campaign to gain air superiority and to transition from these standoff weapons launched at range to more overhead strikes. Can you now say that these strikes today are going to rely entirely on stand-in over-the-top weapons, or are standoff range weapons still in play?
It's a great question. I can say, based on the report I read this morning at 0600, only 1% of the munitions we're using today are standoff munitions. The rest are over-the-top, the types of which we have a plethora, which was our goal from the beginning. You use standoff, which are more exquisite. You transition to a much larger magazine depth, ensuring that you're preserving all the capabilities you have and your options across the force. Absolutely.
Has Iran placed any mines
Right
since
here,
the war
Lisa.
started? Is Iran placing new mines?
We've heard them talk about it, just like you've reported recklessly and wildly about it. But we have no clear evidence. We have no clear evidence of that.
Thank you,
Right
sir.
here.
Mr. Secretary, given everything the U.S. have accomplished in the last 24 hours, as of today, how do you define success in this military option? And has that definition changed from day one? And also regarding Iran government telling countries hosting U.S. American bases that they could face attacks, what is the Pentagon doing about that?
First question is, what is the objective?
How do you define success as of today?
Yeah, I mean, we define success. Again, 13 days in, by reaching the military objectives that we've laid out. Launchers, missile launchers, defense industrial base, their Navy, the ability to project power in the naval sense, leading toward denying them to get a nuclear weapon. And we've got internal metrics that look at that we represent to the president, who then can decide how long he'd like to continue in pursuit of those military objectives. So that hasn't changed. There's a lot of things a lot of people talk about, what they want us to do or what we should do or what we should stay focused on. And again, I've addressed this before, and I think it's worth saying again. Mission creep or expansive missions or prolonged timelines or democracy building or nation building, you name it, has not been part of what President Trump wants us to be involved in. We're solving for something here, this particular mission set, but also recognizing this country's conditioned to previous leaders, whether it's George W. Bush or Barack Obama or Joe Biden, who had these expansive, nebulous mission sets that kept changing all the time. So the timeline kept moving, and we kept pouring more troops in and on the ground. And then pretty soon everyone wonders, like I did in Afghanistan in 2012, what's our mission here? I'm not clear what it is. We're taking the opposite approach here and saying we've defined these objectives. We're pursuing those objectives. The president has his hand on the throttle and will decide ultimately when they've been reached that serve the purposes of the United States of America, American interests first.
And regarding the threats to countries hosting.
Yeah, right here.
Thank you, Secretary Hexeth. Polls show over 80% of Republicans support the president's military action in Iran, but there's some consternation in parts of the party, particularly from your fellow Fox News alum, Tucker Carlson. He called the war disgusting and evil, and then said of unconditional surrender, which the president has called for, means foreign troops get to rape your wives and daughters. Have you heard these comments, and what's your reaction to them?
We're busy executing on behalf of great patriotic Americans with a clear mission that's 47 years overdue, and we're going to execute on that regardless of what people say about it. Yeah, right here.
You have said that the U.S. military has essentially aerial superiority, naval superiority over Iran, yet we're not escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz. Why? How did you not plan for this?
We plan for it. We recognize it because ultimately we want to do it sequentially in a way that makes the most sense for what we want to achieve and ensure that we're sending the right signals to the world when we do so. So when Chris Wright speaks or we speak, it's based on a full assessment of what we're up against, what we want to say to the world, how that we want them to see and understand the conflict. It's like this whole idea of the war widening. That's what the press wants to make it look like it's widening and chaos is ensuing. No, we're actually closing in on grabbing hold of and controlling what objectives we want to achieve and how we want to achieve them. It's called shaping operations and setting the conditions. But when you shape the environment, you don't always tell. I mean, foolish political leaders and foolish military leaders of the past will hang an exact deadline on it. Or here's exactly when we'll do what we're going to do. Or here's how long it's going to take us. And then if you meet that, maybe you meet it. But if you don't, you fail. And if you're far beyond, we know exactly what we're shaping and why. We're sending those signals working across the interagency. The Strait of Hormuz is something we've paid attention to from the beginning. And the American people can rest assured we will ensure that our interests are advanced, no doubt. Yeah, right there, green jacket.
Mike Bress with the Washington Examiner. How many American casualties have there been, and where were the American service members when they were injured?
I mean, it's a bunch of return to duty. So we've had the large majority have gone in for some medical treatment and return to duty. We've had in Kuwait, Jordan, down across the southern flank a little bit, a variety of places, most from one-way attack strikes.
But I want to clarify that. I think what we've tried to do here is clarify those numbers rather than saying KIA or WIA wounded. Be more clear about that because the overwhelming majority, almost 90%, thank God, are returned to duty, minor injuries returned to duty. And so that number can look a certain way, and our job is to add some fidelity to it. Absolutely, right here. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. David Zia, Real America's Voice. Can you share what types of munitions have been used on the attacks on commercial shipping? Have any hit mines? And are USVs, unmanned surface vehicles, being used? And just a quick follow-up, were there any arrests in Fort Campbell with the drone thefts?
I'm not familiar with the Fort Campbell thing. The strikes that Iran has taken on shipping up north in the vicinity of Kuwait have been, I believe, from surface to surface missiles up there. We've not seen any USV activity out of Iran that we've seen in the Gulf at this point.
Nor have any ships hit mines or anything.
Yeah, there's
like
been
that.
no
It's still flowing
thank
through
you.
the
There's
strait.
been no
Absolutely.
strikes that we.
One more time, right here.
Thank you so much. Heather Mullins, Lindell TV. My first question is, President Trump is set to meet with Xi Jinping in a couple weeks. How much support, if any, has China been given the Iranian regime? And then the second question, just, I know President Trump calling for an unconditional surrender from Iran. Given that the U.S. is working in partnership with Israel on this whole operation, is Iran expected to meet demands of both countries or just the U.S., and what are those demands?
Well, we're proud to partner with the incredible capabilities the Israelis have, but our objectives are our objectives, and so when those are met, as we meet those, we'll set the tempo of when those are met. What was the first question?
He's meeting with Xi Jinping
Oh,
in a
yeah.
couple
The president
weeks.
has
What's China's
a
role in all of it?
historic relationship with President Xi. They look forward to having a dynamic conversation. Two powers. President Trump ultimately has established terms of that relationship, which advance the United States of America, and that meeting will continue to ensure we advance that. That's all I've got. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Hegseth, as well as General Kane. So Secretary Hegseth saying in this press conference that, quote, today will be yet again the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran, going on to say that the number of bomber pulses, the highest yet, ramping up and only up. As of now, U.S. forces had destroyed 16 Iranian mine-laying vessels near the Strait of Hormuz on Tuesday. That's according to U.S. Central Command. Now, that also being seemingly confirmed here by President Trump, because if we read this post to you here, he goes on to say, we are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically, and otherwise, yet. If you read the failing New York Times, you would incorrectly think that we are not winning. Iran's Navy is gone. Their Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. You have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. And this is where President Trump says, watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. So once again, Secretary of War Hegseth also saying that today will be the highest volume of strikes that America has put over the skies of Iran and Tehran. But this post here from President Trump, this came in just a few hours ago, a bit earlier this morning there. I also wanted to share another key point here from this press conference as Hegseth ripped Iran's new not-so-supreme leader, as he said, Mojtaba Khamenei, today, saying he lacks legitimacy. Hegseth spoke after Khamenei released a statement just yesterday saying that the Strait of Hormuz will remain closed until the war is over, and that he told Gulf neighbors that U.S. military bases need to be removed from their countries. The last little tidbit here I wanted to share with you from that press conference is Hegseth also said during this briefing at the Pentagon that the American and Israeli militaries are, quote, picking targets as they choose thanks to aerial dominance over Iran. And he shared this quote saying the United States is decimating the radical Iranian regime's military in a way the world has never seen before. Never before has a modern, capable military, which Iran used to have, been so quickly destroyed and made combat ineffective, devastated. We said it would not be a fair fight, and it has not been. So that's the latest that we have gotten there from the Pentagon on Operation Epic Fury. We are going to slide away for a commercial break. My name is Christy Matino. If you are just tuning in, stay with us. 8:44 on the East Coast, 5:44 on the West Coast. You're watching live now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. I did want to bring you this live look at the White House as we continue to follow the Trump administration. We heard a bit earlier this morning from EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin, as well as Interior Secretary Doug Burgum as they spoke earlier in Japan. I wanted to share those comments here with you from just a few short hours ago.
Well, thank you, Ambassador and Mrs. Glass. Protecting the environment and growing the economy was looked at as a choice, and you would have to choose one or the other for so long, until President Trump came into office, when he called me up after the election and wanted us to heed the demands of the American public concerned about their economic situation, desperate for government to apply common sense, to be pragmatic, and to ensure that with the power that the people provide us, that we make the most of every minute that we're given this opportunity to serve. President Trump didn't waste any time in signing the executive order on day one to unleash energy dominance. President Trump didn't waste any time to create a National Energy Dominance Council that brings together agencies that for too long were siloed off, focused on their own equities, the Department of Energy and Department of Interior and EPA and Commerce and Treasury. They would all be focused on the same issues, but not sitting there with a president that are incredibly important to deliver for the American people. One of the things that has been most impressive about President Trump and our interaction with him since he was sworn in for this term is that when we, the members of the National Energy Dominance Council, meet with him, we can walk in there with overall topics, but we all better be prepared for very specific probing questions about projects, whether it's a new LNG pipeline in Alaska, it's a new natural gas pipeline in the Northeast United States, there's a new natural gas multi-billion-dollar expansion in the Southwest. President Trump is asking about specific small modular reactors and retrofits, new nuclear projects. He's asking us about specific coal plants that were slated to shut down because of government policies that were trying to strangulate them out of existence. When we sit down with the president, he is talking about rare earth, critical minerals, the supply chain from extraction from the ground through the end of the process. He wants to know how the United States can bolster our strength, our resiliency when it comes to magnets and batteries and chips and more. And it has reminded us not just to be sharp when preparing to meet with the president, but to make sure that our teams in every moment are making the most of every day to serve the public during this time of a term that will go by fast. There are so many in this room who would not be here today if not for President Trump's directive from day one to do everything in our power to ensure that everything here, from critical minerals to rare earth to energy independence and so much more, reducing our reliance on nations that we can't trust and getting closer to nations where we have historic partnerships that through this weekend will only grow stronger. Secretary Burgum spoke about a 250th anniversary that we are celebrating right now in the United States. As we look to the future, I'm excited to think of how much stronger our nations will become between the United States and Japan. President Trump interacted with many world leaders during his first term. He interacts with many world leaders during this term. But it feels like Prime Minister Abe had a very special place in the heart of President Trump. A close friend, somebody who maybe it was a bond over a round of golf. Maybe he was talking about world peace and the alliance between two nations that through and across the Pacific, their bond, their strength will allow these nations and this partnership to only get closer. And I feel like with a new prime minister and a president sworn in for a new term, that this bond and this future is limitless in the manner in which it grows. So I'm excited to be here. Our team from the Environmental Protection Agency is thrilled to be here. A great team with the White House National Energy Dominance Council and the Executive Director, Jared Egan, is here, and his team, led by our Chairman, Secretary Burgum, our Vice Chairman, Secretary Wright, and others who are certainly here in either spirit or with us after a brief flight from Washington, D.C. Minister, you have a very important job here in this country. And over the course of the coming days, I would just like to say that our reason for being here is extraordinarily purposeful. While we come here sharing opening greetings for the start of a forum, there's a lot of very important work for us to discuss in the next 2 days. And I'm confident in many ways this is going to be historic, with deals that are being reached, with projects and initiatives that will be forged. And hopefully, as we look back at what brought us here for this visit, is one that yields extraordinary results that are well worth everyone's time. Greetings on behalf of President Trump. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm excited about the days to come.
EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin there as he spoke just a few hours ago. Again, this ahead of the Indo-Pacific Energy Forum. Once again, we also heard from Interior Secretary Doug Burgum. We'll share his comments next after this final break of the hour. Stay with us on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I did want to share this update here with you, as soon we're going to be hearing from law enforcement providing an update on the Temple Israel attack. We're also going to be hearing from Governor Gretchen Whitmer as well. She will be in attendance. Just after 12:15 p.m. on Thursday, police began receiving calls about an active shooter at the synagogue, which also houses a learning center and was full of children at the time. According to sources, Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was armed with a rifle when he crashed a truck into the building, hitting and knocking a security guard unconscious. Another security guard was able to shoot him, who was also found dead inside his vehicle. So once again, law enforcement providing that update here at about 9:15 a.m. Eastern time, And so we will be bringing that to you live. We actually do have that live look there inside the press conference. This is courtesy of our Fox 2 Detroit team. So we will be bringing that to you here once we do get that live update. I also wanted to share some comments here from a bit earlier this morning. We just shared with you Lee Zeldin as he was speaking in Japan a bit earlier. But Interior Secretary Doug Burgum also spoke a bit earlier this morning, just about 10 minutes in length, his comments. So let's share those with you now.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Ambassador Glass and his wife, Mary, for hosting us in this beautiful, historic location. I want to thank all of you for being here. Your attendance matters. I can say that for all the introductions I've had in my life, this is the first time that someone has actually mentioned how I got my name. And so that is literally a first. And of course, it wasn't that unusual. Back when I was born, Douglas was one of the most popular names in America because of Douglas MacArthur. And last year I got a call and they said, hey, they think the name Doug is making a comeback. And they gave a couple examples why. And then I went up and I used AI to look up most popular birth names, and I told the reporter, I said, yes, we've climbed back into the top 2,000 most popular birth names for 2025, so we must be making a comeback. But I do want to say it is an honor to be here tonight leading this U.S. delegation with the senior leaders from across the administration. You're going to hear from one of them or two of them here tonight, but I do want to give a shout out to my fellow cabinet member Lee Zeldin, who's the administrator of the EPA, being here. Fantastic. He's been doing an amazing job helping cut red tape and make everything related to investing in America more, I would say, sane was the word I was going to come up with, but it's also made the country much more ability for your capital to go to work, and that's what important we want to do, and at the same time still protecting our great natural resources. But we've got teams as part of our delegation here from the White House, the Departments of Interior, Energy, and the Environmental Protection Association, members of the National Security Council, the National Energy Dominance Council, which operates out of the White House, U.S. Trade and Development Agency. A special shout out to the leadership there because they're hosting this great event that we're having this weekend. And of course, we've got the chairman of the U.S. Export-Import Ex-Im Bank here with us as well. So an incredible delegation. It reflects the importance of the moment, and it reflects the importance of all of you being here because these are historic and transformational times, and we are entering an era of energy reality. Nations around the globe are starting to understand that energy is inseparable from economic prosperity, and it's inseparable from national security. We're fortunate that our president understands that. And of course, as president, with the energy dominance policy, to explain to those that may not have understood it, it's about energy abundance. It's about having enough energy to be able to sell to our friends and allies in partnership so that they don't have to be buying from our adversaries. Energy dominance and energy abundance is about making sure that you've got reliable, affordable, and secure energy for your own country's prosperity, for your own citizens, and for your own national security. That's what we're working on. And of course, as you can see, the United States is using its leadership and our resources as the #1 oil and gas producing country, the #1 LNG export producing country. Again, in those positions, a credit to President Trump. But through partnerships and policies and innovation and investment, we and our friends and allies may all be on a path towards live in a peaceful and prosperous world. It's exciting to be here in this incredible space, Ambassador, because it's not only distinctly American to be in the MacArthur House, but it's also with our host country for this conference. It's deeply intertwined with Japanese history. And we celebrate that history. It was actually here in this room where General MacArthur and Emperor Hirohito met 81 years ago to forge what was the beginning of a powerful, lasting relationship between the countries of Japan and the United States. And so it's fitting that we're all here together to kick off a weekend to deepen the relationship of forging new energy agreements, not just with Japan, but with all of our attendees. We have 17 countries that had signed up. The conference is sold out, and of course, because of the events of the recent weeks, we know that there are many of others that were scrambling to get here because all of a sudden energy security is on everyone's mind again. And this is also a year of gratitude, a year of celebration for the United States because it's our 250th birthday. But it was 125 years ago when President Theodore Roosevelt helped usher in a new era of diplomacy and respect with the Pacific. He recognized in particular Japan's rising place in the world and as a growing global power. And of course, President Roosevelt was the first president to receive the Nobel Prize, and he earned that for his work in mediating a settlement to the Russia-Sino War. And again, that signals America's belief in this area, in this region of the world. But just a few years later after that, while he was still president, he was the one that signed off on the first shipment of cherry trees to come to the United States, which is again in that spirit of friendship, literally took root, quite literally, when Japan then gifted these cherry trees that now bloom each spring in Washington, D.C. Just last week, I had the honor in my role of Interior, which includes overseeing our national parks, and the National Mall is part of the National Park System, so I had a chance to actually be on the mall with the team, helping to.
All right, we did just want to share some of those comments here. Once again, Interior Secretary Doug Burgum, as he was speaking a bit earlier this morning in Japan. Right now, we do want to transition, though. You may have noticed higher gas prices. We're going to check in with Fox's Madeline Rivera now. And then we're going to head out to J.R. Young. He is an oil and gas expert. But let's head over to Madeline Rivera with Fox News right now. Good morning, Madeline. So what I wanted to share here is just a little bit of context here first. Let's take a live look at Washington, D.C. We do know oil is back above $100 a barrel. And Iran's new supreme leader is breaking his silence for the first time, issuing a written statement amid questions about his health. Madeline joining us now live from Washington. Good morning to you.
Morning. Well, the Pentagon just held a briefing this morning about Operation Epic Fury, and some quick headlines from that. War Secretary Pete Hegseth saying this morning Iran's new supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. The supreme leader has not been seen in public. His statement was read out by Iranian state TV. Hegseth also promising today will be the toughest day of strikes yet against Iran, even as rescue operations are underway for 4 of 6 service members who died when a refueling plane went down in western Iraq. A U.S. refueling aircraft went down in western Iraq overnight. 4 of the 6 crew members on board now confirmed dead. The cause still under investigation, but CENTCOM says it was not shot down. That's now 11 U.S. service members killed since the war began. And back home, the cost of the war is showing up at the gas pump.
The bombing is going on indefinitely. The release from the strategic oil reserve has not had any impact on prices that people are paying.
Oil now back above $100 a barrel, despite a record release of global reserves. Energy Secretary Chris Wright says the U.S. economy can handle it.
The United States, we produce more oil than we consume. We're a net oil exporter. So overall for the U.S. economy, this isn't bad news.
And while the Strait of Hormuz remains effectively closed, Iran's new supreme leader is speaking out for the first time, threatening to open new fronts in the war against the U.S.
Studies have also been conducted on opening other fronts in which the enemy has little experience and would be highly vulnerable. Their activation will take place if the wartime situation continues.
The president, however, is not backing down as he continues to defend the airstrikes.
They really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big price right now.
The U.S. says it could begin escorting ships through the Strait of Hormuz by the end of this month, but Chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Dan Kane, said this morning a mission like that is tactically complicated. As for reports that Iran has begun mining the Strait of Hormuz, Hegseth today said they have not seen reports of that. Back to you.
Madeline, before I let you go, the White House says relief is on the way, but with oil back over $100 and the Strait of Hormuz still effectively closed, what concrete steps is this administration considering to bring prices down in the near term?
So we've seen the administration announcing that they're going to be releasing barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, but that could take some time to ripple through the economy. That drawdown is expected to take place next week, and it's expected to last 120 days. But again, that could take some time for customers, consumers at the pump to really feel the effects of that action. Another thing that the administration is doing, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said that they're going to be lifting sanctions on some Russian ships that are stranded at sea. They're going to be lifting the oil from those ships stranded at sea. And some Democrats on Capitol Hill are already criticizing that action, saying that it's just going to fuel Russia's war against Ukraine. Back to you.
All right, Madeline Rivera, thank you so much for checking in with us here from Washington, D.C. We're heading out now to our oil and gas expert, Jay R. Young. Thank you so much for joining us here, Jay. And let's start with this headline that we have on the bottom of the screen. Iran warning $200 oil barrels are coming. Could we really see it get that high?
Absolutely. And when you see the disruption like we're seeing right now in the Strait, we've all talked about it, and it's like, it's 20% of all oil in the world goes through this one area that's very narrow, 30 miles. I've seen 23 miles to 50 miles. So, but it all goes through here, and it's not going through there right now. And so what a lot of countries are doing is they're not producing as much. So they're cutting back on their production, which will have a trickle-down effect. I mean, when you're not producing as much oil and it doesn't go on the market, what's happening is disruption everywhere. They're allowing some oil to go through for like China, but that's it. And so you're going to see a decline in all the production and all the different, because supply is being disrupted. Demand's going nowhere. We're not using less oil because of that. So you're seeing prices that could go to 125. Oil price could go to 150, 175. It's been at 147 before, so it's not, uncharted territories, but it could go into the 200 range if it does continue to be disrupted up here and in the Strait and also other places. And if there's a couple more bombs that go off in different places, we've talked about Iran said, hey, we're looking at the United States right now. Just think if that happens, what's going to happen about all the disruptions and everything. It's like crazy. We need 20 million barrels of oil in the United States every day. We produce 13. We net export, like Chris Wright said, but only because we don't have the refineries. We need more refineries here. We need more drilling in the United States. Any type of disruption just causes, a tremendous amount of hurt, and prices could go sky high really, really soon. With one conflict could really make it go a lot higher faster.
And Jay, before I ask you the next question here, just popping this up on the screen for our viewers, write in your questions, scan that QR code if you have any questions about what you're seeing when you're going to fill up your car, the prices that you're seeing, write those into us. We'll answer them live on air here for you. Jay, back to you, though. The U.S. planning to release 172 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. We've touched on this a little bit. Is this actually going to calm markets? What can we expect from that?
Yeah, but you only use about 1 million a day. So President Trump has said yes, and I thought, the day before he said it, I thought, yeah, President Trump will definitely go to the strategic reserves and release. We have 413 million barrels of oil. Some of it's extremely old, so I don't know if it's all, you can use it all or not because it's so old. Or my grandfather, wells that have been on for years, at the bottom of the tank, it's kind of hard to keep oil in there for years and years because it gets so old. So I don't know how much of that strategic reserves is useful. But the answer to your question, we can release about 1 million a day and trickle down into the economy at about 1 million barrels a day. Once again, we need 20. Our appetite is 20 million. We're producing 13. We're exporting because of refineries. So I don't know if we do the strategic reserves. We're going to have to export it to other countries to refine it, and it's going to have to come back to us. So it's going to take time. We need more refineries here. Venezuela, we're trying to get oil from Venezuela, but the refineries here can't handle that oil. I mean, we have a refinery problem more than we have, a production problem. There's a lot of oil out here in the United States and the world, and we're producing a lot, but we don't have the refineries. No, there hasn't been a new refinery, built in decades. And we need to increase our capacity in these refineries relatively soon, because if not, we just have to export it, get it back, and then it's just very costly, and it's going to be costly. I feel like oil prices are going to stay up whether or not we have the war or not, they're going to stay up because at the $70 level or more, all because of we're not drilling for oil like we did before in the United States, and production numbers are going to come down. And when they do, when we need the oil, demand's up. We need it in the summertime when we're going on vacations, and we don't have it. We're going to have to pay more for it, Chrissy.
Jay, we do see some questions coming in here, and I do want to get to some of them. Once again, you may have touched on them a little bit here, but could we dive a little bit deeper here? Because Ryan is asking, where or who else could we get oil from to stabilize these prices?
Yeah, well, I mean, we're a good importer of Canadian oil in Mexico. But when the world produces 100 million barrels of oil a day and it consumes 100 million, so it's not like we have a lot of excess, especially in the United States. It's not like Iran. Iran produces about 3.5 million barrels a day, and the country uses 2.5 million barrels they sell in the open market. We're not like that. We have to import a lot of our oil. The same thing with around the world. We just don't. There's not one country that produces so much that it's going to overtake, if you will, all the demand. Demand is up. It's going to continue to be up. And when we have that demand and we just don't have the oil, it's a little different than natural gas. Natural gas is a little bit different right now. We're producing a tremendous amount of natural gas. We're kind of oversupplied with natural gas, so we're sending it overseas as a net exporter of natural gas. But there's just no countries really that have a tremendous amount of oil that we can just tap into to help us.
And another viewer wrote in, how many refineries are in the U.S. that are operable?
Yeah. There's a lot. I mean, but the old urban cowboy, who remembers the John Travolta urban cowboy, those are not plentiful. There's a dozen or so of those. There's smaller refineries. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of refineries that are starting to. There's discussions about smaller refineries, in West Texas, because you have so much crude that's being produced in the Permian Basin. It's gone from 1 million barrels a day to 6 million barrels a day because of horizontal and fracking. Maybe some more refineries coming in to the Permian Basin, where you don't have one on every corner, but you have one like every 20, 30 miles, you have a refinery, because there's so much oil out there, and it would be so much easier to transport through pipelines oil and make it into gasoline. No, don't forget, I mean, only a third of the crude oil is for gasoline. The other third is for jet fuels, transportation. The other third is for plastics, my glasses, your glass, everything else that goes along. So oil is used for a lot of products, not just for gasoline. And as long as we need it and demand continues to go up, I don't think we'll ever see peak oil demand in my lifetime where we need more oil every day through it's gasoline or it's plastics or transportation, or oil demand just continues to go up.
Before we get to another viewer question, just one that I just thought of is this really uncharted territory? Have we seen anything like this before? If we do see this prolonged conflict, are energy markets ready to handle that? Have we seen that in history?
Yeah, we have. And under the Democrats, when they don't want us to drill and prices go sky high, it was $147 a barrel under Obama. It was a different time. Biden, prices went up and stayed up. For us oil and gas producers like us at King Operating, it's same thing. It's like, well, we like higher oil prices, but it's the same thing. It's all about supply and demand. It's like the 100 million barrels I was talking about, in the world. If somebody did all of a sudden start producing 20 million barrels a day, like Venezuela, it's got the oil, it has the reserves, but it doesn't have the infrastructure, and you can't get it out in your refineries. But if some country ever decided or found a way to produce another 20 million barrels, and the world was producing 120 million barrels a day, only using 100, prices would come down dramatically. But that doesn't happen. We consume every barrel of oil that we produce. So right now we're getting our hands on it. That's like commodities. I mean, it's like everything else and to do with economics and 101 and buy low, sell high. And if we need the oil, we don't have it, we're going to pay more for it. the same thing, and it's just the price will go up and down based on consumption and supply. When like right now, when prices are lower at the $50 to $60 level, people have come back and they're not drilling as many wells. There's 30% less, 30 to 40% in some places less rig count. People drilling for oil and gas companies like ours, 30 to 40% rig count. And a rig is what produces oil and gas. And the wells that are already online now decline, in production numbers over the first year, 2 years. So that's when we're going to we'll see a shortage going into the summertime, because we're going to need a lot of oil. And as we need oil to drive and to take vacations, and we don't have it, which we won't have it this summer and at the end of this year, prices will go up. So it's all about supply and demand. How bad do you want it? That's like all the oil that's going through the strait right now. We still need it. India's, a lot of the oil that comes out of the Strait of Hormuz right now, to China, India, Japan, comes through this strait. 90% of the money that Saudi Arabia makes comes through this strait. So it's hurting, and it's not good. And but people will pay for oil, especially when the demand's up. We don't think about it. We take a lot of things for granted, about driving or about going, turning on your lights or doing a lot of things. And God bless our military. We take that for granted too, but that's a different story. But made me think of that, Christy. But just thinking about the supply and demand of oil, when we don't have it and we want it, or demand continues to go up, we'll pay more for it, just like everything else.
And Jay, before I let you go here, just to wrap this all up here, people are seeing these higher gas prices when they're going to fill up their cars, their trucks, what have you. What are some key indicators people should be watching for to see whether this is going to stabilize or if it's going to keep climbing?
Yeah, and gasoline does go up and down based on the price of oil. And as long as this war's going on, as long as you see oil at $100 a barrel or more, you're going to pay more at the pump. That's, I said the other day, I said, hey, if you made the mistake of not filling your car up before you left for work this morning, you're going to pay more for it. And people called in and said, hey, yeah, I paid $5 more or $10 more for my tank of gas, going home than I did if I'd had, filled up in the morning. Just be ready for it. It's unfortunate that you have to pay more, but just to let you know that when oil prices are higher, you're putting a lot of people at work. I mean, there's the job creation with one rig drilling for oil and gas. I could do a 20-minute story on it, how good it is for the economy and how well it is when we drill for oil and gas, and the amount of money, one rig spends $100 million a year right now, $100 million, and that's trickled down of all different kinds of businesses. It's good for these small towns in Texas or New Mexico or Colorado, Wyoming, wherever you're drilling. People go out and eat. When people have money, they like to go out and eat. They like to buy things and buy donuts and dry cleaning and all the other things that goes along with it. So, us in the oil business, I'm a fourth generation, so I kind of, it's in my blood. But don't think it's just all bad about oil and gas. It is good. We need it. And as long as we have a need for oil and gas, like Billy Bob Thornton on Landman said, Christy, hey, it's necessary evil, whatever it is, but it's something that we need, which is oil and gas. And we're going to continue, as long as there's a demand for it, we're going to have to continue drilling for it. That's just the way it is, because it's not going to come out anywhere else. There's no alternatives that's going to take over yet. So we're still drilling here in Texas. So come see us.
And I do appreciate that perspective, economically, how this might help as well. So thank you so much, J.R. Young, oil and gas expert, for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We do appreciate it.
Thank you.
And if you are just joining us, my name is Christy Matino. We are stepping away for a commercial break. Stay with us. We'll be right back. You're watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. If you are just joining us, we have been bringing you this live look inside this press conference slated to start here any moment now. This was scheduled to begin about 6 minutes ago at this point at 9:15 a.m. Eastern time. Slightly delayed, but law enforcement will be providing an update this morning on the West Bloomfield synagogue attack. And we also do know Governor Gretchen Whitmer also set to be in attendance here as well. If you are not familiar with this story, I just wanted to recap the details of what we do know right now as we anticipate more details to be released here in the coming moments. Just after 12:15 p.m. yesterday, police began receiving calls about an active shooter at the synagogue, which also houses a learning center and was full of children at the time. According to sources, 41-year-old Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was armed with a rifle when he crashed a truck into the building, hitting and knocking a security guard unconscious. Another security guard was able to shoot Ghazali, who was found dead inside his vehicle. Authorities have not confirmed if Ghazali fired shots, but a high-level source told Fox 2 Detroit that they believe he did fire his weapon. The vehicle also caught fire, filling the building with smoke that led to some first responders suffering smoke inhalation. No other injuries were reported there. Ghazali is from Dearborn Heights. Sources close to the investigation say the suspect is from Lebanon and that his family was killed in an airstrike over the weekend amid the war with Iran. Dearborn Heights later confirmed, stating that he lost several members of his own family, including his niece and nephew, in an attack on their home in Lebanon. Officials say Ghazali was born in Lebanon in 1985 and entered the U.S. on May 10th of 2011 on an IR-1 immigrant visa as the spouse of a U.S. citizen. Fox News reports that according to DHS, Ghazali applied for naturalization on October 20th back in 2015 and became a U.S. citizen on February 5th of 2016. So then what was the motive? The motive for the attack is still under investigation at this time, but the FBI say they are treating it as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. The FBI has activated a digital media tip line for any witnesses who had photos or videos of the incident yesterday as well. So once again, we are still anticipating this to get underway here. But right now I want to head over to our Fox 2 Detroit team as they are speaking on this. Let's listen in.
In the parking lot, so it's good to have somebody out there who's watching as well.
It's incredible to think that, you know, you have to go through an armed guard essentially to go practice your faith, but that type of security is necessary, and that training saves lives.
It does. Absolutely it does. And you're right, it's unfortunate that we have to be doing this today, but with my teams, the way I put it is, if you think about what it was like to go to church back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, when nobody even had a thought about church security and people just went to church to worship, that's the way we want it to be.
What are some of the elements that people should be looking out for? Whether it's, you know, you mentioned the ushers, you mentioned even the people that go practice faith. What should we be looking for?
Behaviors. When somebody's walking in, do they have their head down? Are they not engaging? Especially during a service, during a worship service. Is this person engaging? Are they participating in the worship? Or are they maybe on their phone doing different things? Where they sit sometimes can also be an indicator. For instance, they may sit down front, but they're on their phone. Okay, why are they doing that? And so, but it doesn't always mean that they're going to be a problem. Sometimes it may be somebody who's having a problem themselves, and they just need somebody to talk to. So it's always good to engage with somebody that might be a concern. That's what we call a DLR, a high-tech term for don't look right. But if you see somebody like that, you know, basically the way they're walking too, you know, do they have a stiff leg? You know, if they had a gun down their pant leg. So different types of behaviors could be something we want to be looking for.
Throughout your training programs, what are 3 things that you focus on, that you are imparting on the people that come to your clinics?
Well, the biggest trainings that we do is, like I mentioned, observation skills, but we also do verbal de-escalation skills. And then we also run scenario classes where we run through different scenarios. So if somebody comes in and does certain things, how are you going to act? You want to practice that.
You know, so many people you know, we talk about see something, say something. A lot of people don't want to be wrong. You know, like you mentioned, if you see somebody that looks maybe like they're a little off or something like that, maybe they are having a bad day and you don't want to say anything. What would you say to people in that instance? They don't want to say anything because they're unsure of if this person is an attacker or if this person is just going through a situation.
You mean if somebody notices somebody doing that? My recommendation was if they see somebody like that, talk to a staff member, somebody that works for the house of worship, and let them be the ones to make the approach.
Security Leaders Coalition, Mike Harville, thank you so much. We appreciate your time. We'll be right back. We are awaiting the governor's news conference. We will take you there live as soon as she takes the podium. We'll be right back.
And thank you to our Fox 2 Detroit team. We did just want to dip into their coverage very briefly there. We are going to step away for a commercial break ourselves, as once again, we do anticipate this press conference set to begin here any moment now. We'll be right back. Stay with us. You're watching live now from Fox. It is 9:29 on the East Coast and 6:29 on the West Coast. I'm your host, Christy Matino, bringing you this live image here once again as we do see the media now getting set up here. This is going to be that press conference from law enforcement as well as Governor Gretchen Whitmer also set to speak here. This is on the Temple Israel attack. And if you are just tuning in with us here, law enforcement providing this update here in just a short amount of time. This was slated to begin about 15 minutes or so ago at this point. But just after 12:15 p.m. yesterday, police began receiving those calls about an active shooter at the synagogue, which also houses a learning center and was full of children at the time. We are checking in now to see if our Fox Detroit team is still on this story. If you just give me one moment here, I'm going to listen into their air and see. It does appear they are still on that coverage. Let's head back out to our Fox 2 Detroit team.
And I've been briefed, fully briefed, and it's a terrible thing, but it goes on.
Right as we went to that, this press conference now underway with law enforcement and Governor Gretchen Whitmer.
Good morning. I'm Rabbi Ariana Gordon from Temple Israel. Thank you for being here today. We're so appreciative of Governor Whitmer and Senator Slatkin for joining us this morning. I just want to start by saying, in the light of a new day, just how deeply appreciative we are of everyone who has come out, who has shown their support for Temple Israel, for our Jewish community. We are incredibly grateful for all of our local law enforcement, for our Temple Israel security, our teachers, our staff, all of whom safely were home last night with their families. As we continue today to spend a lot of time thinking and processing and talking, we are here to have a little conversation and answer some questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Governor Whitmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your leadership yesterday, and how much my heart goes out to everything that you and your family and all of the families involved and the Jewish community writ large are going through. I wanted to come today for a briefing, which we just concluded, to get up to speed on where things stand. I want to thank our state and local law enforcement, the first responders, our federal partners for their swift work to keep people safe and to investigate. I want to thank Temple Israel's security personnel. They were selfless in their courage and they saved lives. These heroes threw themselves in harm's way, engaging the suspect, and let's be very clear, yes, this is a place of worship, but at the time that this attack was occurred, it was a school. 104 children, age 5 and younger here. So I want to thank all of Temple Israel's staff who acted quickly to evacuate students and reunite families. The state of Michigan will wrap our arms around this community and support our local and federal partners every step of the way to keep people safe. I want to share prayers from my colleague, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Josh reached out yesterday to check in and see how people were doing. And I want Michigan's Jewish community to know that we are with you. Violence in our houses of worship and in our schools and in our daycare centers like this hits especially hard. Temple Israel is a pillar of the community. It's one of the largest Reformed Jewish congregations in North America, with Friday night Shabbat services attracting over 1,000 people. People celebrate bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and holidays here. Parents bring their children to daycare and school, and it's a place of peace, unity, light, and life. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country, especially at this moment where we have seen such a rise in anti-Semitism and more attacks on the Jewish community. We must keep each other close. This community is on the edge, very understandably. We've seen a rise in attacks, especially over the last decade, especially over the last 10 months. And so it is important for us to stand up, to stand against it, and to thank the people who showed up to support the community, but also call out where we see acts of anti-Semitism, where we see threats, where we see something, how important it is to say something, and to recognize that each of us has a responsibility. People like the person that attacked this community yesterday get fomented by rhetoric that they see online and that they see on television and they hear on the radio. It radicalizes people and it endangers our fellow Michiganders. We cannot let this continue. And so each of us has a duty to take action where and how we can. And with that, I'll hand it over to Senator Slotkin, and then we'll take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Governor. And just want to reiterate, I think it's clear that if it were not for the private security and the staff at Temple Israel, and then the first responders, first on the scene, local law enforcement, if they had not all done their jobs almost perfectly, we would be talking about an immense tragedy here today with children gone. This could have been much, much worse. So I give incredible credit to law enforcement and the people who were in the room, putting themselves and their own families at risk. I think, the governor said it very, very well on the way this community has responded It's been incredible to watch neighbors in the community here, both organizations and just regular old citizens, open up their homes literally yesterday to help care for people who were fleeing from this. And this is a place that I have a very personal connection to. I feel I've spent a lot of my time growing up in and out of this temple, and I feel just an immense amount of pain, as does the rest of the community, that incidents like this even happen. And I think it's just important to be clear, as the governor said, that whether anti-Semitism is coming from the left or the right, whether it's coming from some group that you like or don't like, you have a responsibility to call it out. Because when you don't, it gives permission for people to climb that escalation, that ladder of escalation that goes from saying hateful things online to saying them in person to graffiti to ultimately violence. And the Jewish community suffers 10 times the number of hate crimes than any other community in this country. So it is an epidemic. And until we push back on that permission, we're going to see incidents like this continue to proliferate. The Jewish community spends over $1 billion across the country securing their houses of worship, their schools, their institutions. No community in America should be fearful of having their own kind congregate for things like education and worship. So I stand here proud of the community, but angry that we even are put in this position. Thankful to law enforcement, but asking the average citizen out there, if you have a friend, a colleague, coworkers who are using anti-Semitism in their daily life and feel like it's just normal, please call that out wherever you see it. Thank you.
May I say a few words?
Yes.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is Jonathan Warshay. I'm the Township Supervisor here in West Bloomfield. For those of you unfamiliar with township government in Michigan, my position's like the mayor of a city, elected by the voters, but I'll stop the civics lesson. I think it's fair to say that none of us went to bed Wednesday expecting to wake up Thursday's events. But thanks to the preparation and training of Temple Israel's security team and the West Bloomfield Police Department, the unexpected did not turn into tragedy. Yesterday's incident at Temple Israel is deeply concerning for everyone in West Bloomfield, Michigan, across the country, as well as Jews everywhere. I live in West Bloomfield, and my wife and I are members of Temple Israel, so I have a keen understanding of the effects on the community. We are thankful for the courage and professionalism of our first responders and our partner agencies who moved to protect lives and work towards stabilizing the scene. Our thoughts are with all members of Temple Israel and their families. No community should ever feel unsafe gathering in a house of worship or sending their children to school. I want to thank all the officials, colleagues, and members of the public who have reached out to me in solidarity. I would also like to thank the Shenandoah Country Club for hosting the Operations Center and being the site where the preschoolers and parents were reunited. Shenandoah is a wonderful community partner, and I thank them from the bottom of my heart. We'll continue to work closely with law enforcement and community leaders as more information comes available. Thank you, and may God bless us all.
Happy to open it up for a few questions. Yes.
Good morning, Shante Passmore, Local 4. Is there any indication that the suspect may have expressed his intent or motives, either whether online or to a loved one, what he had planned to do yesterday?
I appreciate the importance of your question. I am not the appropriate person to answer that. We'll have to defer to the FBI as there's an ongoing investigation. Yeah, Charlie.
Governor, do you think this happened because of the conflict in Iran?
I'm not putting my theories into the press is not going to help an investigation, so I'm going to refrain from that. I do know that we have seen a rise in anti-Semitism. We have seen it over many years, predating the conflict, but certainly it is at a historic high, and I worry that that will continue. And so it's why I am calling on anyone with a platform to be very responsible with their rhetoric, not to identify or target the Jewish community. That is anti-Semitism writ large, and I don't think that any of us should permit or allow that to stand. And that's why I'm asking people to turn down the rhetoric.
Governor, on that note, Josh Land and Fox 2 Detroit, we have a very diverse community, Jewish, Arab, and so on and so on. When it comes to lowering the temperature, because we talk to each other, we work together, we build families amongst each other, what's the message you can deliver to help lower the temperature?
I think I'm trying to deliver that message right now, that we are Michiganders. This was a school. These are 0 to 5-year-olds that were targeted yesterday, 104. My friend Brian said this could have looked a lot more like Sandy Hook, right? Like, let's not lose sight of that. This is not a political moment. This is not a political debate. This is targeting babies who are Jewish. That's anti-Semitism at its absolute worst. And that's why we cannot lose sight of that, the importance of keeping everyone in Michigan safe by being responsible in how we talk about issues and how we treat one another.
Governor, one last question. Are members of the Jewish community in Michigan safe right now to be going to synagogue?
You know what, I will defer to Stephen. Well, I can tell you that I believe that there are so many wonderful people who are planning to have Shabbat services and dinner this evening. I will work my hardest to make sure that we're supplementing efforts to keep people safe. At the same time, in combination with that, turning down the rhetoric to keep these instances from happening, being able to respond when they do, but keeping them from happening in the first place is a part of our duty and our goal. Do you want to address that?
I would simply say that
Sorry.
Private security is ready, and our partners in law enforcement, both state, local, and federal, are ready to do it, and we will be there. Like I said yesterday, we will continue to live proud Jewish lives. We will come back stronger, and we will be there tonight on Shabbat services and tomorrow morning. That will not stop. That will not end. No matter how much they try, that will not stop us.
Senator Slack, John Wisely from the Free Press, can you address the Department of Homeland Security is not fully funded right now. Do you fear that leaves us less prepared for incidents like these than we should be?
Yeah, I would just say the department, because they are essential workers, they have been, you know, at work. Certainly in Michigan, we have a ton of DHS folks, CBP, and so they are on the call and they are doing their jobs. Certainly, we need to fund the Department of Homeland Security, and we need, in my view, to cut away all the conversation on ICE, which is its own conversation, from all the core missions of the Department of Homeland Security. But they're essential. They're on the job. They're working today.
A question.
Anyone? Governors. Go ahead. One last one.
Seeing Jake Schaff, Civic Center TV, seeing the response from West Bloomfield and the resilience of our law enforcement, what do you think this showcases to the state of Michigan and the rest of the United States?
Well, I'll just say it was incredible how the teachers and the staff, how the local law enforcement, federal agencies, state agencies all worked together quickly. Acted selflessly. I know they're trained to do that, and they don't even like it when you thank them for doing their jobs, but it's incredible to see people run to the fire to help kids get out, and everyone got home last night. There are a couple people, or a number of people, that had to go to the hospital for smoke inhalation, and will continue to improve, but I think that it was amazing to see that they were able to keep everyone safe at the end of the day, and it should be a source of pride. It should also be a moment of reflection where we all ask ourselves, why does this happen in this country, and what can we each do to keep it from happening in the future? And with that, I thank you all. Thank you all. Take care, stay safe, and should you have questions, more specific questions, please direct them to FBI and law enforcement. Thank you so much.
And that concludes that press conference there, as we got updates from law enforcement and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer speaking at that press conference on that Temple Israel attack that we saw happen just yesterday. Stepping away for a commercial break, more on this, checking in with our Fox 2 Detroit team after this break. Stay with us. watching live now from Fox. Welcome back. We did just hear an update there from officials in West Bloomfield, Michigan, as law enforcement and Michigan Governor Gretchen Whitmer provided this update here on the West Bloomfield synagogue attack that occurred just yesterday. Now, we also just wanted to dip in very briefly here to our Fox 2 Detroit team, as this press conference did conclude just moments ago. They also provided some coverage there afterwards. So I do want to share those comments here briefly with you.
All right, there it was, a press conference this morning with the governor talking mainly about the heroic efforts of how this potentially catastrophic situation was prevented, thanks to really private security acting very quickly to protect the small children, children 5 and under, 104 in that part of the building at the time.
Yeah, to think about the fact that, yes, it is a synagogue, but also was serving as a school at the time. It really is amazing that they were able to keep everyone safe. And also it speaks to the resilience of this community to say we will still have Shabbat tonight. What happened is not going to keep us home. We are not going to live in fear.
Both the governor and Senator Slotkin talked about anti-Semitism and how it is on the rise. And if you don't call it out, it gives people permission to act. Senator Slotkin said that the Jewish community faces 10 times the amount of hate crimes that any other group in America, and spends over $1 billion in the country to secure their places of worship. That is incredible. She also said that if law enforcement, if that security did not act perfectly, this would be a much different press conference here today with 104 children in that building.
Yeah. And in the meantime, the FBI now handling the investigation as to the suspect, the motive, and were there any other connections to this, or was it a lone wolf situation? So those questions remain unanswered at this point. We'll take a quick break and come right back.
And there is that live look there inside where that press conference did just wrap up moments ago. But I did want to just share some information here with you. If you are just joining us on Live Now from Fox, just after 12:15 p.m. yesterday, police began receiving calls about an active shooter at the synagogue. And as we've been saying here, that also houses a learning center and was full of children at that time. And according to sources, Ayman Mohammed Ghazali was armed with a rifle when he crashed a truck into the building, hitting and knocking a security guard unconscious. Another security guard was able to shoot Ghazali, who was found dead inside his vehicle. Authorities have not confirmed if Ghazali fired shots, but a high-level source told Fox 2 that they believe he did fire his weapon. The vehicle also catching on fire, filling the building with smoke that led to some first responders suffering smoke inhalation. So we did, once again, just get this update here from officials there in Michigan. And also, we will be checking in with our Fox 2 Detroit team throughout the coming hours here to see if we get any more additional updates. I do believe my colleague Josh Breslow is actually going to be speaking with a reporter there live in just a matter of moments. So what we're going to do is slide away for our final break of the hour. And after that, my colleague Josh Breslow will be taking over for me. Stay with us. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. A bit earlier today, we did hear from EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin as he was speaking in Japan, and that was ahead of the Indo-Pacific Energy Forum, just about 6 minutes in length. So I wanted to share those here with you. And on the other side of that, my colleague Josh Bresla will be taking over. My name is Christy Matino, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
Well, thank you, Ambassador and Mrs. Glass. Protecting the environment and growing the economy was looked at as a choice. And you would have to choose one or the other for so long. Until President Trump came into office, when he called me up after the election and wanted us to heed the demands of the American public concerned about their economic situation, desperate for government to apply common sense, to be pragmatic, and to ensure that with the power that the people provide us, that we make the most of every minute that we're given this opportunity to serve. President Trump didn't waste any time in signing the executive order on day one to unleash energy dominance. President Trump didn't waste any time to create a National Energy Dominance Council that brings together agencies that for too long were siloed off, focused on their own equities, the Department of Energy and Department of Interior and EPA and Commerce and Treasury. They would all be focused on the same issues, but not sitting there with a president in the Oval Office repeatedly, every few weeks, to get in the weeds on specific projects that are incredibly important to deliver for the American people. One of the things that has been most impressive about President Trump and our interaction with him since he was sworn in for this term is that when we, the members of the National Energy Dominance Council, meet with him, we can walk in there with overall topics, but we all better be prepared for very specific probing questions about projects, whether it's a new LNG pipeline in Alaska, it's a new natural gas pipeline in the Northeast United States, there's a new natural gas multi-billion-dollar expansion in the Southwest. President Trump is asking about specific small modular reactors and retrofits, new nuclear projects. He's asking us about specific coal plants that were slated to shut down because of government policies that were trying to strangulate them out of existence. When we sit down with the president, he is talking about rare earth, critical minerals, the supply chain from extraction from the ground through the end of the process. He wants to know how the United States can bolster our strength, our resiliency when it comes to magnets and batteries and chips and more. And it has reminded us not just to be sharp when preparing to meet with the president, but to make sure that our teams in every moment are making the most of every day to serve the public during this time of a term that will go by fast. There are so many in this room who would not be here today if not for President Trump's directive from day one to do everything in our power to ensure that everything here, from critical minerals to rare earth to energy independence and so much more, reducing our reliance on nations that we can't trust and getting closer to nations where we have historic partnerships that through this weekend will only grow stronger. Secretary Burgum spoke about a 250th anniversary that we are celebrating right now in the United States. As we look to the future, I'm excited to think of how much stronger our nations will become between the United States and Japan. President Trump interacted with many world leaders during his first term. He interacts with many world leaders during this term. But it feels like Prime Minister Abe had a very special place in the heart of President Trump. A close friend, somebody who maybe it was a bond over a round of golf, Maybe he was talking about world peace and the alliance between two nations that through and across the Pacific, their bond, their strength will allow these nations and this partnership to only get closer. And I feel like with a new prime minister and a president sworn in for a new term, that this bond and this future is limitless in the manner in which it grows. So I'm excited to be here. Our team from the Environmental Protection Agency is thrilled to be here. A great team with the White House National Energy Dominance Council, and the Executive Director, Jared Egan, is here, and his team, led by our Chairman, Secretary Burgum, our Vice Chairman, Secretary Wright, and others who are certainly here in either spirit or with us after a brief flight from Washington, D.C. Minister, you have a very important job here in this country. And over the course of the coming days, I would just like to say that our reason for being here is extraordinarily purposeful. While we come here sharing opening greetings for the start of a forum, there's a lot of very important work for us to discuss in the next 2 days. And I'm confident in many ways this is going to be historic, with deals that are being reached, with projects and initiatives that will be forged. And hopefully, as we look back at what brought us here for this visit, is one that yields extraordinary results that are well worth everyone's time. Greetings on behalf of President Trump. Thank you so much for being here, and I'm excited about the days to come.
All right, wanted to bring you that news conference there. Some remarks over in Japan with the EPA Administrator Lee Zeldin as he's over there alongside Interior Minister Doug Burgum and other U.S. officials. If you are just joining us right here on Live Now from Fox, it is 10 o'clock on the dot over on the East Coast and 7 o'clock on the West Coast. A big thank you to my colleague Christy Matino. She has been here with you for the past several hours to break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to do the same. Right now, I do want to get to the latest on Operation Epic Fury as you take a live look here over in Tel Aviv. This is, of course, over in Israel. Now, the Pentagon says that Iran's new supreme leader is, quote, wounded and likely disfigured. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth making the remarks just a bit earlier this morning as he gave an update on Operation Epic Fury alongside General Dan Raisin Kane, the chair of the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Iran's leadership is in no better shape. Desperate and hiding, they've gone underground, cowering. That's what rats do. We know the new so-called not-so-supreme leader is wounded and likely disfigured. He put out a statement yesterday, a weak one, actually, but there was no voice and there was no video. It was a written statement. He called for unity. Apparently killing tens of thousands of protesters is his kind of unity. Iran has plenty of cameras and plenty of voice recorders. Why a written statement? I think you know why. His father, dead. He's scared, he's injured, he's on the run, and he lacks legitimacy. It's a mess for them. Who's in charge? Iran may not even know.
And of course, that was a portion of Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as he was speaking earlier on this morning. Now, I also want to take you out to this post as U.S. Central Command is confirming that at least 4 of the U.S. service members on board a refueling aircraft have died after a crash in western Iraq. CENTCOM saying 4 of the 6 on board were found dead, and the crash itself is still under investigation. But the U.S. military says this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members could be released later on today once family members have officially been notified. There's a lot to discuss about where everything stands as we break down Operation Epic Fury. John Hanna is a senior fellow at JINSA's Commander Center for Defense and Strategy, joining us now live to talk more about all of this. And John, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Great. Thanks for having me, Josh.
And first off, I wanted to start by talking to you about what we heard from Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. You heard kind of a portion of that there, and we carried it in full on Live Now from Fox. Want to get your take on what you've heard from him here as he provides those updates every few days or so.
Well, first and foremost, I think, continued confirmation that from a military tactical standpoint, operationally, the United States and Israel are enjoying tremendous success in pursuing these core military objectives, particularly regarding Iranian missile and drone capacity, their launcher capacity, and importantly, as the Secretary stressed today, the defense industrial base, the ability of Iran for years to come to have the kind of industry capable of rebuilding those missiles, those drones, those launchers. So really degrading and setting back their ability to threaten and project power against American interests in the Gulf. Obviously, the Navy destroyed, continued efforts to get after the nuclear program. So a lot of progress militarily. But then on the downside, you have to say not a lot of answers on this issue of the Strait of Hormuz and when that might open again to global commercial shipping traffic, particularly oil and gas. And a confirmation essentially that right now, Iran really is holding the global economy hostage. Assurances that the U.S. has plans in store eventually to be able to open up the straits, but with no specific timeline and with the clock really ticking on when these horrendous economic ramifications are going to really begin hitting world markets in a way that that really raises alarm bells.
It's also important to note, and Hegseth talked a little bit about this, but the fact that the new Supreme Leader, who is, of course, the son of the previous Supreme Leader, there's been a lot of questions about his health, where he is, and we heard that statement that was released just yesterday playing on the air, but it actually wasn't his voice. You couldn't see him. What do you make of all of that and the message itself?
Well, on the one hand, that clearly the leadership or the new leadership in Iran knows what happened to the previous leadership, and they don't want it to happen to them. They know they're on the target list, and so they're, purposefully lying very low. But with regard to Mojtaba Khamenei, the new supreme leader, I think there's now enough confirmation. The secretary said it. The man was injured in that initial strike that killed his father. We don't know how badly. We don't know what his real status is. But even beyond that, I think there's also a real serious confirmation that he right now is more or less a figurehead, that the real people in charge that brought him to power, that put him up, are the Iranian Revolutionary Guard Corps. They are the power behind the scene. To the extent there continues to be any command and control left in Iran to organize their resistance to these attacks, it's in the hands of this very, very powerful IRGC.
Does it appear at this point that Iran still has any military capabilities? We know there's been the rockets, missiles, drones that have been fired kind of all over the place, not just over at Israel, not just at U.S. assets, but I mean, really countries all over the Middle East. So how has this maybe depleted their resources, their capabilities?
Oh, dramatically. If you just look at the rate of firing over the course of the first 13 days of the war, missiles are down 90%. Secretary said drones were down firings over 90% yesterday. So there's no question that American, Israeli capabilities are increasing, and Iranian capabilities, particularly in the missile and drone and naval area, are decreasing day by day. And yet still, the Iranian stockpile, particularly of these small drones that can be easily fired, don't have much of a signature, travel very low and slow, can be fired from 1,000 miles away at targets, are still able particularly regarding this issue of the Strait of Hormuz and oil infrastructure in some of these Gulf states that are so close to Iran. They continue to have the power to hold at risk those kinds of vital assets to the global economy. And so long as that threat remains, that threat to the global economy with all its political security implications are going to continue to hover over this conflict, and going to need at some point in time to become a real priority for the United States if we're going to be able to end this conflict and say that we've achieved something that looks like victory.
And I'm popping up some of the video that we've seen coming in out of northern Israel. Now, this was Wednesday night, and you can see the interceptions, the missiles. We know that several areas of Israel, the different residential zones, have been struck. And sadly, we also know there have been about a dozen, maybe more at this point, deaths that have resulted from that. And you can see the flashing lights there from the explosions taking place. As you look at this, what would be maybe an indication that this operation from both the U.S. and Israeli side is achieving its goal?
Well, again, I think this dramatic decline in the rate of fire, yes, they're continuing to be able to fire, but when you've been reduced by a factor of 90% in being able to fire at your adversaries and defend yourself, that is a dramatic decline. And again, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs said today is going to be the most intense air attacks of the entire war for the United States. So we've still got a lot of targets to hit. And this question, again, not just destroying the actual weaponry stockpile that the Iranians have, but completely degrading and destroying entire elements of their industrial base, their ability to ever build back in any relevant time frame to produce weapons that, again, can put the United States, Israel, our other partners in the Gulf under immediate threat, is being severely degraded. So this, in some question, is a matter of time for the military to go through all of its target list that it has, while at the same time being able to manage these dramatic economic impacts that result from Iran being able to hold hostage this critical choke point of the global economy, the Straits of Hormuz. That has to be addressed relatively quickly if our military campaign is going to be able to continue through its finishing that target list.
All right, John Hanna, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and helping to break it all down for us. Obviously, a lot of ground covered, but there is so much to this. So anything you want to add here about any of this before I let you go?
Yeah, the one thing that I would add that still is on my mind, Josh, is the question of the metric for getting after Iran's nuclear program. There hasn't been a lot of talk about that, but Iran does maintain still thousands and thousands of pounds of enriched uranium, including 1,000 pounds of highly enriched uranium, just a hair's breadth away from being enriched to a bomb-grade uranium. That remains in Iran, hopefully buried, but if it is accessible to the Iranian regime, now that it's so badly weakened, I think all bets are off about its willingness to dash quickly to try to develop a crude nuclear device once this conflict is over. We've got to get answers to how do we secure that material in Iran that still hasn't quite been accounted for. We need it in secure hands, preferably in American hands at the end of this conflict. And we still haven't heard from the administration how that might be accomplished.
John Hanna over at GINSA, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and helping to break it all down. We definitely appreciate it.
Terrific. Thank you.
And the time now is 10:12 on the East Coast and 7:12 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we are going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but so much more live coverage coming up on the other side. Stay with us. And welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are getting right back into our headlines here at 10:15 on the East Coast and 7:15 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. I will be here with you for the next several hours as we continue to break down all of your top stories and live events. Right now, you're looking at video here. This is over in Michigan, right outside Detroit. As we know, there was a major situation that played out yesterday, and of course, a very active investigation. We're following the latest developments there on the attack at a synagogue in West Bloomfield Township. The man responsible crashed into the front entrance of Temple Israel moments before he was shot and killed by a security guard. Thankfully, the children and staff inside that synagogue made it out safely, but the community's still very shaken up. There was just a news conference that we brought you here on Live Now from Fox, and Robin Murdoch over at our Fox 2 Detroit team was there and is following all of the latest developments. Good morning, Robin. A lot that we did learn, and of course, as I always say, a lot still left to figure out.
Yeah, there's still a lot of questions. A lot of the community members here, obviously interested in learning more about what led up to this and getting some definite answers. During that press conference about a half hour or so ago, the Governor Gretchen Whitmer, she spoke out. Senator Alyssa Slotkin, she spoke briefly, as well as the township supervisor and a couple people from Temple Israel. They all talked about just how everything played out yesterday. The FBI, the ATF, local as well as state police, they all responded to Temple Israel yesterday. Many of them here within 5 minutes of that first 911 call that reported an active shooter. That call came in 12:19 yesterday. Now, the suspect, who has since been identified as 41-year-old Ayman Ghazali, used his truck to ram the front doors of the building. He was shot and killed by a security guard on site. Another security guard was actually knocked unconscious after being hit by that suspect's truck that did catch fire, and about 50 first responders had to be checked for smoke inhalation as a result of that fire. We're told that 104 kids who were at the daycare at the time, and these are kids who were just babies. They were infants to 5 years old. They were all rescued. Not a single kid or a staff member was hurt in what is being called a targeted attack. Take a listen to Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who says these types of crimes, they need to stop.
Violence in our houses of worship and in our schools and in our daycare centers like this hits especially hard. Temple Israel is a pillar of the community. It's one of the largest Reformed Jewish congregations in North America, with Friday night Shabbat services attracting over 1,000 people. People celebrate bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and holidays here. Parents bring their children to daycare and school. And it's a place of peace, unity, light, and life. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out.
And the governor several times during that press conference emphasizing that we cannot tolerate anti-Semitism, that you need to call it out if you do see something like that happening. One of the other things that stuck out during that press conference is when Senator Alyssa Slotkin spoke out, and she talked about how the Jewish community deals with hate crimes 10% more, or 10 times more rather, than any other community, and that they spend about $1 billion every year just to secure their places of worship. Obviously, the security yesterday that was out here, the emergency response that came out here, they did a tremendous job and saved many, many lives. We are live here in West Bloomfield Township. I'm Robin Murdoch. I'll send it back to you, Josh.
And Robin, I wanted to ask you before I let you go, we got that update there a short time ago from Governor Gretchen Whitmer. Do we have any idea if we're going to get an update today or anytime soon from maybe the FBI?
You know, they are the lead agency on this, Josh, and we are certainly hoping to get some sort of update from them. The last time we did hear from the FBI and from the sheriff here in Oakland County was yesterday right around 6:30. That was the last press conference that we had from them. We were hoping that we would get a little bit of an update on the investigation during that press conference within the last hour. That did not happen. So we are hoping that something will happen later. They have obviously been working around the clock trying
trying to investigate this, figure out what happened, and learn more about the suspected attacker. So they've got a lot going on as well. Josh, back to you.
All right. Robin Murdoch there at Fox 2 Detroit. Thank you so much, as always, for being here with us to help break it down. We appreciate it. And I do want to take you out to some of the video of another terror attack that took place. The FBI investigating this one as well, as a gunman opened fire inside of a classroom at Old Dominion University in Virginia, killing one person and wounding two others before ROTC students subdued and killed him. The FBI identifying that suspected gunman as Mohammed Jallo, a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. The special agent in charge saying that he yelled Allahu Akbar before he opened fire. Court documents depicting him as someone radicalized by a well-known al-Qaeda propagandist. He was sentenced, we're told, in 2017 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS, but was released in 2024. The Virginia Army National Guard confirming that he served as a specialist from the year 2009 until 2015, when he was honorably discharged. The victim who died in that shooting has been identified here by officials as Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. He attended Old Dominion as an ROTC student and returned then in 2022 to lead the university's ROTC program. In the Army, Shaw flew helicopters over Iraq, Afghanistan, and Eastern Europe. Again, all of this is still under investigation, but we also have this photo of the victim there. On the left-hand side of your screen, it says Life of Service. The Old Dominion University community is mourning Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw, the dedicated ROTC leader killed in a heartbreaking classroom shooting. A, quote, devoted ROTC instructor, Shaw is being remembered for a lifetime of leadership and his commitment to preparing the next generation of American heroes. Quote, Lieutenant Colonel Shaw didn't just lead a life of service to our country, he taught and led others to follow the path. We will keep in touch here with our different Fox affiliates, as well as the FBI and other law enforcement agencies, to bring you all of the latest on both of these terror attacks as we get them. Right now, we are going to head to a quick break at 10:22 on the East Coast and 7:22 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. My name is Josh Breslow, and I do want to check in once again with our Fox 2 Detroit team as they are in continuous coverage here of that terror attack that took place at a synagogue just outside Detroit. Let's lift up the audio here and listen into their live coverage.
Over the last decade, especially over the last 10 months. And so it is important for us to stand up, to stand against it, and to thank the people who showed up to support the community, but also call out where we see acts of anti-Semitism, where we see threats, where we see something, how important it is to say something, and to recognize that each of us has a responsibility. People like the person that attacked this community yesterday get fomented by rhetoric that they see online and that they see on television and they hear on the radio. It radicalizes people and it endangers our fellow Michiganders. We cannot let this continue. And so each of us has a duty to take action.
And back here live at the Jewish Community Center, I'm joined by Senator Alyssa Slotkin. Senator, thank you for joining us again. A very important message that was sent this morning by you, the governor, and others.
I mean, look, I think the most important thing is we need to call out the anti-Semitism wherever we see it, whether it's coming from the left or the right. And we need to do that because we are an amazingly diverse community here in Michigan. You know, the stories from yesterday of just community members around the temple supporting people, opening their garages, babies, young kids coming in, blankets, food with the teachers so that they had somewhere to go. The Shenandoah Country Club, which was Iraqi Christians, just opening up their home. They're still opening up their homes there to just support the community. So, you know, in every tragedy, there are the positives, the people who are making a difference. But I do think we've got to a boiling point here on anti-Semitism. We knew the threats have been just increasing and increasing, and this is what happens when we don't, you know, kind of cut off what we call that ladder of escalation for people. So it's been a very difficult couple of days.
And one more quick question, Senator. I asked the governor as well. We have a very diverse community. I'm half Lebanese, you're Jewish. I'm a journalist, you're a senator. We converse, we work together, we build families together. How do we help lower the temperature?
Well, I think this is what I'm saying. You got to call it out, right? So, I mean, look, I bet you'll post this little clip online and you'll get crazy comments, right? Crazy comments. People have just gotten to the point where it's normalized to say horrible things about other groups. We all know people who do that. And let me tell you, you've got to intervene and say something to them. You got to say, hey, man, you're using a 500-year-old trope, or you're stereotyping, or you're just being straight up anti-Semitic, or whatever it is. And because that there are those people who, you know, first it starts with online radicalization, and then it goes to defacing a house of worship, and then it goes to an act of violence. We have to intervene with people and make it less normal. And the political leaders on all sides need to tone things down, because it just gives permission, again, for people to do hateful, dangerous, and violent things.
We have to speak up in a civil way. Senator Slotkin, thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
You got it. And guys, I will send it back to you with our continuing coverage on this terrifying attack yesterday here in West Bloomfield Township. We'll be right back.
All right, again, wanted to check in there with our Fox 2 Detroit team as they continue to cover everything related to that attack at a synagogue. And we're also covering everything related to the shooting there at Old Dominion. One person killed, 2 others wounded. That suspect killed there by ROTC students after being subdued. We are going to sneak away for another quick break here at 10:29 on the East Coast and 7:29 on the West Coast. But a lot more coverage coming up in just a few. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, and my name is Josh Breslow. I'll be here with you as we take a look at all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Right now, I do want to take you out to a live event that is getting underway. You can see it right there on your screen, and this is over in Richmond, Texas at this point. What you can see there is an interfaith press conference. Now, this is a state representative and others joined by Texas legislators and interfaith leaders for a press conference all related to Islamophobia. I want to lift up the audio right now and listen in there.
Means something if it protects people we disagree with as well as people we agree with. Fort Bend County is one of the most diverse places in the entire America, and our diversity is not our weakness. It is our greatest strength, I believe. When any group is targeted because of their faith, every faith should speak up. I'm very thankful to be a part of a faith organization that represents 35 different faith houses in Fort Bend County from every religious background and belief system. It is a beautiful group of people that work together for common good and seeking the welfare of our county and cities. It is a truly beautiful fabric because in today, standing against this Islamophobia, it doesn't weaken our faith or any of our faiths. It actually strengthens the moral fabric of our community. In Fort Bend County, we may worship differently, but we live together, we raise families together, and we serve our community together. So fear, it's easy to spread. It's been this way for centuries. But trust and respect must be built deliberately. It takes time and effort. This last week, I've been in 3 different iftars in family homes and in an interfaith community iftar where we sat together and broke fast together and spoke about the commonalities that we share, the things that matter to us, how we want to see a better future together. These are all important things. My faith teaches me that every person bears the image of God, and that truth demands dignity and respect for all. So we can disagree about theology, and we can still defend each other. We can still defend each other's freedoms to live and worship in peace. And love of neighbor, and it's not just about theoretical knowing, because I love this saying that the highest form of knowing is doing. And as we stand together, we are doing and showing love of neighbor today. It is tested in moments like these. You see, I'm a father of 3 children, and my children are watching me every single day. And they're watching how I treat others, how I live among others. And as I invite them into community homes, as we sit down and break bread with our Muslim brothers, when we sit down and sit at a Cedar here in a few short weeks with our Jewish brethren, it shows them the courage of respect for one another, of caring for one another. And at the end of all this, I would like to say, an attack on one faith community, it weakens the freedom of every faith community. So I pray that we stand together against this senselessness, and I pray that we show it through our actions today. Thank you so much, and I'd like to introduce Mr. Eugene Farouk. Thank you.
With God's name, the merciful benefactor, the merciful redeemer, we openly witness that there is no deity worthy of worship except Almighty God, and we openly bear witness to Prophet Muhammad. May the peace and blessings of God be with him, is Allah's servant and his messenger. My name is Imam Eugene W. Farouk, and I am a member of Masjid Warithuddin Muhammad, which is the long-standing and oldest Islamic community in the state of Texas. First of all, I would like to thank Dr. Leilani for organizing this press conference, and it's something that's much needed in light of the climate that we have here in our country, not only in our country, but also in the world. And we really should have more of these types of gatherings so that the truth can be told. Because there's so many lies and so much misinformation that's out now, we have to begin to step up and let our citizens know what the truth really is. I've heard so much today, and it has been very overwhelming for me. And what I've heard has really touched my heart, and it has made me feel so good that I can just fold up my piece of paper and go home and feel real good about it. But what I like to do, I'd like to just say a few things about Islam. Islam is the religion of peace, and the Muslim is a person of peace. The Arabic name for Islam comes from the word that means to give peace. And the word Muslim comes from the same Arabic word. Our greeting that the Muslims give comes from the same word meaning peace, Assalamu alaikum. And I also like to add to that, in this blessed month of Ramadan, Ramadan Mubarak. When we say Assalamu alaikum, you're not saying peace, you're not only saying peace be upon you, but you're saying may the peace of Almighty God be upon you. And the appropriate response to that is wa alaikum assalam, and may the peace of Almighty God also be upon you. Muslims are a spiritual people and religious people, and we want peace not only for ourselves, but we want peace for our fellow man, and we want peace for the world. The first nation to recognize our country was Morocco in the signing of the Treaty of Tripoli in 1796.
All right, what you were listening to right there was a portion of that live news conference taking place over in Texas with lawmakers and faith leaders as they talk about Islamophobia amid the war with Iran. And as we talk more right now about the latest on Operation Epic Fury, I do want to bring you the sad breaking news that we are learning as U.S. Central Command confirming that all 6 of the U.S. service members on board a refueling aircraft have died after a crash over in western Iraq. Again, we are just getting this update coming in from CENTCOM. The crash itself is still under investigation, but the U.S. military says this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, and the identities of the service members could be released later today once family has been notified. Again, U.S. Central Command just putting this out here, confirming sadly that all 6 of the people on board that aircraft have died. Right now, I do want to bring in a great friend of the show here. We have Matthew Wiz Buckley, a retired Navy FA-18 fighter pilot, Top Gun graduate, and founders of the No Fallen Heroes Foundation to talk more about this. And Wiz, thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today.
Morning, Josh. Sad day, but thanks for having me.
Of course. And I'm hoping you can start by maybe telling us a little bit about the aircraft that's involved here. It's a KC-135. Can you explain for folks out there what that is?
Absolutely. So a KC-135 is a Boeing 707. It started life as an airliner, and we've turned it into a flying gas station. So a KC-135 is a huge aircraft, 4 engines, flown by the United States Air Force, the Air Force Reserve, and the Air National Guard. Now, it sounds like it was 2 tankers, 2 KC-135s over Iraq, and they were either rendezvousing or they were in the middle of doing tanker-to-tanker refueling. So one tanker can top off the other tanker as it leaves station to go back to base. So mid-air collision, it sounds like. I've seen the pictures of the other KC-135, the vertical stab. Not half of it is knocked off. So Josh, this could have happened in peacetime. This was not hostile fire. And sadly, when I saw the reports hit last night, I knew there wasn't going to be any survivors. So the KC-135 doesn't have ejection seats. They took the parachutes out. years ago. So there's more or less no escape for these crews. So God bless the 6 airmen who were lost and their families. I've refueled off these KC-135s hundreds of times. I probably refueled off of both of those aircraft. It was a welcome sight. I would launch off the boat, the Abraham Lincoln, and we'd hit the tanker over Saudi Arabia to top off before we'd fly into Iraq for our missions. And then very welcome sight, topping off, seeing them on the way home back out to the boat. It was always cool, Josh, joining up with these tankers because they always had their state on the tail. So I'd see the Alabama flag or North Carolina or Alaska, and it just kind of made me smile. Here we are over the skies of the Middle East, and there's my fellow Americans from a sister service. So it's just heartbreaking. It's very sad today.
And I wanted to ask you here about the statement that was put out by CENTCOM, because they were very quick to make sure that everyone knew this was not hostile fire, this was not friendly fire. Why is that so important to ensure that gets out there right away to folks?
Well, it's sad, Josh, that they even have to do that, right? Because obviously, immediately online, just people are awful, right? They're no, it was shot down, and they're lying to us, and that's the immediate go-to, folks. We don't fly aerial refueling aircraft anywhere near hostile fire or the hostile zone. That's what fighter aircraft are for. That's what bombers are for. These are the backbone of military aviation. They fly over friendly sky, and they are kept away from any sort of hostile environment for this very reason. They're a flying gas station, and they are unprotected. So sadly, CENTCOM always has to include, if that's the case, that this was not hostile fire. But, Josh, it's just a sad state of affairs when people automatically assume they're lying, even though you can see the other tanker that they hit landed safely, I believe, at Ben Gurion in Israel. And you can see it was a midair collision. It wasn't surface to air fire. It wasn't friendly fire. It wasn't any of the above. It was a midair collision. Sadly, when you get 2 big airplanes like that in the same piece of sky, potentially bad things happen.
Now, of course, as you'd imagine, there will be an investigation of sorts that will have to take place. So how does something like that work? Again, this is early on. This just happened hours ago. Everything kind of being pieced together at this point. We know that the service members who died in that crash, they have not been publicly identified just yet. Families still have to be notified. So when does an investigation kind of start here, and how does that work?
Josh, it started immediately. I've been sitting at the duty desk in a fighter squadron when there's been a mishap, and you literally reach over next to the phone for a binder. There is a mishap binder. You go to page 1, it says step 1, and you start going through the process. So, Josh, I guarantee you, as soon as these pilots and the air crew were safe on deck, they were on the phone or they were greeted, and the investigation, I guarantee you we know already more or less exactly what happened, but obviously we're not going to put that out immediately until it goes through the formal channels, and especially, Josh, until the families are notified. This is a horrific loss. There were people, there were families and loved ones, husbands, wives, who got a knock on the door last night. It's just absolutely horrifying for these families. So the investigation will play out. The results will be released, but whenever 2 airplanes hit, it's a pretty quick investigation, obviously.
And I have to ask, because there are a lot of misinformation pieces, disinformation that float around. You kind of touched on this off the top, but what is maybe a piece or several pieces of misinformation about a situation like this, what we saw, that you want to make sure folks out there fully understand?
Well, Josh, the people who don't believe this right off the bat, like we're lying or something like that, are playing into the enemy's hands. I've already seen, Iranian outlets claiming that they shot this down. So you're actually siding with the enemy at this point, folks, if you're believing that sort of propaganda. This was a mishap, like I said, that could have taken place over the middle of the United States, a mid-air collision. Josh, look at the Air Force Thunderbirds or the U.S. Navy Blue Angels. Those airplanes fly inches apart, and they swap paint every once in a while. So mid-air collisions happen. This was not enemy fire, and it's just a sad state of affairs when people immediately rush to judgment. I mean, you and I, geez, what was it? Seems like forever ago, but we talked, was it last week, with the Kuwaiti shoot down of the 3 F-15E Strike Eagles? We had to immediately knock down that, oh, they were shot down by Iran or this or that, just all the conspiracy theorists and the tinfoil hat folks. I know General Kane. I've known General Kane for over 2 decades. The man is a straight shooter, and we will always get the truth out of General Kane. And I know personally, he's got to feel this. He feels every one of these deaths. He was an Air Guard guy. He's an Air Force guy. This hurts. This hurts everybody in the military. It should hurt every American today that these folks, again, will be coming home, sadly, to Dover Air Force Base.
And of course, our thoughts and our prayers are with their families here as they're learning this horrible news. Matthew Wiz Buckley, thank you so much for taking the time to join us and kind of discuss this and break down, your understanding of all of this. Is there anything we missed that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
God bless our troops, Josh. The young men and women on the tip of the spear, I pray they come home safe. My oldest son leaves in a couple weeks for deployment with the Air Force, and God bless our troops. Politics stops at the water's edge, folks. Let's keep that stuff inside our own family and pray that all of our young men and women come home safe.
All right. Matthew Wiz Buckley, thank you again for taking the time to join us and helping to discuss this. We appreciate it.
You bet, Josh. God bless. We'll see you.
And we are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour here at 10:48 on the East Coast and 7:48 on the West Coast. As we go, want to pop this up on your screen as we unfortunately have now learned from CENTCOM there that all 6 members on board that KC-135 have died. And I'm going to read this for you here. It says all crew members of U.S. KC-135 loss in Iraq confirmed deceased. Again, this came out of Tampa, Florida. It says that all 6 crew members aboard that aircraft went down in western Iraq, now confirmed deceased. The aircraft was lost while flying over friendly airspace March 12th. That was yesterday during Operation Epic Fury. The circumstances of the incident are under investigation. However, the loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. The identities of the service members are being withheld until 24 hours after next of kin have been notified. We will keep you updated and, of course, bring you the photos of these heroes once we get them. Right now, we are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but we will be right back with more live coverage on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. We are approaching the top of the hour here, 10:51 on the East Coast and 7:51 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'll be here with you for the next hour or so as we break down all of your top stories and take a live look at several events that are taking place across the country. Right now, I do want to head right back over to Texas. As you can see, lawmakers and other faith leaders are meeting to talk Islamophobia amid the war against Iran.
A threat. This is Islamophobia, and it is a wound not only to Muslims, but to every person of morality in this area, in this state, in this county. When one community is dehumanized, every community becomes less safe. History has taught us this lesson in ink and in blood, more times than we should have needed. The Prophet Ibrahim, according to Muslim tradition, peace be upon him, is claimed by all three of our traditions. He stood alone against injustice. He was willing to lose everything for truth. Today, we do not stand alone, we stand together. Our Jewish brothers and sisters, we remember that never again means never again for everyone. Our Christian brothers and sisters, we remember that Jesus said, "Blessed are the peacemakers." And from our own tradition, the Quran declares in Surah Ma'idah, "Whosoever saves one life is as if they have saved all of mankind." Chapter 5, verse 32. Saving a life today means standing up before hatred takes root. It means using this microphone, this courthouse, this moment. I close with a prayer shared across all three religions. May God grant us the courage to speak when the silence is complicity. May He grant our legislators the wisdom to protect every child of every faith. And may Fort Bend County be beautiful, diverse county. Continue to be the place where every family can worship freely, live safely, and belong fully. Ameen, amen, and thank you very much for the opportunity. I would now invite Commissioner Dexter McCoy.
Good morning. I am Commissioner Dexter McCoy, representing Precinct 4 here in Fort Bend County. I think everything that needs to be said has been said, but I will just say this. Ignorance, power preys on ignorance. And what we see in our community today is fear being used as a means of preying on the ignorance of our community. Division being used as a mean to prey on the ignorance of our community. People need to know that we, each and every one of us, belong in this community. I'm reminded of the story of the Good Samaritan in the Bible, where the thesis of that is that our neighbor is anyone who stands in need. And the question we're asking today is, are we caring for our neighbor? Are we caring for our Muslim brothers and sisters who are feeling like they are not seen today, whose lives are under threat and under attack? Are we caring for our neighbors who are just trying to thrive in our community? The answer is no. Instead, we are forming committees that are meant to divide us from one another. Instead, we are using rhetoric that spews hate because people look differently than us. They worship differently than us, and it makes us no stronger. It makes our communities no better. And I want to say to each and every one of my Muslim brothers and sisters here in this community and in every community across this country, you are seen, you are heard, and you belong. And here in the most diverse county in America, we want you to know that you are welcome here. And this land is just as much your land as it is my land. We have a task ahead of us now. And that task is whether we will stand idly by and remain silent as we see those in power who continue to otherize our neighbors, or whether we will stand strong, hand in hand, and walk together in building the better future that every family deserves in our community. I'm committed to that. Each and every person behind me is committed to that, and I hope you will join that mission too. Thank you.
All right, wanted to dip into that as we have that live event taking place over in Texas. Now, that is lawmakers as well as faith leaders as they are discussing the situation on the ground there, Islamophobia. They're tackling that amid the war with Iran and situations that have played out over the last several days. Right now, I do want to take you to some of the other big stories that we are covering here at this hour, and you're looking at video coming in from yesterday out of West Bloomfield, Michigan. That's just outside of Detroit. And amid Operation Epic Fury, the FBI says that it's investigating 2 separate attacks in the U.S. on Thursday as terrorism. Now, this is one of those where a suspect drove a car into that temple right there on your screen, and there was an exchange of gunfire. That suspect killed, and thankfully no one inside that temple was injured. Now, there was also another situation that played out. This was over at Old Dominion University, and it took place just outside of Norfolk, Virginia. So what I want to do is talk more about these threats overall and exactly what is being done to prevent them. Let's bring in Ken Gray, a great friend of the show. He is a professor of practice in the Department of Criminal Justice and Criminology at the University of New Haven and a retired FBI special agent. Thank you so much for taking the time to be here with us today to help discuss this.
Hi, Josh. Glad to be with you.
And first off, Ken, I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the fact that we saw these 2 terror attacks, as they were labeled there, by the FBI. These happening both yesterday within, I would say, hours of each other. Obviously, 2 separate states. I wanted to get your take on if these are considered, as of right now, those sleeper cells that we've talked about.
Josh, there are 3 different possible threats to the United States as a spinoff of the conflict there with Iran. One is sleeper cells, as you just mentioned. These are long-term groups that have been brought into the United States to get a job here, to burrow into society, and then at some point they might be activated and required to do something for the IRGC. The second group is that of Al-Qaeda and their affiliates that may be taking advantage of the situation. And the third one is that of the lone wolf who relates to the conflict, relates to being on the side of the Iranians, and takes action on their own, not directed by anyone, not supported by anyone, but do so in support of the ongoing conflict there. In both of these situations, the event there in West Bloomfield at the Temple Israel Synagogue, that one definitely looks like it was a Lebanese-born individual, U.S. citizen, who carried out this attack after having family members killed in the conflict there with Israel action in Lebanon. And the second act here, the one at Old Dominion University there in Norfolk, Virginia, that was carried out by a person who had been a naturalized U.S. citizen from Sierra Leone. He had previously been in the National Guard, left the National Guard, and had been tried and convicted and served time for material support of ISIS. And then after getting out of jail, he then goes on and carries out this attack on an ROTC class there at Old Dominion. He specifically targeted that class. He asked the student while getting to that class if this was the ROTC class. And in doing so, he killed the instructor, Lieutenant Colonel Shaw, and severely wounded 2 other students before he was overwhelmed by the students and killed. Both cases appear to be lone wolves. That is, not sleeper cells, not Al-Qaeda affiliates, but lone wolves carrying out individual acts, but in support of the ongoing conflict.
And you and I discussed this a couple days ago. We talked a little bit about the concern for situations like this, the FBI being on high alert. I have to imagine with both of these attacks carried out, they have to be on even higher alert, because now you're talking about two different attacks, and we've seen actually several over the past 2 weeks since the war broke out. But overall, they have to be on even higher alert at this point.
Josh, there have been 4 attacks here in the United States, and a 5th one, if you want to call the cyber attack against a company called Stryker, which does medical technology. It's located in Ireland, but it has locations here in the United States. So not only did we have these 2 attacks that occurred here yesterday, but we also had on last Sunday, you had Ibrahim Kaloumi and Emil Balat throw those bombs towards the anti-Muslim protesters there outside of Gracie Mansion in New York City, and they were both arrested. And then you had on Sunday, on the 3rd, you had the shooter go down the street there in Austin, Texas, shooting people at the Buford's Backyard Beer Garden, and then walking down the street shooting other individuals, killing 3 and wounding 14. And so these type of attacks are ongoing, and they all appear to be being conducted by people who are lone wolves, but they are inspired or reacting to the ongoing conflict there with Iran.
And it's interesting to note, of course, we're talking about the attacks that have been carried out or stopped there that we've seen kind of play out. But I have to imagine behind the scenes, there are probably several of these that are being thwarted, foiled there, that we don't know about.
Yeah, you never know by what action some law enforcement agency takes or some citizen takes that may have stopped an event from actually transpiring. So we don't know how many has been stopped. I would be neglect to not mention the fact that there was also the threat of drone strikes on the West Coast. Although that one does not appear to have an Iranian ship capable of launching those type of drones located in the waters off of the West Coast to be able to conduct that operation. But there are IRGC members in Mexico who could launch a drone attack and make it appear like it's coming in from the sea. But absolutely, there may be additional attacks that have been thwarted, and there may be additional attacks to occur in the near future. This is a time right now with this conflict that is causing a lot of people to react to that. And if you are somebody who is supporting the Iranian side, if you're supporting the IRGC side, this may be the impetus for you to act out something that you may have been thinking about for some time.
And also, looking at this, the investigations are active right now, but we know the FBI has said that both of them being investigated as terror attacks. They've obviously found out quite a bit of information, and they're not going to release all of that to the public because you can't. You have these active investigations. So what role does, and you and I have discussed this before, but what role does social media play in either stopping these attacks or finding out more about why this happened?
Well, one way that social media comes into play here is that it actively recruits people who are supportive in their overall ideology of the IRGC side. It radicalizes and recruits people to carry out these acts. But as far as trying to prevent such an attack, by sharing information about what people have said online, or by bringing it to law enforcement attention, somebody who may be in that pathway to violence, where they are busy putting together a plan, acquiring the capability of carrying out such an act, maybe doing surveillance before they attack. There is often leakage associated with that, where if somebody is paying attention, they might bring it to law enforcement's attention and stop such an attack from actually transpiring. So social media can be very important with the detection of leakage like that, because people often post things that shows that they're about to carry out such an attack.
It's also important to note that in both of these cases, you have suspects who are deceased. They are not alive. So how does that change the investigation when you don't have a physical person there that you can talk to, question? You're going through, obviously, their materials, their social media channels, but you're not able to talk to them directly.
Yeah. Because of that, you won't know for sure exactly why it is that they carried this out if they did not leave some type of written document saying that they were planning to do this and this is why. But nonetheless, by putting together interviews and results of searches that may look at their phones, their computers, and talking to family members and colleagues, you can put together what was going through their mind, but you can't know for sure because you lack that capability of talking to them. But in some cases, when you do have the live body there after they carried out an act, their lawyers may tell them not to talk to police, may not talk to law enforcement. Consequently, you may not even know in those cases exactly why it is that they carried out these attacks.
And my last question for you here, and I always ask you this, we always discuss it, but the importance here of see something, say something. How important is the public when you look at all of this kind of as a whole?
Extremely important in that, like I said, there is oftentimes leakage before somebody carries out an attack. And so if you happen to see something there that makes you believe that somebody is about to engage in an act of violence like this, bring it to law enforcement's attention. You may be the one to stop the next event like this from happening.
All right. Ken Gray, as always, thank you so much for taking the time to join us, helping to discuss all of this. Is there anything else that we missed? Anything that you want to make sure to add here before I let you go?
I don't think we're out of the woods yet. I think that as this ongoing conflict continues there with Iran, that the possibility of other type of attacks like this is just growing all the time. Additionally, we have yet to see any of the sleeper cells actually take action. So if they do exist, that I think is really going to be a serious threat. Not just single acts like this where you have somebody going into the classroom or driving a car inside the synagogue, but instead large-scale attacks. That's something that we have yet to see, but it's always a possibility.
All right. Ken Gray, thank you as always for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Anytime.
And we are going to head to a quick break now as we are past the top of the hour, 11:08 on the East Coast, 8:08 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow. Much more on all of this coming up on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is Friday, March 13th. My name is Josh Breslow. I'll be here for the next hour as we break down all of your live events and top stories. I do want to get you right back to a big story that we are following, the FBI investigation into 2 terror attacks that happened just about hours apart yesterday. One of them, of course, over in Virginia at Old Dominion University. We're going to check in with Mike Emanuel over at Fox News in just a bit to get much more on that. But we're also following the latest out of Michigan. That is where a vehicle drove into Temple, Israel, just outside of Detroit. Of course, we know that that gunman was taken out, but I want to send it over to our Fox 2 Detroit team for a look at their coverage from just moments ago.
We are continuing to get updates. We've got team coverage all morning. Officials giving us an update after that attack in West Bloomfield Township at Temple, Israel. So this is what we know so far. A man crashed into the front entrance of the synagogue, making his way into the school. Now keep in mind, it's daycare, young childhood education. So about 100 kids, 5 and under, were in that building at this time. He was shot and killed by a security guard, private security guard. A different security guard was hit by the attacker's vehicle. That guard is expected to be okay. Nobody was hurt as far as students or staff at the school, at the synagogue, thanks to those security guards. We're learning more about the person who carried out the attack as well. Sources from the investigation say he was angry over family members being killed by Israeli airstrikes in Lebanon. So Fox 2's Robin Murdoch, who has been doing a ton of work all morning, she joins us live from West Bloomfield with more on what police are saying. So Robin, we know this is complicated because you got the FBI handling this, and then you've got all kinds of people discussing this case. So what are you learning?
Well, you know, they did have a press conference, Dina, about 2 hours ago in the 9 o'clock hour, and we were hoping to get some new information from the FBI concerning the investigation and what they have learned over the last several hours. We did get a little bit of new information, but mostly we heard from Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who talked about the need to turn down the rhetoric and to call out anti-Semitism if you do happen to see it. We also heard from Alyssa Slotkin, Senator Alyssa Slotkin. She spoke out, as well as a township supervisor spoke during that press conference, and then a couple people from Temple, Israel. They just talked about the support that they received yesterday and how much it did mean to them. As you know, it was right around 12:19 yesterday afternoon that the first 911 call came in reporting the active shooter situation at the synagogue. Emergency crews on site in less than 5 minutes, really. The suspect, who has now been identified as 41-year-old Ayman Ghazali, used his truck as a weapon and then ran into the front doors of the building. He was shot and killed by a security guard on site. Another security guard was actually knocked unconscious by the suspect's truck that did eventually catch fire. Now, we are told that 50 first responders had been treated for smoke inhalation. That's a little bit higher than what was first reported yesterday. 104 kids. We're talking about infants to just 5 years old. They were rescued from the daycare center. Not a single child or staff member was hurt, which is pretty incredible and says a lot about the response. Take a listen to Governor Gretchen Whitmer, who says anti-Semitism needs to stop.
Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country. The Jewish community suffers 10 times the number of hate crimes than any other community in this country. So it is an epidemic. And until we push back on that permission, we're going to see incidents like this continue to proliferate. No community in America should be fearful of having their own kind congregate for things like education and worship. So I stand here proud of the community, but angry that we even are put in this position.
Now, again, the FBI is the lead agency on this. Unclear whether they will hold a press conference later on today to update us on what they have learned over the last several hours. I can tell you, though, clearly the security that was in place out here, the training that was in place, as well as the rapid response from emergency crews, it made all the difference and saved many, many lives. We are live here in West Bloomfield Township. I'm Robin Murdoch, Fox 2 News.
Boy, Robin, what do you feel as a parent of kids? What do you tell them about a story like this? Of course, they weren't involved directly in this event, but for any of us, when you're sending your kids off to school, you can't help but think about it.
No, and it is a very difficult decision. My kids asked about it yesterday when they got home from school. They wanted to know exactly what was going on because they knew that mommy would likely know what was happening during this. And it is a very difficult conversation to have with a child, explaining, that somebody came to a place of worship, allegedly came to a place of worship to hurt people. And this is a place that you should feel safe. So, yeah, very, very difficult conversation to have, but unfortunately, these are conversations that we need to have with our children just because of the state of the world right now. Back to you, Dina.
Yeah, you're right. All right, Robin, thank you. We'll let you get inside. It looks so windy and cold out there. Thank you. A rabbi praising, many rabbis actually praising the quick actions and training at the temple security team after the terrifying attack. Rabbi says because security and staff followed their training and acted so quickly, lives were saved.
We are just absolutely amazed at the heroism of our security team who did exactly what we expected of them. At the same time, we were trained, and all of our staff members, all of our teachers have been trained over the years because we expect these things to happen. We just never want them to be real.
And of course, that was our Fox 2 Detroit team. Wanted to play that out for you here. That was just moments ago as we continue to check in on the latest information. Now, as we mentioned, there was also a shooting incident there, a situation that took place on the campus of Old Dominion University. I do want to bring in Mike Emanuel over at Fox News. He is live for us out there in Virginia with the latest. And Mike, there's a lot that we know about this, a lot still left to figure out.
Yeah, Josh, you're absolutely right. Good morning to you. Fox News has learned that at least one of the ROTC students from Old Dominion University stabbed the suspect here to death. That's according to two senior law enforcement sources, heroically stopping the attack. Now, the suspect was in prison until 2 years ago. His name is Mohammed Baylor Jallo, who's just 36 years old. Jallo was a member of the Virginia Army National Guard. The FBI says he shouted Allah Akbar as he launched that attack.
In 2016, Jallo was arrested and pled guilty for attempting to provide material support to ISIL, now known as ISIS. Jallo was sentenced to prison in October of 2017 and was released from prison in 2024.
In 2017, Jallo was convicted of providing material support to ISIS. Among the questions today, why Jallo was out of prison. The Justice Department wanted him to serve 20 years behind bars. The judge handling the case gave him 11 years. He was out after 8 years. The attack taking place at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia yesterday morning. An Army officer who led the ROTC program here was killed. 2 students were injured. FBI Director Kash Patel says this is being investigated as an act of terrorism. Officials here at Old Dominion are trying to reassure an anxious university community.
And we do everything that we can to protect the students here. Every one of these kids are my kids. And I treat them the same way and protect them the same way as I would my own children that are away at college.
Old Dominion University is closed today. Classes are canceled as this university, some 200 miles southeast of Washington, D.C., was the place where this attack took place. Josh?
And Mike, I wanted to ask you, because I know that we've been getting updates here from the Michigan governor on the situation that took place there outside of Detroit. Have we heard yet from officials there in Virginia if we expect any kind of update today.
That's a great question. We are constantly checking with sources to see if there will be further updates today. We can say that the governor of Virginia, Abigail Spanberger, said that she was closely monitoring the situation at Old Dominion. She expressed her condolences to the gentleman who was leading the ROTC program at Old Dominion University, who was senselessly murdered yesterday. And so a lot of heartbreak here in this Norfolk community, a very tightly knit military community here along the coast in Virginia, and obviously a lot of upset people at Old Dominion. They are offering counseling to students and or faculty who may need it.
All right, Mike Emanuel at Fox News, thank you so much. Of course, we'll be in touch here as that investigation continues.
Thank you.
And it is 11:21 on the East Coast and 8:21 on the West Coast. We're going to head to a quick 2-minute commercial break, but live events that are getting underway, we'll take you out to some of those on the other side. Stay with us. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:24 on the East Coast and 8:24 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and we do have several live events that are kicking off here. We want to make sure to dip into some of those as there is a gun violence rally that is underway over in Minnesota. Let's pop up the audio and listen in.
We're going to rock this rotunda. Forward together. Forward together. Forward together. Thank you, and I love you.
Grateful for our leaders, grateful for us, grateful for all the super people. Quick announcement that Senate hearings are happening all day in room 200. Please, what? 1200. Someone, I'm misinformed. 1200, thank you, we're stronger together. And then I want everyone to try to gather in as tightly as possible for a signature photo. We want as many of our attendees as possible. And with that, I will say, stay gentle, keep going, have faith. Thank you for being here.
All right, a very brief event taking place there over in the Capitol in Minnesota. Wanted to bring that to you as it popped up here on our screen. Now, in the meantime, earlier on today, I'm not sure if you were with us here on Live Now from Fox at that point, but we actually heard from the Interior Secretary Doug Burgum as he was over in Japan. Want to play that out for you here on Live Now from Fox in case you missed it.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome. Thank you very much. And I want to thank Ambassador Glass and his wife, Mary, for hosting us in this beautiful, historic location. I want to thank all of you for being here. Your attendance matters. I can say that for all the introductions I've had in my life, this is the first time that someone has actually mentioned how I got my name. And so that is literally a first. And of course, it wasn't that unusual. Back when I was born, Douglas was one of the most popular names in America because of Douglas MacArthur. And last year I got a call and they said, hey, they think the name Doug. A couple examples why, and then I went up and I used AI to look up most popular birth names, and I told the reporter, I said, yes, we've climbed back into the top 2,000 most popular birth names for 2025, so we must be making a comeback. But I do want to say it is an honor to be here tonight leading this U.S. delegation with the senior leaders from across the administration. You're going to hear from one of them or two of them here tonight, but I do want to give a shout out to my fellow cabinet member Lee Zeldin, who's the administrator of the EPA, being here. Fantastic. He's been doing an amazing job helping cut red tape and make everything related to investing in America more, I would say, sane was the word I was going to come up with, but it's also made the country much more ability for your capital to go to work, and that's what important we want to do, and at the same time still protecting our great natural resources. But we've got teams as part of our delegation here from the White House, the Departments of Interior, Energy, and the Environmental Protection Association, members of the National Security Council, the National Energy Dominance Council, which operates out of the White House, U.S. Trade and Development Agency. A special shout out to the leadership there because they're hosting this great event that we're having this weekend. And of course, we've got the chairman of the U.S. Export-Import Ex-Im Bank here with us as well. So an incredible delegation. It reflects the importance of the moment, and it reflects the importance of all of you being here because these are historic and transformational times, and we are entering an era of energy reality. Nations around the globe are starting to understand that energy is inseparable from economic prosperity, and it's inseparable from national security. We're fortunate that our president understands that. And of course, as president, with the energy dominance policy, to explain to those that may not have understood it, it's about energy abundance. It's about having enough energy to be able to sell to our friends and allies in partnership so that they don't have to be buying from our adversaries. Energy dominance and energy abundance is about making sure that you've got reliable, affordable, and secure energy for your own country's prosperity, for your own citizens, and for your own national security. That's what we're working on. And of course, as you can see, the United States is using its leadership and our resources as the #1 oil and gas producing country, the #1 LNG export producing country. Again, in those positions, a credit to President Trump. But through partnerships and policies and innovation and investment, we and our friends and allies may all be on a path towards live in a peaceful and prosperous world. It's exciting to be here in this incredible space, Ambassador, because it's not only distinctly American to be in the MacArthur House, but it's also with our host country for this conference. It's deeply intertwined with Japanese history. It was, and we celebrate that history. It was actually here in this room where General MacArthur and Emperor Hirohito met 81 years ago to forge what was the beginning of a powerful, lasting relationship between the countries of Japan and the United States. And so it's fitting that we're all here together to kick off a weekend to deepen the relationship of forging new energy agreements, not just with Japan, but with all of our attendees. We have 17 countries that had signed up. The conference is sold out, and of course, because of the events of the recent weeks, we know that there are many of others that were scrambling to get here because all of a sudden energy security is on everyone's mind again. And this is also a year of gratitude, a year of celebration for the United States because it's our 250th birthday. But it was 125 years ago when President Theodore Roosevelt helped usher in a new era of diplomacy and respect with the Pacific. He recognized in particular Japan's rising place in the world and as a growing global power. And of course, President Roosevelt was the first president to receive the Nobel Prize, and he earned that for his work in mediating a settlement to the Russian-Sino War. And again, that signals America's belief in this area, in this region of the world. But just a few years later after that, while he was still president, he was the one that signed off on the first shipment of cherry trees to come to the United States, which is again in that spirit of friendship, literally took root, quite literally, when Japan then gifted these cherry trees that now bloom each spring in Washington, D.C. Just last week, I had the honor in my role of Interior, which includes overseeing our national parks, and the National Mall is part of the National Park System, so I had a chance to actually be on the mall with the team helping to plant a cherry tree a few days ago as part of 250 more that the U.S. is contributing to the redevelopment around the Jefferson Memorial. And just like our partnership between the two countries have grown and flourished over the years, the cherry trees become a symbol of our capital's identity. And every blossom that we see there, I think as people walk through the beautiful thing, it's very popular to attend D.C. during that time frame, but it's a renewal of peace and the beauty that we can create through cooperation. It was 125 years ago when TR was president, and now we celebrate the 250 years of independence, 250 years of freedom, 250 years of innovation. And like many of the celebrations that are going on around the country, one of them in my home state is the grand opening of the Theodore Roosevelt Presidential Library. It's at the entrance of the Theodore Roosevelt National Park, one of the 63 flagship national parks in our country. And it was here also where Theodore Roosevelt, overcoming a moment of incredible grief in his life where he lost his mother and his wife in the same day in the same house on Valentine's Day, moved west and reshaped himself and stated that this is where the romance of my life began. And he didn't mean it was about his loved ones. It was the romance of respect for the land and the water and the air and the wildlife. And that lives on today. He's considered the father of American conservation, the architect of our national park system, and it earned him in a spot of honor in America's story. And today, just moments ago, in a room in this building, we added to that story. I had an opportunity with my Japanese counterpart, Minister Doi. We signed a partnership between two iconic mountain peaks on either side of the Pacific. Mount Fuji here in Japan and Mount Rainier in America are both national parks, and we announced a sister relationship between those two. And of course, Mount Fuji, which is rising almost 3,800 meters above the nation, has been the sacred symbol of Japan for more than 1,000 years, a place of pilgrimage, of poetry, of art, and of national identity. And of course, Mount Rainier, which stands at 14,410 feet above the Pacific Northwest, one of the tallest mountains in the lower 48, home to 25 still glaciers that are going on. And I was happy to also announce in the room that our ambassador to Japan is the first ambassador here who has actually climbed Mount Rainier. And so I may be pre-announcing, but I think there'll be plans for a Mount Fuji climb coming up this year, but I know the ambassador is beginning that. This one's it's a little lower. It's a little easier. But by establishing the sister park relationship between these two beautiful and iconic things, we honor not only their majesty, but the shared values they represent of stewardship, of resilience, and the belief that natural wonders belong to future generations. And it's also symbols that we can have a world of energy abundance and take care of our environment at the same time. With innovation, I know that we can do that. This is what we've done in my home state. It's what we're doing in America. So as we celebrate America's 250th year, we look forward to the next 250 years with gratitude for people like you, your partnerships, your ideas, your commitment to building a world of peace and prosperity. And we're grateful to have all of you here today and look forward to being with you at the conference in the coming days. Thank you, Ambassador Glass.
All right, wanted to bring you those comments from the Interior Secretary. That was Doug Burgum, as he was joined by several other U.S. representatives in Japan. Now, that was just hours ago. Right there on the right-hand side of your screen, you are taking a live look over in Virginia. Now, this is the campus of Old Dominion University, where there is still a police presence as an investigation continues in that area. Going to pop this up full to give you a look at that. As amid Operation Epic Fury, the FBI does say that it's investigating this and another attack in the U.S. Thursday as terrorism. Now, in this one, we're told that a gunman opened fire inside of a classroom at Old Dominion University, killing one person and wounding two others before ROTC students subdued and killed him. The FBI has identified that suspected gunman as Mohammed Jallow, a naturalized citizen from Sierra Leone. Now, the special agent in charge saying that he yelled Allahu Akbar before he opened fire there. Court documents depicting him as someone who was radicalized by a well-known al-Qaeda propagandist. He was sentenced in 2017 for attempting to provide material support to ISIS, but then released in late 2024. The Virginia Army National Guard confirming that he served as a specialist from 2009 until 2015 when he was honorably discharged. Now, the victim who died in that shooting here has been identified by officials as Lieutenant Colonel Brandon Shaw. He attended Old Dominion as an ROTC student and returned in 2022 to lead the university's program. In the Army, Shaw flew helicopters over Iraq, Afghanistan, and Eastern Europe. It's not quite clear if we are going to get an update from officials there in Virginia today, but if we do get any kind of update, we'll bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. We are going to head to a quick break at 11:37 on the East Coast, 8:37 on the West Coast. You're watching Live Now from Fox. We'll be right back. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is 11:39 on the East Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I'm here to bring you all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world on this Friday. We do have a live event that has popped up here on our radar. We can see LA Mayor Karen Bass there on the right-hand side of your screen. Again, we are going to continue to bring you these live events as they come into the newsroom. It appears this is Mayor Bass Immigration Town Hall in LA. Let's lift up the audio here and listen in.
Help meet the basic needs of all of our families impacted by immigration enforcement actions. But cities cannot face this alone. We cannot out-resource the federal government. That's why today's hearing matters. It's about justice. It's about accountability and transparency. It's about ensuring the voices of those impacted and the most directly impacted are heard. As mayor, I've invited community members from our city to join us today to share their experiences, and so they're a part of this regional conversation. Behind every policy decision are real people, families, and communities that are just trying to live and work and contribute to the communities they call home. So today, we're here to listen. We are here to bear witness. We are here as a coalition of cities from all across LA County to say that any law that requires intimidation in order to be successful should be no law at all, and that includes our immigration laws in America. Our region is strongest when we stand together, when we defend the dignity and rights of our community, and when we ensure that everyone can live in our communities in a way that is safe and respected. We want to thank Mayor Bass for bringing us together. We want to thank you for ensuring that we're all here standing together in solidarity for justice, for accountability, and for the fundamental dignity of all people. Thank you. Mayor Fajardo.
Sorry, Councilmember Mary Solorio, and I'll introduce the mayor as well. My name is Mary Solorio, and I'm a council member for the city of San Fernando. You know, what's happened in our communities has been horrible. One day in San Fernando, they hit the Home Depot, a flower shop, flower vendors on the street, and a car wash. I went to all three locations that morning to find our community in fear. It is not okay. As a young child of the age of 5, I was separated from my parents. Immigration authorities took away my mom and my dad from me, my 2 siblings, and we were separated for weeks. As the mayor said, this is generational trauma that is being embedded into our children. I stand here before you to say, no, we will not stand for this. Our communities will not stand for this. Our children are not to be used as pawns. They are not to be used to instill fear in the community. The city of San Fernando and the Northeast San Fernando Valley stands with Mayor Karen Bass, our champion, with organizations like Shirla and community advocates that help us every single day and say, get out, ICE. We will not have you here. We will not have you terrorize our communities. Thank you.
Good morning, Los Angeles, friends and neighbors. My name is Joel Fajardo, Mayor of the City of San Fernando. I'm honored to stand alongside Mayor Karen Bass, Mayor Richardson, and all of these other incredible mayors who are all committed to protecting our immigrant community and to opposing the atrocities of ICE in our neighborhoods. This year will be remembered as a dark chapter in our nation's history. Across social media, cable news, and first-hand accounts, we've witnessed unspeakable acts. Families being torn apart, communities living in fear, children scared to go to school and uncertain if their parents will return home. And when I see these inhumane and unconstitutional ICE raids across the nation, it hits close to home. Not simply because my beautiful city, the city of San Fernando, is a city of immigrants, but because my family, like many of yours, came to this country to build a better future, to contribute to its culture, its economy, and its identity. The United States is often called the nation of immigrants because generation after generation, people come from across the world seeking opportunity, freedom, and the chance to build a better life. And these immigrants have not only become the fabric of our nation, but the backbone of our economy, and most importantly, the heroes of our everyday heroes of our community. Even in these uncertain times, they continue showing up and working hard to keep our community strong. They help feed our nation, care for our parents, run small businesses, build our homes, and keep our neighborhoods thriving. I would also like to take a moment to thank the many community activists and community leaders who are fighting every day to protect our immigrant communities and their basic human rights. They are holding each and every one of us elected officials accountable to make sure that we are doing the maximum possible to assist the immigrant community. And some activists like Renee Good and Alex Preddy have paid the ultimate price defending freedom of speech and the American Constitution. Electeds in Washington, D.C. have started to take notice, and Republicans have even spoken about pivoting away from immigration in this election cycle. But let me tell you, there is no pivoting away from deporting a 6-year-old child seeking chemotherapy in the United States. There is no pivoting away from detaining a 5-year-old child outside of his home in a freezing winter. And there is no pivoting away from the tragedy here in Los Angeles where Keith Porter Jr., a father of 2, lost his life in an encounter with ICE. My friends, we will bring this chapter of fear to an end. The country has always believed in hope and opportunity and in the promise that tomorrow can be better than today. But that promise only survives when the people demand it. And we will demand it today, tomorrow, and every day until this fascism and tyranny is behind us. Elections are around the corner, and we will hold to account every politician who refused to help our immigrants. We will restore our nation. Thank you all.
Hello. Good morning, Mayor. Good morning, everyone. My name is Megan Ortiz. I'm the Executive Director of the Instituto de Educación Popular del Sur de California. We operate 5 out of the 7 official City of LA day labor centers. And those day labor centers last year were the site of 15 Border Patrol raids. Border Patrol raids that I was at for 3 of them. When I became executive director of an organization that dedicates itself to serving day laborers, jornaleros, nannies, caregivers, and house cleaners, I did not think that that would mean being on the other side of an assault rifle with masked men. I did not think, especially after the murders of Renee Good and Alex Preddy, that I would have to learn how to pack a bullet hole. And yet here we are. We have seen hundreds of our day laborers, street vendors, community members stolen from parking lots across the city of Los Angeles, in the parking lots of corporations that have allowed their parking lots to become human hunting grounds. And we are not going to allow that to happen. We are not going to allow the hundreds of people who remain rotting in immigration detention facilities, facing poor health conditions, if they're getting their health conditions taken care of at all. So we are here today, yes, to correct the archive, because that's important. We need to present a real narrative of what we have experienced and what we continue to experience every day, because this isn't over. People are still getting kidnapped, snatched off the street day by day. Besides correcting the archive, we also have an opportunity here. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say that having all of these political leaders here, these mayors who have the power of the purse and policy, it's an opportunity. It's an opportunity for us to look to our community organizations to see the imagination that we all have had together in terms of providing and creating mutual support networks so that we can imagine something different. It can't be business as usual. And this is an opportunity for all the mayors, as was said earlier, to really look at Southern California as a united region and see united what are those policies and practices and dollars that we're going to invest in our community and not in punitive and other sort of budgetary priorities that really serve in the criminal to immigration pipeline. So, si lo puedo decir en español rapidito también, porque yo sé que tenemos medios latinos acá en español y miembros de la comunidad. Soy Megan Ortiz, directora ejecutiva del Instituto de Educación Popular del Sur de California, IDEPSCA. Nosotros manejamos 5 de los 7 centros jornaleros en la ciudad de Los Ángeles. Esos 5...
All right, as you can hear, they have now switched into translating that to Spanish, but we wanted to bring you these live images, a live event here, as you're hearing from LA Mayor Karen Bass, as well as other mayors from across LA County talking about immigration here. Also want to call your attention on the left-hand side of your screen. You can see the top stories that we are covering at this hour. Sadly, we have learned from CENTCOM that 6 U.S. service members have now died after that crash of a refueling aircraft there in Iraq. We will bring you much more as we await the identities of those service members. Their families, of course, need to be notified first. The FBI also investigating the shooting at Old Dominion University yesterday, as well as the synagogue attack that happened in Michigan outside Detroit. Both of them considered to be acts of terrorism. And then 2 p.m. Eastern Time, Vice President J.D. Vance set to speak over in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. We'll bring that to you here as we get a live feed. Right now, I want to lift up the audio once again, as it looks like they might be taking some questions there.
Or any type of interaction or communication with ICE, they're planning to do anything. I'm just trying to understand what you're doing.
Sure. And let me just say that this is one of these examples where, on the one hand, we are fighting and will continue to fight until the ICE raids end. On the other hand, there has to be some level of communication with the administration. And so one of the things that I believe is, in spite of everything that we've seen, I know that the World Cup for the administration, so far they have said, is that there won't be immigration enforcement and that people will not have a problem getting their visas to the country. Obviously, we have to wait and see how that plays out. But I will tell you, in the fan zones that we are having all around the city in 100 different locations, we're going to do everything we can to make sure that those fan zones, that people feel safe. Probably my biggest concern is that people won't feel safe and won't feel like they can come to the fan zones. That's going to be my biggest concern. But doing that education, making people feel that they're supported, being with a large crowd, I think it will provide a measure of security. But one of the other realities that we know is that this administration is unpredictable. Let me just say also, let me mention that one of the purposes of what we're doing today is to compile a record, and a record to send to Congress. We are certainly hopeful that there will be a change in power within the House of Representatives. So Congressman Robert Garcia, who conducted the first hearing, is going around the country so that when he takes over as chair, he will be able to investigate because he would have the subpoena power, etc. We will transcribe everything from this hearing. We will videotape everything from this hearing, and we will send it back to Congress so that it can be a part of the record.
We have one more question from KTLA. Yes, just wondered if there are any special measures being taken to protect the synagogue.
Yes, absolutely. And actually, that increase in protection was issued when the war in Iran began. And that will certainly continue. And I don't know if anybody else wants to speak to that. Okay.
And of course, that was LA Mayor Karen Bass as she was speaking alongside county mayors from other portions of LA County about this immigration hearing. We will, of course, continue to follow that and bring you updates on that and other developing stories here on Live Now from Fox. Now, in a matter of moments, we do expect that Tyler Robinson, who is the suspect in the killing of Charlie Kirk, is expected to appear in court. However, as of right now, we do not have an image inside the courtroom. We should get it shortly, so we'll let you see that as well as soon as we get it in real time. Right now, we are going to head to our final 2-minute commercial break of the hour, but so much more live news to get to on the other side. Stay with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back here on Live Now from Fox. It is almost the top of the hour here, 11:56 on the East Coast, 8:56 on the West Coast. My name is Josh Breslow, and I've been here with you for the past several hours to break down all of your top stories and live events from across the country and the world. Right now, on the left-hand side of your screen, taking a live look over the White House, as I want to remind you that Vice President J.D. Vance is headed over toward North Carolina. He's expected to speak here in just about 2 hours at 2 p.m. Eastern. We should be getting a feed of that, so we'll bring it to you live, uninterrupted, as soon as we get it. Right now, I do want to head back to an event from earlier on today. We did get an update from Gretchen Whitmer, the governor there in Michigan, as she talked all about that synagogue attack from yesterday. Other officials there as well. Now, on the other side of that news conference, as we play it for you, Ryan Schmelz, my colleague, will be right here in the hot seat with everything you need to know on this Friday, March 13th. My name is Josh Breslow, and you're watching Live Now from Fox.
You ready? Good morning. I'm Rabbi Ariana Gordon from Temple, Israel. Thank you for being here today. We're so appreciative of Governor Whitmer and Senator Slotkin for joining us this morning. I just want to start by saying, in the light of a new day, just how deeply appreciative we are of everyone who has come out, who has shown their support for Temple Israel, for our Jewish community. We are incredibly grateful for all of our local law enforcement, for our Temple Israel security, our teachers, our staff, all of whom safely were home last night with their families. As we continue today to spend a lot of time thinking and processing and talking, we are here to have a little conversation and answer some questions, but I'm going to pass it over to Governor Whitmer. Thank you.
Thank you, Rabbi. I can't tell you how much I appreciate your leadership yesterday, and how much my heart goes out to everything that you and your family and all of the families involved and the Jewish community writ large are going through. I wanted to come today for a briefing which we just concluded to get up to speed on where things stand. I want to thank our state and local law enforcement, the first responders, our federal partners for their swift work to keep people safe and to investigate. I want to thank Temple Israel's security personnel. They were selfless in their courage and they saved lives. These heroes threw themselves in harm's way, engaging the suspect, and let's be very clear, yes, this is a place of worship, but at the time that this attack was occurred, it was a school. 104 children, age 5 and younger here. So I want to thank all of Temple Israel's staff who acted quickly to evacuate students and reunite families. The state of Michigan will wrap our arms around this community and support our local and federal partners every step of the way to keep people safe. I want to share prayers from my colleague, Governor Shapiro of Pennsylvania. Josh reached out yesterday to check in and see how people were doing. And I want Michigan's Jewish community to know that we are with you. Violence in our houses of worship and in our schools and in our daycare centers like this hits especially hard. Temple Israel is a pillar of the community. It's one of the largest Reformed Jewish congregations in North America, with Friday night Shabbat services attracting over 1,000 people. People celebrate bar and bat mitzvahs, weddings, and holidays here. Parents bring their children to daycare and school, and it's a place of peace, unity, light, and life. Yesterday's attack was anti-Semitism. It was hate, plain and simple. We will fight this ancient and rampant evil. We will stand together as we do it, and we will call it out. We must lower the rhetoric in this state and in this country, especially at this moment where we have seen such a rise in anti-Semitism and more attacks on the Jewish community. We must keep each other close. This community is on the edge, very understandably. We've seen a rise in attacks, especially over the last decade, especially over the last 10 months. And so it is important for us to stand up, to stand against it, and to thank the people who showed up to support the community, but also call out where we see acts of anti-Semitism, where we see threats, where we see something, how important it is to say something, and to recognize that each of us has a responsibility. People like the person that attacked this community yesterday get fomented by rhetoric that they see online and that they see on television and they hear on the radio. It radicalizes people and it endangers our fellow Michiganders. We cannot let this continue. And so each of us has a duty to take action where and how we can. And with that, I'll hand it over to Senator Slotkin, and then we'll take a couple of questions.
Thank you, Governor. And just want to reiterate, I think it's clear that if it were not for the private security and the staff at Temple Israel, and then the first responders, first on the scene, local law enforcement, if they had not all done their jobs almost perfectly, we would be talking about an immense tragedy here today with children gone. This could have been much, much worse. So I give incredible credit to law enforcement and the people who were in the room, putting themselves and their own families at risk. I think, you know, the governor said it very, very well on the way this community has responded. It's been incredible to watch neighbors in the community here, both organizations and just regular old citizens open up their homes literally yesterday to help care for people who were fleeing from this. And this is a place that I have a very personal connection to. I feel I've spent a lot of my time growing up in and out of this temple, and I feel just an immense amount of pain, as does the rest of the community, that incidents like this even happen. And I think it's just important to be clear, as the governor said, that whether anti-Semitism is coming.
All right, and I do want to interrupt because it looks like we are seeing Tyler Robinson in court get underway. Let's lift up the audio.
Esther is appearing by witness.
Good morning to defense. Good morning, Mr. Robinson. Do we have any other parties present?
Yes, Your Honor. I see your arrest on behalf of the news media and members.
Good morning to you as well. All right. Before we begin, I want to address the first issue, which is the issue of the December 11th transcripts. I'd appreciate an update as to the status of any proposed redactions. We've talked about this before, but I want to address it and see when I might expect those. Okay, so Council, sorry, let me begin. In an abundance of caution, we have turned off the microphones at the desk so nothing can be captured. You have to come to the lectrum. So what you have to say is important, and I that to ensure to be cautious. Ms.
Thank
Visser.
you. Your Honor, I actually think the court reporter filed the transcript with the court last night, the redacted version, fully redacted. So I believe that's taken care of.
All right. Well, that's good to know. Mr. Ballard.
Yes.
And you have to come forward. Sorry. We're going to get our steps in today.
Just going to agree that that's, my understanding is that that's been filed. We've agreed on the redactions, and so that should be taken care of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ballard. All right. I wish to address media coverage and related considerations as it relates to this hearing. The court wishes to remind all parties that the February 25th, 2026 standing decorum order is in effect and will be enforced to protect the constitutional rights of all parties while preserving the integrity, fairness, and orderly conduct of these proceedings. I would also ask counsel to be mindful of that the microphones, and we've turned off the microphones at your council table, but just to be mindful that microphones, even from the lectrum, can pick up conversations. Council may wish to consider using screen protectors on laptops and taking reasonable steps, such as covering one's mouth when speaking, to avoid the inadvertent capture of private communications, whether by camera, microphone, or by those present in the courtroom. Third, the court wishes to address the camera operator and still photographer. And so I respectfully ask Ms. Seitz and Mr. Dolan if you would step forward to the lectern. Thank you. And this is not intended to cause you any embarrassment or discomfort. I simply want to ensure that the expectations for today's proceedings are clear. So turning to Ms. Seitz first, during today's hearing, what is your primary role?
Still photography, pool photographer.
All right. Mr. Dolan.
Video and pool video.
Have you read the court's February 25th, 2026 standing decorum order, Ms. Seitz?
I have.
Mr. Dolan.
I have also.
Thank you. And so do you understand the guidelines as they relate to your responsibilities today, including the as outlined in the decorum order?
I do.
Thank you.
I also do.
Thank you. Do you need any additional time to review the order or to reposition yourself or the camera to ensure full compliance?
I do not.
I do not.
Thank you. Do you anticipate any difficulty complying with the order?
I don't.
I do not either.
All right. Thank you to you both.
Thanks.
And I appreciate your cooperation today and that we can make this proceeding move forward smoothly. Fourth, I want to turn to the state as it relates to discovery and just want to see if we could have just a brief update. Mr. Grunander.
Thank you, Judge. Yes, for the record, we sent another batch of discovery to the defense as recently as last night. As far as the files that in our possession, we have provided 93.9% of those files to the defense at this point. We also, for the court's information, met with the defense yesterday, and part of the discussion centered on discovery, and we hand-delivered to them a hard drive containing information with respect to digital devices that had been seized as part of the investigation and analyses done by the RCFL, which is the Regional Computer Forensics Lab. That was a 24 terabyte hard drive. I don't imagine it was entirely full, but there was a large amount of information that was provided there. As I said, we met and talked about discovery. We talked about some of our expectations. We are candidly still waiting for some information. We had a meeting yesterday morning with some of our federal law enforcement partners, the FBI, the ATF, and talked about this issue of discovery and impressed upon them the need to have everything in their possession. We were assured that it's coming quickly. The ATF, for example, we expect to have their entire case file within the next week or so that we will disseminate to the defense. And we believe that that will have all of the underlying data in its original form that the defense could then use for their purposes with their experts. As part of our discussions yesterday as well, probably the primary purpose of the meeting with the defense yesterday was to forecast what we anticipated presenting at the preliminary hearing that's currently scheduled for May. As far as the individuals that will testify as well as exhibits, we will be preparing, while it's not required under the rules, we are going to prepare a witness list and an exhibit list that we'll disseminate to the defense with Bates numbers so that it could be easily found in the case file. We are also helping the defense to facilitate a meeting for them to examine the physical evidence that's in the possession of SBI. We anticipate that probably happening next month when we're back here, I think April 17th. And then lastly, we did also coordinate a meeting to meet with the defense today, this afternoon sometime, to walk the UVU campus so that they can take a look at the scene.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Grunander. I appreciate the details. Does any party wish the benefit of the record as it relates to the discovery? Yes. Mr. Novak.
Richard Novak for Mr. Robinson. We can either address this now or obviously later this morning as the court wishes, but there's a connection between the discovery that we have not yet received, that the Utah County Attorney's Office has not yet received, and going back one layer further, the State Bureau of Investigation has not received, which is directly related to our ability to meaningfully prepare for the preliminary hearing.
Okay.
And that is what I will generally describe as the federal forensic files. We're talking both about case files, as the ATF calls it, and data files from both agencies, which relate directly to forensic analyses, which led to forensic opinions, which it appears the state intends to move into evidence at the prelim through 1102. But we don't have much, I should say most, of the underlying data. We don't have data that we've been able to give our experts on stuff that relates to those opinions. So we did meet and confer after yesterday's meeting about the fact that we need to ask this court to postpone the preliminary hearing for that reason. We can put it in writing if we need to do this by written motion. We can discuss it in more detail today. But it's not little tiny bits of witness statements here and there and reports and some photographs that we're missing. From our perspective, this is core fundamental data that underlies expert opinions that the state wants the court to consider. And we have no ability to either get our own expert opinions or meaningfully cross-examine the state's witnesses, or frankly even call the forensic experts themselves, because we have a right to put on our own witnesses, because we don't have their data. And our experts can't advise us on the data if we don't have the data. So we can't meaningfully cross-examine, we can't meaningfully examine the state's forensic experts if the state decided to call them as live witnesses as opposed to through an 1102 process. And we can't be prepared to put on our own witnesses because they don't have the data. So I don't want to pre-argue it unless the court wants to get to the merits of that. I did go back and I looked at the court's comments back when the court set the May preliminary hearing date in December. And I don't think I need to read back to the court what the court said.
No.
But that's our concern. So we can either, from our perspective, discuss what is a realistic preliminary hearing date based on the representations that we will get certain data in the next couple weeks, which there's total good faith from the state council. When they said they met with the federal partners to impress upon them, I know what that means. That means they've done everything they can do, but there are federal agencies which haven't produced fundamental forensic data and files underlying very important expert reports. So we have the reports, but not the data.
Sure.
So we can either address that later today after the court hears the argument on the pending motions. We can move in writing, and the court could set a briefing schedule for that. We are cognizant of the fact that at the last hearing, the court said, if I may, we've got a really busy calendar. We don't have any openings. So we wanted to bring this to the court's attention today, because if we just let this go and we file a motion, and then there's a response, and then there's a reply, and then I don't know when that hearing is going to be because of the court's calendar, that preliminary hearing date may be further out than these preparation issues require because of the court's calendar.
No, I appreciate that. I appreciate that heads up. And we'll revisit it at the end of this hearing. I hope springs eternal in regards to discovery when it's passed over, and obviously the defense needs the necessary time to prepare as provided and the constitutional rights allow. And so I'm cognizant of that. So I appreciate the heads up, and I appreciate the work between the parties to move this forward. Let's revisit that at the end of today's hearing.
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Okay.
Mr.
Thank you, Your
Novak.
Honor.
All right, well, let's turn to the matter that's before us. As this is the defense's motion, I will turn to you for your argument and your request. And just as a heads up, I'm battling a cold, so if I take a drink of my water, it's to spare you from coughing or overly rough voice.
No problem.
Ms. Visser.
Yes, thank you. I will be addressing the motion to classify the January 9th motion, kind of taking these in chronological order here. I know this court is kind of drowning in First Amendment briefings, so I don't want to delve too much into that aspect. Certainly, I'm open to answering any questions the court has, but I kind of want to start with just the very base level. We are asking the court to classify this motion and the attachments as private under Rule of Judicial Administration 4-202.04. The reason that we are asking the court to do this fundamentally is because we believe that the release of this motion and the evidence has a reasonable probability of impacting our ability eventually to impanel an impartial jury and for our client to have a reliable penalty phase should that occur. I want to start kind of with a little bit of a procedural history here. Back in October, November, early in the case, the defense and the prosecution met and conferred about how the government would preserve evidence in this case. And when the government, the prosecution, and any law enforcement agencies sought to conduct testing that might impact the evidence in particular ways, they were to provide us notice. And if we could not come to an agreement about that, we are required to file something with the court to ensure that the testing doesn't move forward. That's what occurred here. In December, on December 22nd, we received notice from the state. They filed a certificate of service for that notice, and they also informed us in the correspondence, essentially, that they were not filing the notice because they were concerned about their ethical considerations under Utah Rule of Professional Conduct 3.6, which basically says we should avoid making public comments that influence a case, and the comments specifically talk about particular evidence that might impact a case, more likely to impact a case. We agreed with this. We did try to come to a resolution, but ultimately, at the end of the day, we needed to preserve the issue. So in order to preserve the issue, we had to file something with the court. And honestly, there was a lot of back and forth about whether or not we could file it publicly, how we wanted to do that, because we have the same concern that the state voiced in that initial email. Are we putting something into the public sphere that will inappropriately enter into the minds of potential jurors and impact the case? Ultimately, we decided that we have two obligations. One is to preserve the issue, to ensure our client's right to due process and his right to effective assistance of counsel needed to be preserved. We needed to file this and put the court on notice in a way that this court can make a ruling on it should that become necessary. And I will say, Your Honor, that we continue to work on this issue with the state. We're still negotiating it. We are not asking for a hearing on the underlying motion because we think we can likely resolve it. It was almost to the point where we contemplated potentially asking to withdraw the motion, but of course that doesn't really cure the record issue. So we are here. In addition to that, the other obligation, of course, is to ensure our client receives a fair trial. So we filed a motion to classify. When we filed the motion to classify, we did notify the state, and they took a slightly different position. They basically said, well, now that you filed it, we don't have the same concerns under Rule 3.6. I think those concerns remain. I don't want to talk about the evidence specifically in a public setting. So I'm going to choose my words carefully and maybe read a little bit more than I normally would.
Sure.
But the evidence is important enough. It is important. It is evidence that will be at issue in the case. But it is also in process, which is the whole point of the underlying motion, right? It's in process. There is more to be done. There is more the state wants to do with that evidence. So it is not in a place, in a position where we are going to be arguing about admissibility because it's not done, right? So what we're talking about is releasing preliminary evidence into the public sphere that has the potential to impact jurors. And it is important enough that we are concerned that it will sway people's opinions one way or the other. And I want to make clear that our concern here with selecting an impartial jury, really, it goes both ways, whether the evidence is good for my client or bad for our client, whatever it is, it makes it harder to find impartial jurors if they are entrenched in an opinion about our client's guilt or innocence, either way. So we don't want to be putting out evidence as the defense that will sway the public opinion. We've already told the court we're not fighting this case in the public. We're not trying to sway the public in favor of our client's innocence. That's not what we're doing. So, I also want to address one issue that I've seen generally arising in this case, and I think it deserves some comment. There seems to be an idea that flooding the public sphere with information or evidence from this courtroom will somehow dispel conspiracy theories or shift public narrative. That in and of itself is concerning to the defense. No one should be. We believe that preemptively releasing evidence that we needed to provide to this court in order for this court to make an informed decision is just one of those actions, is one of those things that will negatively impact our ability to have a fair proceeding for our client. So we are asking that the motion and the evidence be classified as private, that this court consider our client's unqualified right to a fair trial and a reliable penalty phase should overcome the qualified right of access at this point. We understand things may change. This evidence may come in other ways at other points in the proceedings, like a preliminary hearing or when we actually challenge the admissibility of evidence. But at this preliminary stage, we believe this is the appropriate course to take to protect the proceedings and our client's rights. Does the court have any questions for me?
Well, I do, but I'm going to wait till all of defense has presented. Is there another attorney that's going to be presenting?
Yes. Mr. Burt is going to present on the other motions to classify and the motion to close the hearing in part on April 17th if the court is prepared to hear that.
All right. Yeah, I want to hear all of it, and then I'll have questions for you all. Thank you, Ms.
Sure.
Visser. Mr. Burt.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning.
Michael Burt for Mr. Robinson. I'm going to be addressing the motion to classify what I'll call the camera motion, the motion to restrict electronic media. So there's a motion to classify that motion as private. And then there's a motion that was recently filed to close the select portions of the hearing that is scheduled for April 17th.
Hey, Mr. Burt, just for clarity, would you mind referencing the docket number of these motions? And,
Certainly.
And for Ms. Visser as well. I just want to make sure we're tying it well in the record. So,
yes.
Because sometimes we use different terms about talking about the motions, and if we use the docket number in conjunction with that, it just clarifies it for everyone's benefit. And I didn't mean to catch you off guard. Or
No, not at all, Your Honor. So let me take it chronologically. The motion to classify, motion to exclude still photographers, TV cameras, and microphones from the courtroom as private, that's docket number 310.
Thank you.
Then the motion to close portions of the April 7th hearing is document 425.
Thank you.
And there are, of course, oppositions to those motions. If the court would like, I can outline what those are.
No, I'll have the other side. I don't want to deprive them of the opportunity of doing the same thing as you just did.
Sure. So in all, there's a lot of paperwork in front of the court, and
Sure.
obviously I'm not going to repeat everything in there, but one of the cases that's cited by all parties, I think, is the Utah Supreme Court opinion in Kearns Tribute Corporation, which is 685 Pacific 2nd, 515. And there are a number of key points in that opinion that I'd like to focus the court's attention on. And as the court may recall, the issue there was whether there was a public right of access to a preliminary hearing. And one principle the court sets forth in the opinion is at page 519, where the court says, we believe the issue, quote, we believe the issue should turn on the precise nature of the proceedings in question. We limit our review to cases involving preliminary hearings. And then the court proceeds to explore the nature of a preliminary hearing and decides that because of the nature of that preliminary hearing, it, like the trial itself, should be classified as one that the press and the public have a right of access to. And the key portion of that discussion is at the following page, where the court says Utah's preliminary hearing is different from the preliminary hearing in some other jurisdiction in that it does not include hearings on motions to suppress evidence. Rule 7D1 provides, and then it quotes the rule, and the court goes on and says, as a result, the added risk of prejudice through pretrial disclosure of evidence targeted in a motion to suppress are not present in Utah's preliminary hearing. If the prosecution elected to try to use such evidence in the preliminary hearing in advance of a ruling on whether it should be suppressed, the defendant could seek special measures to avoid its public disclosure. So there, I think the court is signaling that in a preliminary hearing context, if an issue of inadmissible evidence comes in, the appropriate procedure is for the defense to seek closure of at least that portion of the hearing where the evidence is going to be discussed. So the first point I wanted to make is court looking at the procedure we're asking to close a portion of, and that is the motion to preclude further electronic media coverage of the case. It is unlike a preliminary hearing in the sense that that hearing on the 17th is not going to include a motion to suppress evidence, obviously. It's going to include a discussion of the nature and extent of prejudicial pretrial publicity. And I emphasize prejudicial pretrial publicity because the cases define that term as a term of art. It does not include all pretrial publicity. We are not complaining about all pretrial publicity. We're complaining in that motion to close the hearing, which is the motion to prevent further electronic coverage. That's document 305. Our only focus there is on what the courts have characterized as prejudicial pretrial publicity. And that categorization includes the same type of information that Rule 3.6 prohibits lawyers from commenting upon. Things like confessions, things like evidence before it's been admitted, personal opinions as to guilt or personal opinions as to the appropriate penalty, evidence which is clearly inadmissible. Those are the categories of prejudicial pretrial information that the courts and the rule focuses on. So our motion to preclude further electronic coverage details, and what the media says in too much detail, the kinds of prejudicial pretrial publicity that have characterized this case so far. So the hearing and the standards that the court is governed by under the rulings that we cite, particularly the James case, the Utah Supreme Court case says, in deciding whether there's a reasonable likelihood of prejudicial pretrial publicity, the court has to consider a number of factors. And one of those factors, the size of the community, the nature and extent of the pretrial publicity. So as part of our burden, we have to show the court, through evidence, what is the nature and extent of the prejudicial pretrial publicity. And by definition, that prejudicial pretrial publicity is inadmissible at trial. So we're not dealing with a situation where the court has not yet ruled on a motion to suppress. That issue comes up in relation to the other motion that Ms. Visser just talked to you about. We're dealing with a motion that by definition is putting forth in front of the court evidence which is clearly inadmissible at the trial of this case. Confessions, alleged confessions, opinions and statements by Ms. Kirk, statements by the President of the United States, statements, opinions by the Vice President, by the Governor, by the prosecution, by law enforcement officials. All of that prejudicial pretrial publicity is by definition inadmissible evidence. So in that kind of a hearing, is that the type of hearing that we're going to hold on the 17th that should be subject to a right of access, the first issue which Kern says the court should consider. And my argument to the court is that it's not. It's not a traditional procedure such as a trial or a preliminary hearing where courts have recognized a right of access. But even if there is any sort of right of access to a hearing on whether the media, electronic media, should be excluded, the nature of that hearing has to be considered, and as Kern dictates. And I think the best description of the type of hearing we're talking about on the 17th is discussed by the U.S. Supreme Court in Estes versus State of Texas, which we cite in our 305 pleading. And in that case, like this one, there was extensive pretrial publicity, prejudicial pretrial publicity. And in that case, like this one, there was a motion to exclude further coverage by way of electronic media. And the court addressed the issue of whether that type of a hearing is something that in itself can give rise to prejudicial pretrial publicity because of the fact that the evidence that's being brought forth during that hearing is going to be, by definition, prejudicial. And the court in Estes, this is Judge Clark's opinion, says, this is at page 535 of the Estes opinion, it is contended that this two-day pretrial hearing, that is the hearing to exclude the press, cannot be considered in determining the question before us. And the question before them is whether Mr. Estes was deprived of his right, federal constitutional right to a fair trial. And the court goes on, we cannot agree. Pretrial can create a major problem for the defendant in a criminal case Indeed, it may be more harmful than publicity during the trial, for it may well set the community opinion as to guilt or innocence. Though the September hearing dealt with motions to prohibit television coverage and to postpone the trial, they are unquestionably relevant to the issue before us. All of this two-day affair was highly publicized and could only have impressed those present and also the community at large with the notorious character of the petitioner as well as of the proceedings. The trial witnesses present at the hearing, as well as the original jury panel, were undoubtedly made aware of the peculiar public importance of this case by the press and television coverage being provided, and by the fact that they themselves were televised live and their pictures rebroadcast on the evening show. So that kind of captures why we had to bring this motion, because we don't want to be in a position of inflicting another wound on Mr. Robinson's right to a fair and impartial jury by republicizing either right now in arguing this motion or on the 17th when the court hears from us what the nature and extent of that pretrial publicity is.
Well, let me stop you right there, Bert, and
yes.
Mr. Burt. So you cite the Estes case, but Estes was overruled by Chandler v. Florida because in Estes there was an assumption of prejudice, but in Chandler it required the defense prove actual prejudice, and so it changed a little bit. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, certainly. The Chandler court, first of all, was asked to but did not overrule Estes. But what it did clarify, as the court just indicated, is that if the defendant wants to prove up a federal fair trial violation, it's his burden to prove prejudice. And the Estes court outlines that that can be done through an evidentiary hearing at which the defense would have the burden of showing, again, the factors under the James case, nature and extent of publicity, how it prejudiced the defense, whether there are reasonable alternatives. That's going to be the very purpose of the hearing, to comply with Chandler's mandate that we have the burden to prove that prejudice. Right. And so we're going to be taking on that burden, and we think well establishing that we're entitled to the relief that we seek, which is some restriction on the type of prejudicial information that is flowing not only from the electronic media, but that electronic media being amplified by the widespread use of social media, which we discuss at length in the motion. I'm not going to get into the merits of the motion itself, but to address the concern the court had about, well, really Estes is no longer good law. Estes is cited favorably in Chandler. It's cited favorably in Hollingsworth versus Perry, which is the Supreme Court's most recent discussion of cameras in the courtroom. And the court is correct that Chandler put a gloss on it, that we have to show there is no presumption of prejudice, but there is a presumption of prejudice in regard to certain types of prejudicial pretrial publicity. And the clearest holding to that in that regard is the Schilling case. Schilling says there is no presumption of prejudice unless certain categories that the courts have recognized as prejudicial are proven, and then it's inherently prejudicial. And the example that Schilling cites is publicity about a confession. And it cites back to the Wilbert Rideau case, Rideau versus Louisiana, where the court reversed the conviction because the defendant's confession was broadcast prior to the trial. So we have that type of prejudicial pretrial publicity in this case, and it's outlined in the motion. And so, yes, if you don't have those categories of prejudicial pretrial publicity, you have to prove prejudice. But there are certain well-known categories that do give rise to a presumption of prejudice. And that's reflected also in Rule 3.6, which says there's certain things lawyers should not be commenting about. And so we'll show both that we have categories of prejudice that are recognized as presumptively prejudicial, and we'll show that beyond that, the overall picture of this case is one of extreme prejudicial pretrial publicity that justifies the kind of relief we're asking for. But how do we show that without re-inflicting the very harm that we're seeking to avoid here? And that's the purpose of our motion. And the main concern is the tendency in this case for the press to, first of all, highlight all of the prejudicial information in virtually every story they feature on the case, which has its genesis in the prosecution's initial press conference before the court imposed its publicity order. There was an extensive press conference which got before the public a great deal of the kinds of evidence which Rule 3.6 says should not be disclosed before the court had the occasion to enter that order. And then that evidence has been re-amplified, commented upon, so-called experts have been brought in, lip readers, body language experts, all of that is outlined in the motion. The kinds of reiteration of this prejudice that we're most concerned about, the best example of that in document 344, which is the reply brief on this closure issue. At page 6, there is a link to an article. And that article concerns a story by one of the media's clients in which they were supposedly reporting on a defense anticipated motion to modify the court's publicity order. And the story does not concern, it's a television story, and the court has to see it to understand what the issue is, but the story does not concern what the merits of the motion is. The story focuses on, let's repeat for our audience in a very dramatic fashion all of the prejudicial statements made by politicians from the president on down, characterizing Mr. Robinson as an animal, characterizing him as evil, characterizing him as deserving of the death penalty. And they string together all these quotes and rebroadcast them. And that's the kind of coverage that's, I cite that as one example. But if the court sat down and touched on all the links we have in the 305 motion, the court will see it's repeated over and over again. So we don't want to be in that position of putting in front of the court all of this prejudicial information, then having the press regurgitate it yet one more time and re-inflicting the wound that we're seeking to avoid. That same link to that same article is in document 305 at page 175. It's interesting that the media's answer to this which I'll discuss, but I think I first need to return for a minute to the Kearns case. To continue with the other points that I wish to emphasize from that case, the third point from that case is the standard that governs what we have to show. And the court, in the opinion, says we don't have to show a clear and present danger to Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial, but a realistic likelihood of prejudice. That's the standard the court will apply. And if the court looks at the standard for excluding electronic media, it's similar: reasonable probability, reasonable likelihood of prejudice. That's the applicable standard the court will apply. And the court also outlines the procedure to be followed on the motion that we're conducting right now. That is the motion on the hearing of whether the proceeding should be closed. And the court says, first, The hearing on the motion for closure should be open to the greatest extent possible, referring to this hearing that we're conducting right now. And then the court says, second, if disclosure of the alleged prejudicial material is essential to the conduct of the hearing on the motion for closure, the court should first seek a voluntary agreement from the parties who wish to be present that they will not disclose the alleged prejudicial information until it is disclosed at the trial or the trial has concluded. Absent such an agreement, the court may close the courtroom in order to conduct in camera whatever proceedings cannot be conducted without disclosure of the allegedly prejudicial information. So as I read that, the court's referring to the people presently in the audience who wish to be present during this hearing today, and that if they can't promise that they will not use information that I want to disclose in support of the motion today, then the court should conduct procedures in camera. Now, is it necessary for me to disclose to the court what my prejudicial information is? The media says in their motion that they filed yesterday, which is, I don't think I have a docket number for this, but it's entitled News Media's Memorandum in Opposing Motion to Close Portions of the Hearing, which is filed on the 12th yesterday. I don't have the docket number. I'm sure the media does, if there is one. But what they say is it's really not necessary for me to disclose to the court all the prejudicial information that we're relying on to justify moving to close, because at page 2 they say, if the defense does not want to highlight certain information at the evidentiary hearing, it can choose not to. The information is already cited in the motion to exclude, so the court can find it there. That would be a good solution, except for the fact that the media is also opposing our request to keep the motion private. So it doesn't do us any good to refer the court to all the prejudicial information in the motion if the court accepts the media's position that that motion in itself has to be disclosed to the press. Because if it is disclosed, they're going to take that motion and they're going to reiterate all the highlighted prejudicial information in that motion, and again defeat the very purpose of filing the motion. A couple of other points that I wish to emphasize to the court. One is, in both the present motions that I'm talking about and the motions that Ms. Visser just responded to, the media and the state, and the state are in, and the media are mini-me's of each other on this issue. Their pleadings are virtually identical, which calls into question why the media is even a part of this hearing. The court has not yet decided whether they have standing on this particular issue. And in your December ruling, you said that we were not obligated to file with the media the motions concerning restricting electronic media. In their latest opposition to the closure motion, they discussed their standing. But one of the issues in standing is whether we need the voice not only of one media lawyer, but of two media lawyers asserting the same position that the state, one of the parties in this case, is asserting. So you're being presented with three different lawyers arguing essentially the same position. And when the court denied intervention to the media in this case, it cited the Utah Supreme Court decision in Society of Professional Journalists of Utah versus Bullock. And there the court, Utah Supreme Court, addresses the issue of standing in detail. And there were multiple media agencies in that case. And one of the points the court makes is that although they're multimedia agencies, they're all representing the exact same interest. That is the interest of the public in open access to the proceedings, which is coincidentally the same interest the state is asserting in reference to this motion. So we do question whether the state even has standing, but
You mean the press?
I mean the press. I'm sorry, I misspoke. But putting that aside, both the state and the media stress to the court that the court should deny the motion to close, should deny, obviously, the motion to restrict media access, and allow the kind of prejudicial publicity that has characterized the case to continue, because we can all sort it out at trial through venue, motions for change of venue, through voir dire, or motions to expand the jury pool. And I wanted, that issue is addressed in detail in our underlying motion, the lengthy motion. But just to highlight a couple of the points that we raised there, one of them is the Utah Supreme Court, in a case that Ms. Nestor is currently involved in, the Richens case, and this is cited in our motion, said that the court does not have the authority to expand the jury pool. So that remedy is not one the court can adopt. And in terms of the other remedies that are being suggested, neither the state nor the media cites what I think is a controlling case on this issue, which is Gentile versus State Bar of Nevada, which is 501 U.S. 1030, discussed in our motion. But there, Chief Justice Rehnquist, writing for the court, who is no fan of the criminal defendants, said, quote, even if a fair trial can ultimately be ensured through voir dire, change of venue, or some other device, these measures entail serious cost to the system. Extensive voir dire may not be able to filter out all of the effects of pretrial publicity. And with increasingly widespread media coverage of criminal trials, a change of venue may not suffice to undo the effects of statements such as those made by petitioner. So I don't know how many capital cases the media lawyers have been involved in, but for the last 40 plus years, I've done nothing but those trials. And I've been involved with using jury questionnaires, extensive individual sequestered voir dire. And the fact of the matter is that voir dire is not an effective means in these cases. And to the extent it is effective in excluding people who hold prejudicial opinions, it calls into question other rights that are implicated. For instance, in a death penalty case, the jury has to be death qualified, both those who would automatically impose death and those who would automatically impose life. And there's a lot of research. This is an issue which will be explored down the line, but there's a lot of research which shows that that process skews the panel as unrepresentative. It excludes people who are knowledgeable because they read this media coverage. It excludes, the evidence shows, minority groups, women, and people that normally would be included in a representative jury. So yeah, you can voir dire a jury on whether they've heard the President of the United States say that Mr. Robinson should be executed, and you can exclude that juror from serving on this case. But given the demographics of this county, you're going to be excluding a large portion of the population. And then when you add to that the death qualification process, you no longer end up with a representative jury. You end up with what the U.S. Supreme Court in Witherspoon versus Illinois called a group organized to return a death verdict. but it's not a representative jury. So as Chief Justice Rehnquist said in his opinion, even if you employ these other means, they come with a great cost, and in this case, a great constitutional cost. So those are the main points I wanted to make to the court, and I hope I haven't repeated things that the court is already familiar with, but I'm certainly happy to answer any questions the court may have.
Well, what I think I'm going to do is wait till the state makes their argument, and then I'll have questions. That's going to put the picture together for me. And then have questions for all parties. I just want to make sure I hear it all, and I appreciate your arguments, Mr.
Makes
Burt.
sense. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Turning to the state.
Your Honor, Christopher Ballard on behalf of the state. First of all, let me just set the table for the court, because I think there's a motion pending that defendant didn't mention, and that's the motion to classify the reply brief in support of their motion to exclude cameras. Would Your Honor like that docket number?
Yes.
That motion is docket number 400. So as I understand it today, we've got 4 motions in front of the court, 3 of them dealing with classifying documents that have been filed. First is the January 9th motion. Then we've got a motion to classify the motion to exclude cameras, which Mr. Burt has just addressed. A motion to classify the reply in support of that motion to exclude cameras, which I just mentioned is docket number 400. And then also a motion to close portions of the hearing in April that Mr. Burt has also addressed. So it's my understanding that we're here on those 4 motions. Would it be helpful for the court for me to give you the state's opposition to those motions, the docket numbers for those?
That would be helpful, Mr. Ballard. Thank you.
Sure. So on the January 9th motion, state's opposition is docket 340. On defendant's motion to classify the motion to exclude cameras, the state's opposition is docket number 346. On the defendant's motion to classify the reply supporting its motion to exclude cameras, the state's opposition is docket number 431. And then on the motion to close portions of the April hearing, the state's opposition is docket number 448.
Thank you.
I think part of the problem with this is on 3 of these motions, we don't have any requests to submit. There is a request to submit that the media helpfully filed on the January 9th motion, and that lists all of the docket numbers of the relevant documents. There's been quite a few on that one. So hopefully that's helpful for the court.
Yes.
Okay, the next thing I want to clarify is the standards that apply to these 2 different categories of motions. The defense here has not been very careful about articulating and applying the correct legal standards that govern these motions, because there are different standards that apply to classifying documents as opposed to closing a hearing. The standard that applies to classifying documents is found in the Utah Rules of Judicial Administration. That's Rule 4-202, 0.04. But the standard that applies to closing a hearing, as the state explained in its opposition, is governed by case law. And that's the Kearns Tribune case and subsequent cases following that case. And then I also want to just clarify that Rule 3.6 of the Rules of Professional Conduct that's also been mentioned, that rule, while it might be relevant because it talks about pretrial publicity, it does not govern any of these motions. Because Rule 3.6 talks about lawyers making extrajudicial statements. We're not concerned about any extrajudicial statements in any of these motions or in closing the hearing. Obviously, everything that's going to occur in the hearing is going to occur in court. And I also just want to emphasize that Rule 3.6 makes it clear that there's nothing improper about a lawyer commenting on information that's contained in a public record like the information that's filed in a criminal case. Now, with respect to the first motion to classify defendant's January 9th motion that has to do with the evidence, the state did mention Rule 3.6 when it submitted its notice of intent to test evidence. The state did that because the state recognizes that under Rule 3.6 there can be concerns about statements that deal with evidence and testing and results of tests. Our hope, and I guess it's proved to be overly optimistic, was that if we could do this without having to file something in court, we could get this issue resolved of whether we could go forward with the testing. We'd get that resolved. We wouldn't need to be here in a hearing like this today arguing about whether something needs to be public or private. We could hopefully move forward, get the testing done, and get us that much closer to trial. The state was not suggesting that there would be anything improper about filing a motion and having this type of evidence listed in a public document. So that was not the state's intent in originally mentioning Rule 3.6. We were just recognizing that there could be concerns, and hopefully, in hopes of avoiding any kind of hearing like this and getting this issue resolved as far as the testing goes, that we could move forward. But we find ourselves here. Now, another thing I want to clarify is we are not media lawyers. We are not representing the interests of the media. Our client is the people of the state of Utah, who do have an interest in the public nature of these proceedings. But whether any particular document in this case is public or private is really of secondary concern to the state here. We're not trying to represent any kind of media interest, and I think it's improper for the defense to suggest that. Although maybe the media might want to hire us because we probably charge much lower rates than the media's lawyers. But we're not representing the media's interests. We are just, our primary concern is moving this case forward and applying the correct standards in the law. So with that, let me turn to the substance of our response to the motion to classify the January 9th motion. It's clear from the rules of judicial administration that that document, having been filed with the court, is a presumptively public document. And a general allegation that it discusses evidence that might be inadmissible is not enough to deny public access. If that were enough, then any motion that discussed evidence before there was a ruling on the admissibility of that evidence would have to be private. And even if there were some basis for ultimately finding that the evidence discussed in the motion was inadmissible, public exposure to that kind of evidence does not necessarily justify or it does not necessarily prejudice defendant's right to a fair trial and justify sealing that document. And the controlling case of State versus Allgaier here from the Utah Supreme Court in 2011 is very instructive on this point. It's instructive to all of these motions. Allgaier was a capital case. And the issue in Allgaier concerned a letter that was sent to the court from a fellow inmate of Curtis Allgaier, the defendant in that case, who'd been charged with capital murder. And the letter stated that the defendant had confessed to aggravated murder and also threatened the inmate and the inmate's mother if the inmate revealed that confession. I can't imagine any more potentially prejudicial information in a capital case. It's a clear admission of guilt. It's a clear admission of future dangerousness. So the defendant in that case obviously wanted to keep that letter private, but the court denied that request because that information that was in the letter was already contained in the public record. Now that fact is not necessarily relevant to this motion to classify the January 9th filing, but it is relevant to the rest of the motions here. But what the court said next in affirming the trial court's decision in Allgaier to release that letter is really instructive, because the court recognized that despite already circulating reports of highly prejudicial information, there were alternatives to restricting public access to the document. And those reasonable alternatives are the time-honored tools of jury selection. That's how we screen out jurors whose prior knowledge renders them unable to objectively view the evidence. And I think it's interesting in Allgaier that the court said those tools would be effective to protect the defendant's right to a fair trial, regardless of whether how that balancing came out, whether the court said, yes, this is so prejudicial, it shouldn't be released, or the risk of prejudice is not high enough to justify restricting access. That ruling, that holding in Allgaier coincides perfectly with the United States Supreme Court's analysis in the case of Press Enterprise 2, where they mentioned as well that through voir dire, a court can identify those jurors whose prior knowledge of the case would disable them from rendering an impartial verdict. And as far as this notion of the court can't expand the jury pool, that's certainly not the case. The court can summon as many Utah County jurors as it deems necessary to be able to seat a fair and impartial jury. What happened in the Richens case is that given that Summit County is a smaller population county, they tried to expand the Summit County jury pool with jurors from Salt Lake County. And there's nothing that allows you to take jurors from a different jurisdiction and add them to the jury pool. But we're here in the second largest county in the state. There's not going to be any problem with expanding the jury pool here. I'll just briefly touch on, as far as the other two motions, to classify the motion to exclude cameras and the reply in support of that motion. I think basically the same arguments apply. The only thing I would add there too is that this idea of where there's so much media coverage that you've got to necessarily find that there's some prejudice. I don't know that it necessarily works that way. I think that the fact that media coverage becomes so pervasive can also tend to dilute the effects of that media coverage, because when something becomes a constant drone, a lot of people tend to tune it out. Now, for sure, there'll be people that are fixated on this case, but we weed those out through careful questioning during voir dire. And I also point out that not all media reports in this case have been unfavorable to the defendant and favorable to the state. It's gone both ways here. There's media that the state's concerned about as well. So just saying that this is a content tornado or there's been a barrage of media coverage doesn't necessarily mean that there is going to be prejudice to the defendant. I'll turn then finally to the motion to close portions of the hearing. And again, there's a different standard that governs that motion. It's not governed by the rules of judicial administration. To close a court hearing a court has to look at the specific nature of the proceeding at issue and determine, first of all, whether there's a presumptive right to public access to that type of proceeding. Now, defendants waived any argument that there's no presumptive right of public access because he hasn't argued otherwise. Instead, he's assumed that there is a right to public access and has argued for the court to close that hearing. But again, defendant has incorrectly relied on the standards that govern classifying documents rather than the standards that govern closing a court proceeding. But the same arguments still basically apply, that the defendant would have to show that the closure is necessary to protect his right to a fair trial, and we don't believe that he could make that showing where most of the documents or most of the evidence that's going to be discussed at that hearing is already public, and that's where that other portion of the Allgaier case comes in. If you're going to be discussing things that are already public, that tends to favor keeping the proceeding public rather than closing it. Now, the state does agree with the defendant on 2 points in that motion. To the extent that the hearing is going to discuss media coverage that has violated the court's decorum orders, we would agree that those portions of that hearing should be closed because that would be just committing further violations of the court's decorum orders by repeating that evidence. And then defendant has also mentioned that there are personal privacy concerns to some people, and that they want to discuss media reports that have created concerns about personal privacy and safety, and the state would agree that those concerns are sufficient to justify closing the hearing. So we would agree with the defendant that portions of the hearing that discuss decorum order violations and that implicate personal privacy and safety, those should be closed, but otherwise that April 17th hearing should be open, especially where it's just going to be talking about things that are already public.
Right.
Does Your Honor have any other questions?
Not just yet. Thank you, Mr. Ballard.
Thank you.
Any other argument?
Yes, Your Honor.
Thank you. And counsel, remind me your name.
And for Your Honor's benefit, I intend to handle the argument on the motions to classify, and Mr. Jed intends to handle the argument on the motion to close the April 17th hearing.
Thank you.
So I'll start with the motion to classify the January 9th, 2026 motion. That's docket 285. And for the court's benefit, the news media oppositions are at docket 302, docket 337. And then we also filed a supplemental opposition on March 10th. I don't believe that has been filed on the docket yet because we filed it under seal and there wasn't a way for us as non-parties to file it on the docket. I will note that I do think the court granted our motion to file under seal, but it looks like the motion that was sealed, the opposition that was sealed was, I think, the incorrect opposition. I think the sealed one was docket 451, and that should have been kept public, whereas the one we sent to the court via email is the one that should be sealed privately.
Thank you for that clarification.
Yes, and we can clarify it again later if that's helpful. So starting with the motion to classify the January 9th, 2026 motion, and before I get into our arguments, I'll just clarify that I don't intend to comment on sort of the substantive arguments in the motion or the underlying evidence referred to. So as the state argued, filings are presumptively public. That's in the rule, it's clear as day. I do want to differ from the state a little bit though. So Rule 4-20202 sort of explains what the court needs to do when it's deciding whether or not to keep a filing public or to allow it to be sealed. What that rule doesn't exactly do is tell the court what sort of is the standard that it's applying when it's weighing the interests. And for that standard, I would refer the court to Press Enterprise 2. That's 478 US 1. And I know Mr. Judd intends to talk about this a little as well, so I won't go into too much detail. But that's the case from the U.S. Supreme Court that was decided after Kearns Tribune, which the parties already referred to. And in that case, the court said that when a court is deciding to close a proceeding, so it wasn't referring to filings or documents specifically, but it was talking about a proceeding like a preliminary hearing. It said the court has to make specific findings, and there has to be a substantial probability that fair trial rights will be prejudiced. And the court was very clear that the standard is substantial probability. And then the court also said there has to be no less restrictive alternatives. So that really maps nicely onto Rule 4-20202. The only difference being that in Press Enterprise, the court clarified the standard is substantial probability of prejudice. And although that case was referring to hearings, open hearings and open court filings are just two sides of the same coin. They're stemming from the First Amendment. They protect the same interests. So there really is no need for the court to consider or apply a different standard for open filings or open proceedings. It can really be that Press Enterprise 2 test. But really, whether you're looking only at Rule 4-20202 or whether you're looking at Press Enterprise 2, the outcome for this motion in particular is the same. And that's because, as Mr. Ballard referenced, filings are presumptively public, and that doesn't change just because the court hasn't ruled on the admissibility of the evidence. You can look at, for that standard, you can look for cases like State v. Archuleta. That's 857 P. 2nd 234. That's the Utah Supreme Court. Also the Al Geyer case, 2011, UT 47. There, the defendant made the argument the letter would have been inadmissible, and the court still said it should have been made public. And then also even United States versus McVeigh, which is a case cited by the defense, and that's 119 F. 3rd 806, and that's a 10th Circuit case. And then I finally, just the final point I want to make on this motion is the arguments from the defense about why this motion needs to be kept sealed are really quite generic arguments about pre-trial evidence. They could have been applied in any type of case to any type of evidence. And I understand that the defense is being careful because we're in a public setting. I understand and appreciate that. But the arguments in their sealed filings were just as generic and just as applicable to any type of pretrial evidence. And as we argue in our supplemental opposition, we don't think the actual arguments made in the motion justify that this type of evidence needs to be kept private. So unless Your Honor has any questions about that motion to classify, I'll move on to the next two.
Yes, go ahead.
So the next two motions to classify are relating to the motion to exclude cameras, and that is dockets 310, that's the motion to classify the primary motion, and then docket 400, which is the motion to classify the reply in support of the motion to exclude. And the news media oppositions can be found at docket 323 and docket 429. So for these motions in particular and the reply, I just want to make very clear that you cannot make public information private by putting it in a court filing. That's because filings are presumptively public, but also because, again, the information is public. You can't take a public thing, put it in a public forum, and it suddenly ends up being private. That just is not how the rule works. There has to be some sort of showing as to why this information can't be made public, but again, it already is public, including, in fact, information that was created by the public. So if the motion to exclude is kept private, what that's saying to the public is you can't have access to information that you, in fact, created. Similarly, the court cannot prohibit the public from discussing information that is already public. That is a prior restraint on speech. If there is news articles, if there are comments from public officials, the news has a right to report on that. The court cannot control that. So making this motion and this reply private or sealed, that's just not something that can actually control the speech. So this attempt to sort of control the public discourse, it's just ineffective, and it's also unconstitutional because it is a prior restraint on what can be reported on. The defense's argument there is that they shouldn't have to republish the information, but nobody is asking them to republish the information. They have decided to assert these arguments in the motion. They have decided to include all of this evidence. That was their decision, and they put it on the court docket. So the presumption is that it is public. And the news media, in our opposition to that motion, not the motion to classify, but the motion to exclude cameras, one of the points we made is that a lot of this stuff doesn't even deal with electronic media coverage. It's referring to statements made by public officials before the proceedings even began. So the defense's position that they had to include these things, we would push back against, because we don't think a lot of the things cited are even relevant to the actually narrow question that is before the court about whether electronic media coverage should continue. Because some of those statements aren't even really connected to electronic media coverage. They're connected to things that public officials said or did before the proceedings began. And we don't have a dog in that fight. We're not trying to litigate whether or not that was lawful or not. We're just trying to litigate, should electronic media coverage continue? And so the defense really didn't need to include, we argue, a lot of the things they did include that, again, are public statements that the public has a right to see and have access to, and in fact already has access to. So there is no reason to exclude the public from seeing those things. And for that argument in particular, I would again refer the court to Al Geyer, where the court talked about that very specific point, saying if the information is already in the public, then there's not anything the court can do by trying to restrict that information. Again, the best tools available to the court are the time-honored things that the court can control. The court cannot control public discourse, but it can control the jury that is actually seated and ensure that that is a fair and impartial jury. And so that is the best method. Are there any questions Your Honor had on that motion?
No, thank you.
Yep, and before I sit down, I also wanted to add, I am prepared to address standing. I didn't know if that was something you wanted to hear from the news media today, but I am prepared to address that if you would like.
Right now, no. Thank you. Mr. Judd.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. As Ms. Uresk suggested, I'm going to address briefly the motion to close the April 17th hearing in part. The docket numbers for the briefing on that are docket number 425, that's the defense's opening motion. Docket 448, that's the state's response. And docket 451, that's the media's opposition. Ms. Visser at the outset said something that I'm sympathetic with. I know the court has a lot of briefing before it on these motions, and she mentioned that it felt like we were drowning in a First Amendment briefing. I don't think anyone wants to drown, but if I had to drown in something, I think I would drown in First Amendment briefing. Sounds delightful. The court ultimately needs to make a practical decision about each of these motions in front of it, and that's a tough task. And I want to help the court with that the best that I can. If the court is going to close or seal anything, the court has to make findings, and the court has to explain which interests it's weighing. It also has to do an important thing in determining that the restriction it's imposing on public access is the narrowest possible way of protecting the countervailing interests in favor of secrecy. So that's tough. The court's been through that several times already, including with the motion to disqualify and the hearing there. How do we identify an interest that we may believe justifies an exception from this rule that the public gets access to these proceedings? And then how do I make that as narrow as possible to ensure that if that interest needs to be protected, I am, but it's narrow. I'm grateful, therefore, that the defense, got this motion on file in time for us to discuss it today, so we can talk about that April 17th hearing today in advance. And I'm also grateful that that motion and both oppositions recognize what I think has to be the case, which is most of that hearing, if not all of it, needs to be open. The two sides have talked about the kinds of hearings that are presumptively open. This is one of those. There's no reason that it shouldn't be. It's not a juvenile matter. It's not another type of sensitive matter that would qualify, and any argument to the contrary has been waived. So we start with the presumption that this is open. The defense also recognizes, I think, that most of it should be anyway, that the things that they seek to protect are some narrow categories of information. I think where we run into challenges is a lack of specificity. And if we can't get to the specifics justifying what exactly would need to be closed and why, then the presumption wins and it stays open. I see in the motion an argument that something about what they call a litany of potentially prejudicial statements may not want to be introduced. But of course, for the court to enter a ruling saying, okay, that part of the hearing will be closed, we have nowhere near the kind of specificity we would need to say what that would even look like. Would there be some sort of short colloquy where certain pieces of evidence would be introduced? If so, what? A certain statement by a public official? A certain news clip? A certain statement? We don't know. Because the motion that will be discussed at the April 17th hearing is 185 pages long, and it has, again, a litany of information. It's possible that there may be some part of some piece of evidence in that weighty motion that the court may be better to review in camera, right? So as to not publicize it again and risk this republication problem. But we don't know what that is at this point. Another suggestion is that the December 11th closed portion may be discussed there. I think that's gone. I think we now have a transcript that has almost all of that hearing open. The last piece is that there may be some kind of private and personal information. Sorry, there's two more. There may be some sort of private personal information potentially for a witness. The court has, very narrowly in the past, in this case, identified one instance where keeping at least one bit of identifying information off camera may be appropriate. Maybe the court would see fit to do so again here, but we don't know what the ask is. And at this point saying, okay, I will grant the motion to close a portion of that hearing to the extent that it implicates some kind of private information would be impossible for the court to do, because the court can't do that balancing test that the rule requires without that type of clarity. The last piece is alleged violations of the decorum order. Again, I struggle a little bit to understand exactly what would be presented that would justify closure. I think discussing, hey, we believe in these cases and these types of media coverage, there was something that was a violation. Something was shown that shouldn't have been, and here's the problem that it creates. Again, if it's, we want to show the media clip in which that decorum order violation was broadcast, I think that wouldn't justify or necessitate closing the hearing. The court could look at it on its screen. The defense could refer to what we're going to show you right now is the following kind of violation. In short, I think the task that's been put in front of the court to attempt to close part of that hearing right now is impossible. What would the court say, I am going to close at this point, when everybody decides that the vast majority of that hearing needs to be open? It may be possible when we get to that April 17th hearing that the court may be faced with a request to say, here's what we're going to present. We're going to put this witness up, and this witness is going to talk about this thing. And it may have a more complete ability to rule on that specific issue then. But as of right now, I think not only should most of that hearing stay open, which everyone has agreed to here, but in the media's view, everything should. The last thing that I want to mention is the unique feature, the unique nature of this hearing. There's all kinds of different hearings, and they may, preliminary hearings, evidentiary hearings, the trial itself, those all may have different standards. What's unique about this hearing, of course, is that this motion asks the court to turn off cameras, to mute the microphones, and to no longer let the public be the kind of participant in this hearing that it has, in this proceeding that it has been to date. Saying, not only should the cameras be turned off, not only should the microphones be turned off, but the argument as to why that should happen should be sealed from the public, and the public kept out of that hearing strikes me as the exact opposite of what the presumption of public access is meant to do. Of all the types of things that the public should be able to see argued, a question as to whether or not the public will be able to continue to observe the proceedings in the case seems like close to the highest potential instance in which public access should be granted. Measures that they can, and I know we have hard work from our people here representing the media and the public to try to abide by the court's decorum order. The court has done heavy lifting so far to initiate and refine that decorum order to balance the interests. We believe that that is the approach the court should continue to take, to continue to allow access, but to have appropriate restrictions to balance the interests. And we ask the court to do that with respect to the April 17th hearing as well.
Thank you, Mr. Judd. Defense, do you want to have a response?
All right, as you see there, we've been listening into this court case, not taking any commercial breaks at this moment because we wanted to give you as much uninterrupted coverage of this Charlie Kirk murder suspect appearing virtually for this hearing. The judge is now, of course, deciding whether or not the media will have access within this case. We are going to take this opportunity, though, to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Much more on these top stories and listening back into that court case when we return. Stay with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Do want to continue on with our coverage as we're listening into this court hearing there in Provo, Utah. This all has to do with the murder of Charlie Kirk. Let's listen back in.
So when the media lawyer says this coverage is, they're just public officials. We have no control over them. We're not in any way responsible for what they say or what they don't say. That is false. They are responsible in the sense that they are putting in front of the public a distorted view of an incriminating portrayal of Mr. Robinson. And that theme of incrimination is repeated over and over in virtually every one of the clips that we provided to the court. And we've emphasized that those clips are merely the tip of the iceberg. And we will present during the hearing much more than what's presented in the motion to prove that very point. And so there is a connection. And it's not only the electronic media, but the social media who is taking this information and spinning these theories of incrimination. Mr. Ballard says, oh, well, it's not, we haven't told the whole picture because some of that is pro-defense, and he indicates in his pleading that they're going to put in at the hearing publicity concerning conspiracy theories that are out there. And the implication is that those conspiracy theories somehow help Mr. Robinson. But we're on the side here of using this trial as a method to find truth. We have no interest in advocating conspiracy theories, whether they help Mr. Robinson or not. So I think it'd be helpful for the court to see some of these conspiracy theories. But the main point is the public is not being educated by electronic media. They're being biased by it, and they're being slanted to extreme views on both ends of the spectrum. And that's where the court, under the Maxwell case, says the trial court has a primary responsibility to step in and take measures that could lessen the impact of that publicity. The idea that it's already out there, and the Algier case. I want to focus for a minute on that case because I think, if anything, it supports the argument we're making. The court in that case was concerned with a letter from a jailhouse informant, a single letter, who claimed that Mr. Algier, I'm sure I'm mispronouncing his name, had confessed to him in a jailhouse conversation. And the trial court refused to seal the letter because there was already other publicity. We don't know what that other publicity is. It's not detailed in the Utah Supreme Court's opinion. But when the case reached the Utah Supreme Court, critical fact for the Supreme Court, was that in the briefing in front of the Supreme Court, Mr. Algier had included the letter that had been sealed by the trial court pending the appeal. He himself disclosed the content of that letter. And the Utah Supreme Court said, in affirming the decision of the district court that the interest favoring unsealing the letter outweigh the interest that favor keeping it sealed, we note that since the time of the district court's decision, most of the significant information contained in the letter had been introduced into the public arena. Specifically, in his brief in this court, which is a public document, Mr. Algier included the third district court's decision to unseal the letter. That decision, which was filed under seal, quoted the letter. Because these portions of the letter have been placed by Mr. Algier into the public arena and are therefore accessible to the media, any significant interests that would be protected by requiring the letter to remain sealed are now greatly diminished. So how does that case compare to this one? Well, first of all, we're not dealing with information that the defense has voluntarily put into the public domain. In Algier, there was no motion to file the letter under seal by Mr. Algier. In this case, we filed all the relevant pleadings here with a request that they be classified as private. So counsel for the media misspeaks when they say, oh, well, once it's filed, it's in the public domain. The very purpose of the procedure to make something private is for the court to rule on whether it should be considered a public filing. So that procedure was followed here. It was not followed in Algier. He put the documents into the public domain. The second thing is, it, I think, strains credibility to say that the factual record in Algier is in any way comparable to the extent and nature of pretrial publicity in this case. We're not dealing with a confession letter by a jailhouse informant, a single letter by a jailhouse informant. You can't compare the President of the United States, the Vice President, the Governor, to a jailhouse informant in terms of the weight that the public is likely to give to that information. So the court in Algier was not saying, we don't care what the pretrial publicity is. We're holding that in every case where there's been any disclosure of information, no matter what it is, that's the end of the ballgame, and the court has no obligation to try and restrict further prejudicial pretrial information. The court never said that. And when Mr. Ballard says he can't imagine any more prejudicial information than a letter from a jailhouse informant, I would recommend to him the facts of this case, because this is a case that goes way beyond a single letter from a jailhouse informant. It covers opinions by highly respected, in this county anyway, public officials who directly state that Mr. Robinson is guilty and deserves the death penalty. And Mr. Ballard says Rule 3.6 has no relevance here. It has relevance to the extent that it defines what prejudicial pretrial publicity is. It defines what the categories are. And the Levitt decision, which is cited in our motion by the recent decision by the Utah Supreme Court, emphasizes that the categories outlined in the commentary of Section 3.6 identify what those categories of prejudicial pretrial publicity are. And it's not again, unlike Algiers, we're not talking about a single instance. We're talking about repeated exposure to the most prejudicial information that is imaginable. And what will come out of today's hearing will be more of the same. In other words, right now, as we're talking, there are media talking heads, law school professors, criminal defense lawyers who are being paid for their opinions and not disclosing that they're being paid for their opinions, who will say things like, oh, this motion by the defense is absolutely frivolous, or this motion is wrong, or this is why this motion should be denied by the court, or characterizing Mr. Robinson's demeanor, etc. So this case is not comparable in any way to Algiers, and the court should not buy into the notion that they are comparable. The idea that we're mixing the standards, I think, could be bounced back to their side, because they say, oh, the standard for closure of a hearing is compelling state interest and no reasonable alternatives. But they skip a step, which is this type of a hearing that we're seeking to close, the portions of which will discuss the prejudicial pretrial publicity. Is that subject to a First Amendment right of access? We haven't waived that argument. That's an argument that Kern says should be at the forefront of the court's analysis, regardless of which side is raising the issue. The court has to determine whether this hearing on the 17th is comparable to a trial or to a prelim. It's unique in the sense that it's focused solely on what everybody has to say is inadmissible evidence. Is that the type of procedure that there should be a compelling interest demonstrated? And in any event, we have demonstrated a compelling interest. Mr. Robinson's right to a fair trial by an impartial and representative jury. And that right, according to the U.S. Supreme Court, takes precedence over every other right. The press enterprise case that was cited about the efficacy of voir dire and the Algiers case that was cited for the same proposition conflicts with Gentile versus Board of the State Bar, which was decided years after Press Enterprise 2. Press Enterprise 2 is decided in 86. Gentile's decided in 91. And if you look in the discussion in Algiers about what cases are cited when the court talks about the efficacy of voir dire, Gentile is nowhere mentioned. So the Supreme Court may have its own view. The Utah Supreme Court may have its own views about the efficacy of voir dire, but I would ask, how does one explore with a juror whether they have been exposed to publicity that is specifically prejudicial, things like a confession? Did you see any, have you read, you ask a juror, have you read or seen anything in the electronic media about this case? Not that I recall, is a typical answer, even if they've seen a lot. And then the next question was, when you attempt, can you or should you attempt to jog their memory by mentioning specific prejudicial information? Well, how about a confession? How about a statement by the President of the United States that Mr. Robinson should be executed? Have you seen anything like that? Now, that type of voir dire is designed to bring to the jury's attention the very information you don't want them to have. So, just throwing out the vague proposition that, oh, voir dire, the traditional means of curing pretrial prejudice, doesn't deal with the realities of voir dire in a capital case where the prejudicial publicity is as extensive as this one. There is a discussion of this issue in an older case, where it always struck me as kind of really stating the truth of it. In the court, this is an old, high publicity murder case, California case, Corona versus Superior Court, 24 Calab 3rd, 872. And the court is characterizing its experience with voir dire as an effective method. And the court says, questioning on voir dire as to the effect of the media's evidentiary disclosures, one prospective juror may deny or admit awareness, another disclaim or admit prejudgment. One may falsely deny both knowledge and prejudice for the sake of a place on the jury. An honest juror may admit knowledge or tentative prejudgment and find himself excluded. Many will sincerely try to set aside their preconceptions and give assurances of impartiality, yet unconsciously bend to the influence of initial impressions gained from the news media. And along the same lines, we have in this case an expert declaration that is discussed in docket 305, which talks about the importance of repetition in causing conscious and unconscious bias in jurors. And the importance of unconscious bias is it's by definition bias that cannot be weeded out by voir dire because the juror doesn't know they've been affected by it. And the expert, this is page 94 of 305, says the volume of coverage in notorious cases can be overwhelming. And studies show that the quantity of pretrial publicity to which jurors are exposed affects their level of bias. Across studies extending back several decades, researchers have demonstrated that individuals exhibit a greater propensity to prejudge defendants when they are exposed to more publicity, both as a general conclusion, i.e. showing a general propensity to prejudgment based on an increase in the amount of exposure, and in response to specific thresholds, i.e. showing that prospective jurors exposed to at least 3 newspaper articles about a crime were more likely to believe there was ample evidence against the defendant. This effect has been demonstrated in both naturally occurring and controlled settings, confirming the validity of the proposition. And along the same lines, the U.S. Supreme Court, in a case cited on that same page, U.S. Department of Justice versus Reporters Committee for Freedom of the Press, 489 U.S. 749, says, the fact that an event is not wholly private does not mean that an individual has no interest in limiting disclosure or dissemination of that information. So the fact that there's already existing prejudicial pretrial publicity out there should not give rise to the conclusion that, oh, well, let's add some more. Because the court at this stage of the process still has the ability to control this process in a way that will protect Mr. Robinson's right to a fair and impartial jury by a representative jury. And just to say, well, we'll handle it down the road is to ignore the mandate of Maxwell that the court has to be proactive and to take action before the prejudice happens. So we're seeking to prevent future prejudice. It's already existing. There's no doubt about that. But to throw your hands up at this point, this early stage of the case, and say there's nothing I can do about it, we're just going to continue along the same lines, allow these people to keep making these prejudicial statements and hope for the best down the line, and that we won't have to exhaust the entire pool. We won't have to move for a change of venue. And again, there are costs associated with those remedies that we think argues in favor of this motion.
Thank you, Mr. Burt.
Thank you.
All right, I just have a couple of questions for the parties. The intent is to obtain these, and then the court will take a brief recess.
All right, as you see there, we're listening into this court hearing as the judge is now saying that they will take a few questions before heading to a brief recess. Let's go ahead and slide away, though, for a quick 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. Do you want to listen back into the court hearing before they head to that brief recess? Let's listen back in.
I certainly want to give you that opportunity.
No, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right.
I'll just respond.
All right.
Carissa Urask on behalf of the news media again. So just to respond to the sort of the argument that the test should be whether the evidence goes to the heart of the case, that's not really a standard that I'm aware of in case law or the rules. Again, the court goes through the balancing test, and there has to be, specific findings. There could be a substantial probability of prejudice. And here I would just argue that's just not the case. And I will just direct the court to the arguments we made in our sealed supplemental opposition that is very specific to this motion as to why that showing has not been made here.
Thank you. All right, to defense, you noted if full classification is denied, you would seek to file redacted versions. Have you prepared a proposed redacted version of these motions, and do you believe redacting the specific evidentiary exhibits and media links would sufficiently cure your constitutional concerns?
We haven't yet prepared those redactions, but it's easily done because it focuses on the factual portion of the motion. So essentially it would be submitted to the court the legal arguments absent the factual basis that's discussed in the statement of facts and later referenced in regard to the criteria under the rule, some of the publicity set forth there as well. So it can be easily done. It would satisfy the concern insofar as the motion goes. What you would lose in that, I think, is at the hearing itself, having the court have the ability to actually listen to the evidence. I'm not sure. I think that falls into a different category. In other words, the motion is one thing, but presenting it live to the court, I think, presents a different issue. And perhaps that can be addressed by submitting to the court in camera the clips that are outlined in the motion, which that would satisfy our concern. But the only other thing I think could arise is if experts are commenting on something the court has considered in camera, those opinions might disclose that information, so that could be a special problem. But in general, I think redacting the motions and providing the court with a disk or a thumb drive that contained the clips with the understanding that that would not be disclosed. In other words, by providing that to the court, the media would say, oh, you provided to the court, therefore it's filed and we're entitled to it. I think the understanding we have to be the court is being provided this with the understanding it is private. And to answer the court's question, I think those kind of remedies would resolve the issue.
Thank you, Mr. Birch.
Sure.
All right, turning to the state, the defendant argues that publicly filing the motion to exclude forces them to republish prejudicial media links and private information protected by grandma, effectively doing the media's work for them. Does the state acknowledge any risk to the integrity of the proceedings by hosting a consolidated repository of this potential prejudicial material on the public docket?
I think, defendant, you can't ignore the fact that there is a risk that when you repeat something, it's emphasized. Certainly we agree with that there's a risk of that. I think Allgaier is controlling, though, where it says the fact that something is already public tends to support that should remain public, and that Allgaier, it didn't directly address whether that would risk republication, whether the republication would risk emphasizing, but certainly that's the undertone there in Allgaier. And I just wanted to clarify one point there. If you look at paragraph, just let me grab my computer.
Sure.
If you look at paragraph 16 of Allgaier, this is about the point that Mr. Burt made that defense counsel in Allgaier actually attached the letter to his public brief in the Supreme Court. That was not the decisive factor in Allgaier. All that did was give the court even greater confidence that affirming the district court's ruling to release the letter was correct. If you look at paragraph 16 in Allgaier, about halfway through the paragraph, it says, the district court considered the specific language within the Cobb letter. Cobb is the name of the inmate. The specific language within the Cobb letter and its potential impact on Mr. Allgaier's right to a fair trial. But the district court concluded that given the amount and type of prejudicial information already in the public domain at the time of its decision, unsealing the Cobb letter would not undermine Mr. Allgaier's right to a fair trial. So the district court's decision was based on what was already in the public, the information that was already public when the letter came before the court. The letter at that time was still sealed. And then the Supreme Court does not say, it doesn't question whether that balancing was correct or not. It says we are, in affirming the decision of the district court, we note that the letter there's even more information of the same kind that was already contained in the letter because the letter itself was now attached to the brief. So the decision in Allgaier was based on the information that was already in the public domain, even absent the defendant attaching the letter to his brief.
All right, thank you. Court has no further questions. We are right at the noon hour. The court intends to take a 15-minute recess to review my notes, considering the arguments, and to issue a ruling on this case as it relates to what's before the court. And then we'll come back and discuss how we will address the April 17th hearing. Court is in a brief recess.
All right, as you heard, the court is in a brief recess right now as they are expected to reconvene. We'll, of course, make sure to take you out there as we do get any kind of update on the hearing. Right now, I do want to head over to Rocky Mount, North Carolina, as we have Kelly Loeffler, who's speaking right now. Let's lift up the audio.
Zarutska. After 4 disastrous years, that turnaround is well underway. And yes, there is much more work to do, but we're making fast progress for you. We've cut Biden's massive inflation and high interest rates to 5-year lows. We're eliminating trillions of dollars of bureaucratic red tape that crushed our job creators. And we're restoring drill, baby, drill to make us energy dominant again. And I'd be remiss if I didn't say clean, beautiful coal. So we are bringing back Made in America. That's what made us a great nation of builders. It's going to make us a great nation of builders again. Now, the mainstream media and the liberal elites said that it couldn't be done, that we should just simply manage America's decline. Well, they were dead wrong, because all we needed was a new president. Now, just, you know what the working family tax cuts mean. You know that it's no tax on tips, no tax on overtime. It's thousands of dollars back in your pocket this year and for years to come. It's expanded child tax credits, expanded health savings account, $1,000 Trump accounts for children. It's the 20% pass-through deduction for small businesses. It's the immediate expensing that is rocket fuel for Main Street. And in fact, this is the most Main Street bill in American history. But yet, every single Democrat in Congress voted against it. which means when you get your tax refunds this year, you will not be thanking Don Davis, but you can thank President Trump, Vice President Vance, and congressional Republicans for that. So now, look. President Trump and Vice President Vance, they didn't break it, but they're trying to fix it, and they're working quickly, and they're fighting for you. Not for Green New Deal radicals, not for illegal aliens, not for big government spending or fraudsters stealing your tax dollars, but for workers, for veterans, for hardworking families like yours who make our nation strong. We are working every day to make this country great again. Now, my friends, we are on the cusp of America's golden age, and certainly the best is yet to come. But none of this would have been possible without the incredible leadership of President Trump and Vice President Vance. And you all know our great Vice President's story, his humble beginnings. He's a man of deep faith, the father of soon-to-be four with his beautiful wife and Second Lady, Usha Vance. You know, something important to know about our Vice President, he was the deciding vote on the One Big Beautiful Bill. He single-handedly stopped Democrats from driving your tax bill through the roof and preventing a $4 trillion tax hike. And now he's leading a sweeping effort to end massive fraud and prosecute criminals who are stealing your tax dollars. He's a man who, above all, fights unapologetically for American values. He and President Trump do it all for the hardworking men and women of our nation who make this nation exceptional. And it's why he's back here in the great state of North Carolina, standing proudly with you to restore the American dream. Ladies and gentlemen, I introduce the 50th Vice President of the United States, J.D. Vance.
All right, as you see, stepping up to the microphone now is Vice President J.D. Vance. We did anticipate that he would be here at any moment, speaking there in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. Let's listen back in.
Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you all. Please, please take a seat, and we've got some time to spend with one another. So I want to first thank a few of the great people who are here who make this possible and are leading, I think, helping us lead America's and North Carolina's comeback. So first of all, to our great Senate candidate here in the state of North Carolina, Michael Whatley. Thank you, Michael, for everything that you're doing. For our great congressional candidate in this district, Lori Buckout. Where are you, Lori? Thank you so much. It's good to see you. An officer in our military and now a person who wants to serve this great district and actually do something good for the people of this district instead of just voting with Nancy Pelosi, which is exactly what Don Davis does every single day. He's in Washington, D.C. So, Lori, thank you. We're going to talk a little bit more about your race here in a second, but a lot of you know that this state has a very special place in my heart because I grew up in a poor family. I was raised by my grandmother, and then when I graduated from high school back in 2003, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps, and I really spent the first 4 years of my adulthood not too far from here in the eastern part of our state, becoming a young Marine and frankly becoming a young man. And I'll never forget one of the first major purchases I ever made in my entire life was when I wanted to buy, for the first time, I wanted to buy my own car as a young Marine. I was probably 19 years old. And I go to one of these off-base used car dealerships, and I find a Honda Civic. It's practical, it's cheap, it does everything I need it to do. And I'm gonna get the dealer's low interest rate financing of 21%. And by the grace of God, I had a great United States Marine Corps gunnery sergeant, Gunny Arledge. I went back, I said, Gunny, I got a great news for you. He said, what? He said, I'm gonna buy my first car. He said, congratulations, Marine, that's a big step for a young Marine. He said, what's your interest rate? I said, 21%. And he nearly smacked me upside the head. And he said, stop being an idiot. And he didn't say that, he used more colorful language, but I said, we have a couple of young people out there. He said, go to Navy Federal Credit Union and I got an 8% interest rate and bought my car without breaking the bank. So that was one of many lessons the state of North Carolina taught me. But what we're trying to do, I talk about the difference between a 21% interest rate that the used car dealer offered me and the 8% interest rate that I got offered at a credit union, and that's pretty much the difference between the Joe Biden and Donald Trump economic plan for the United States of America. Because in just a very brief time, we've seen new home purchases rise to their highest level in 5 years since the last time Donald Trump was president. We've seen the cost of rents drop for 6 months in a row. We've seen the average tax refund that's going to come to the people of North Carolina about $3,700 per family, and we see interest rates that are the lowest they've been since the last time that Donald J. Trump was president. My friends, the president is impatient. He's the most impatient person I have ever met, in fact. He constantly is pressing on the gas. He wants us to do more, but I stand here proud to say that after the first year of President Donald Trump and congressional Republicans' leadership, we are rebuilding the American dream, and we are taking back this country for the people of this state. Now, there are a number of things that I'm proud of, a number of things I want to brag on, but I actually want to take a little bit of an audience poll because I was looking at some of the things that we put in the working families tax cut, this one big, great, big, beautiful bill. Now, that bill is over 1,100 pages long, and unlike most of these bills that are way too long, this is chock full of good stuff for the people of this district, the people of this state. But there are a few things in particular that I think are important for this state. Number one, that piece of legislation, the working families tax cuts, had the biggest tax cut for Social Security benefits that we've ever seen in the United States of America. Number two, it wasn't just Social Security recipients. Number two, that legislation had the biggest tax cut for people making under $100,000 that we have ever seen in tax legislation in this country. And number three, that wasn't in the working families tax cut, but one of the things I'm very proud of is that we forced all localities, whether they're red states or blue states, to report crime accurately so we could go to war against violent crime and the criminals who do that violent crime. Now those are three things, and on this part, I only want you to clap once, because again, I'm going to take an audience poll here. I'm going to ask you what your favorite of those three pieces of legislation, those three accomplishments are that we've had so far in the Trump administration. So, if your favorite thing of those three is no taxes on Social Security, let me hear it. Okay? If your favorite thing is the biggest tax cuts for people making under 100K, let me hear that. Okay? And if your favorite thing is that we've gone to war against violent criminals, let me hear that. Okay. Now, I said only applaud once, and there's a guy up here. He applauded at least twice. He cheated the system, but I guess he wanted to save his applause till the very end. But we all heard the response. You know who did not clap for a single one of those great accomplishments of the Trump administration? Don Davis, because he voted against every single one of them. Don Davis voted against cutting taxes on Social Security. Don Davis voted against cutting taxes on those making under $100,000 a year, and Don Davis voted against going to war against violent criminals. Don Davis is not a man who stands for the people of this state or this district. He is a person who does exactly what Nancy Pelosi tells him to do, and in November, we're going to send him home and get him out of Washington, D.C. Now, the crazy thing, y'all, about a guy like Don Davis is, you know, sometimes you meet a Democrat in a red district, and, you know, I don't agree with him on everything. Of course, Democrats, Republicans disagree on politics from time to time, but you at least have some people out there, or maybe you used to, who would vote their conscience or vote the interests of their district. What makes Don so unusual is that we are in a common sense district here in the state of North Carolina, and this guy still votes every single time with Nancy Pelosi. In fact, I asked my team, I said, find a major piece of legislation, find something easy where Don Davis could vote against the Democrats and vote with his district, the moderates, the independents, even the conservative Democrats. Find me one example where this guy defied the leadership of his own party. He has never done that on any major issue that we could find. And here's just a layup, Don, an easy layup that we gave you. Frankly, it would have been bad for poor Lori's campaign chances, but he couldn't even take the bait on the Save America Act. Now, if you know anything about this legislation, what the Save America Act does is that it makes it impossible for illegal aliens to vote in our elections. Pretty common sense. Now, I think that's pretty easy, right? We don't want illegal aliens voting in our elections. My favorite thing is whenever I bring this up, you'll have some Democrat on TV who will say, well, we don't have to worry about that because illegal immigrants voting in our elections is very rare. Well, number one, how about we put it to 0, okay? Even if you're right. Number two, you're not right. It happens way more often than a lot of people appreciate. In fact, just this week, ICE arrested an illegal immigrant. I'm going to read this because I want to make sure I get it right. An illegal immigrant from Mauritania who's voted in 7 federal elections since 2008. And I have it on good authority that in every single election he voted for Don Davis. No, I don't know about that. I don't know where he voted, but I guarantee it wasn't for us, okay? It wasn't for America First policies. Now, here's the thing, though. Even if you take the Democrats at their word, even if illegal aliens voting is very rare, then why don't we ban it anyway? It's not that complicated. It is one thing to say, I don't get it. The Democrats say, this never happens, or it happens only very rarely on the one hand, and on the other hand, we must not stop it. It doesn't make a damn bit of sense. We need to get all illegal aliens stopping from voting in our elections. It's very common sense stuff. But even on that, Don Davis could not be persuaded to vote for the people of this district. That's like an 85% issue. You look at the majority of even Democrats across our country, a solid majority of Democrats want to pass the Save America Act, but not the guy who allegedly represents the state of North Carolina, who represents this district. So you got to kind of ask yourself, if you got a guy who votes against tax cuts for Social Security, if Don Davis votes against tax cuts for people making under $100,000 a year, if Don Davis votes against going to war against illegal aliens and violent criminals, then Don Davis doesn't really represent you. Let's vote for Lori, a person who will and will do so proudly. Now, I want to say a couple other things because I've given Don Davis a lot of attention here, and now I'm going to go on to Roy Cooper. So first of all, on every single thing, now Roy wasn't in Washington, D.C., but on every single one of these critical wins for the Trump administration to have gotten for the people of this district, the people of this state, Roy Cooper would have voted against all that. That's reason number one, we can't send a guy to the Senate. We want a senator who represents you. We want a senator who doesn't represent illegal aliens and fraud, but who represents hard work and the good people of the state of North Carolina. And because we want those things, we need Michael Whatley in the United States Senate, not Roy Cooper. Michael. Now, he stood up and clapped for that. It would have been a bad sign if he wouldn't have stood up and clapped for that, but he passed the test there. So here's the thing about Roy Cooper, okay? So there's been a lot of debate about what exactly our foreign policy should be with regards to Russia and Ukraine. The President of the United States has been very clear. He wants the killing to stop. He wants to get back to commerce. He wants to stop the innocent people who are losing their lives in that conflict. I happen to admire that. Of course, I'm biased, but I think that's the right idea. Now, here's the crazy thing, though, about Roy Cooper. Roy Cooper is one of these people who clearly cares way more for foreign countries than he does the United States of America. You see the passion in his voice when he talks about protecting illegal aliens. You'll never hear that passion when he's talking about the people in this room. You hear the passion in his voice when he talks about sending hundreds of billions of dollars to the war in Ukraine. And yet, the one Ukrainian Roy Cooper didn't care about was this innocent girl, Irina, who had her throat slashed by a person who should have never been on the streets of this country to begin with. So ask yourself, why did he spend his entire career making it hard to lock up violent criminals? Why did he spend his entire career going after our brave police officers who are trying to keep our streets safe? Why does he care so much about the war in Ukraine 6,000 miles away, but doesn't give a damn about an innocent Ukrainian girl who lost her life in our backyard because he wouldn't do his job? And the simple fact is that Roy Cooper doesn't stand for you. He doesn't fight for you. He will never fight for you, but Michael Watley will. He better, but he will. I know he will. He's a good man. I know he will. Let me just say a couple of final things, because I want to brag on the president. I want to brag on what we've been able to accomplish in Washington. First of all, we under the Biden administration, we dug ourselves a hole in this country. We got to be honest about that fact. The average American family under Joe Biden's leadership lost about $3,300 in take-home pay. Now, that was a combination of higher taxes, but also that terrible inflation crisis that we had when Joe Biden was president. When Joe Biden was president, not a single month did we see inflation as low as it was last month and the month before under Donald Trump's leadership. That's something big to brag on. That's something big to celebrate, because what that means is that you and your families can afford to live a better life. When Joe Biden was spending all that money on green new scams, when he was driving up the cost of everything, he was making it hard for you and your families to get by in this beautiful country that all of us love. So I happen to think it's a pretty nice thing that we've got a president of the United States that is not fighting to give away hundreds of billions of dollars to green energy scams, but is fighting to keep the American people's money in the American people's pocket, because that's exactly where it belongs. But what we've seen in about, a year and a month, I guess, of President Trump's leadership is that the average American family, while they lost $3,200 when Biden was president, they've gained about $1,300 while Donald Trump was president. Now, that's dollars and cents. Now, there's a good news and a bad news to that. The good news is that means you're $1,300 richer than you were about a year ago. That's what we're fighting for. That's what we care the most about, is your prosperity. The bad news is we are still going to dig ourselves out of that hole that Joe Biden put us in. I think the best way to confront this problem is to be honest about it. And we all know Joe Biden put us in a big hole. So to the Democrats who talk about affordability a lot of the time, why don't you look yourselves in the mirror? Because the president who caused an affordability crisis was Joe Biden, and the president who has made the American people $1,300 richer is Donald J. Trump. We got all these things we could talk about. We could talk about the fact that we have homicides in this country at the lowest level that they have been in 125 years. Unreal. Just absolutely unbelievable progress on so many of these issues. And we got to talk about, why is it that we got homicides so low? And I'll give you two reasons. Number one, the President of the United States, the Vice President of the United States happen to believe that we ought to be using federal power to support our cops instead of fighting against them. Isn't that common sense? But we also believe that the best way to lower homicides and carjackings and other violent crime is to get the illegal alien criminals out of the United States of America, and that's what we've been doing. And I just can't get over the fact that Democrats are so passionate about defending the rights of illegal aliens over American citizens. It is the one thing that will get the Democrats really fired up. You know, a few weeks ago, we had the State of the Union address. And like the Speaker of the House, I'm one of the people who has a very unique perspective into the State of the Union because I'm sitting directly behind the President of the United States. And maybe my favorite point in that whole speech is when he actually added this line towards the end of the day before he gave the speech, but where he says, I'm going to say something, and I want you to stand up and applaud if you agree with it. And he says, we believe that the American government should serve the interests of the American people, not illegal aliens. Okay, again, a layup for our friend Don Davis. He should have been up there clapping and cheering. Who could possibly disagree with that? But of course, he did nothing like the rest of the Democrats. But the funny thing about it is, they were so miserable because they realized that we had them in a bind. You could tell even a few of them were looking around like, well, this is like, we should be standing up and clapping for this. But like, is our leaders going to get mad at us? Is Nancy Pelosi going to take away some of our campaign money? You could tell they didn't know what to do. And that's maybe the biggest indictment of the modern Democratic Party. We talk about all these policies that you and I care about. We talk about lowering taxes on Social Security, about putting more money in your pocket. We talk about bringing tons of resources into this country to rebuild the American economy. Public safety, all of this stuff matters. But the thing that maybe matters way more than any single issue is that Democratic leadership in Washington, D.C., they cannot stand up for the simple principle that they fight for you and not an illegal alien. They can't stand up and clap for the fact that we're going to go to war on fraud in this country like we've never done, instead of taking your hard-earned money and giving it to people who don't deserve it. The entire Democratic Party, all of these policy disagreements, all of that stuff doesn't matter compared to the fact that they don't see themselves as your advocates, and Republicans, we do. Now, I'm not saying that's true of the Democrats all across our country. I think there are a lot of Democrats like my man on Papal. We're Democrats, conservative Democrats who love their country. But the Democrats that we have in Washington, D.C., they are a different breed. And we cannot fool ourselves that something has gone fundamentally wrong in that party. Their reason for existing is to fight for fraud, to fight for corruption, and to fight for people who have no right to be in this country. And Michael Whatley and Lori Buckout, their reason for being is to fight for you, and that's why we're here today. Now, I have just a couple final thoughts, and I'll take a few questions from the media, and then we'll have to get on the road. So one final thought is, and Kelly knows this, Michael Whatley knows this. By the way, I forgot to say thank you to our great SBA administrator, Kelly Loeffler. Thank you, Kelly, for everything that you're doing. Kelly has already identified hundreds of millions of dollars of fraudulent payments and has cut that stuff out of our system. I think it'll be billions by the end of the year. She is fighting for you every single day, like all of us are trying to do in the Trump administration. And as Kelly knows, when you give a speech, you talk to people, and it's, I'm sure it's being televised right now because I am the vice president. The president, thank you. But the president always called me, and he'll always say, like, she talked about coal earlier. I've talked so many times about ending the war on coal. We've got great coal resources. And I'll come off stage and think I did a great job. And the president will call me and say, JD, did a great job, great speech, but it's not coal. It's clean, beautiful coal. So for the president, you got to know, his strong political advice is it's not coal anymore. It is clean, beautiful coal. But I actually was with the president earlier today in the Oval Office. We were talking about, a lot of issues that are going on. And he said, JD, tell the people in North Carolina two things. And I almost forgot this, and I was going to get in trouble. I was going to get one of those phone calls, Kelly. But the president said, tell the people in North Carolina two things. First of all, tell them I love them, and we're going to be with them every single step of the way. That was the first message from the president, so I've now delivered that. And and tell them that their great furniture industry, all the cabinetry, the beautiful craftsmanship that this region of our country was known for, tell them that we are going to fight for that industry like never before. And if you're building something, if you're building a furniture facility, a furniture business right here in the state of North Carolina, we're going to cut your taxes. But if you're trying to bring in foreign furniture to undercut the jobs of the people of North Carolina, we're going to raise your taxes by 50%. We're going to put a big fat tariff on those foreign companies bringing that stuff into the United States. So, Mr. President, I've delivered that message too. I hope I get an A+ on this particular speech. But here, let me just leave you with one final thought. You heard Kelly and Michael and everybody's talked about this. This is one of, as I know very personally, one of the proudest states for military leadership and military service anywhere in the country. And I know you all are proud of that, and you should be. We've got incredible bases from all across the services. We've got great Marine bases, Army bases, and so forth in the great state of North Carolina. And I know it's such an important part of this state, not just economically, that matters, but set to the side the dollars and cents. You all, raise your hand if you've served in the United States military. Let's give these guys a round of applause. So thank you to all of our veterans, a pretty good chunk of veterans just here in this audience. But here's the thing. You all know that right now we are engaged in a military operation to ensure, as the president has said repeatedly, that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. That is a simple principle and standard. Frankly, every president said that they believed it. Donald J. Trump has taken affirmative steps to ensure that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon. Now, but we also know that there are a lot of people from the state of North Carolina who are in harm's way right now. And so I want all of us, when we go home, we leave this event, I want all of us to say a prayer, not just for the North Carolinians, but for the people of all of our 50 states who put on the uniform and are willing to sacrifice for the safety and security and freedom of the United States of America. I want every single person, I want you to tell every single person who is serving overseas in harm's way that this crowd in North Carolina has their back. Thank you all. So with that, let me take a few questions from our media, and then I'll have to hit the road here. I'd like to start with the local reporters. We'll get time for the national folks if we got it.
Hi, I'm Danielle Battaglia. I'm with the News and Observer. You've spoken a lot today about Irina Zarutska's death, and that resulted in Operation Charlotte's Web. Senator Tom Tillis has asked a lot from the Department of Homeland Security about what happened with Operation Charlotte's Web. He said his questions are unanswered by DHS, and one of those questions is if American citizens were arrested during Operation Charlotte's Web. I was wondering if you could answer that today.
Well, look, Operation Charlotte's Web is fundamentally an operation to try to make our country safe by getting violent criminals off the streets of the United States of America. Now, I was not aware that Tom Tillis, who's a friend of mine, he and I have had our disagreements, but Tom Tillis and I know each other. I'll go back and offer to speak with Tom about this. I didn't know that he said his questions had been unanswered by DHS. Now, that may be because he asked those questions a week ago and they haven't had time to answer them. You may have seen we've had a little bit of turnover in the Department of Homeland Security. But what I do promise Tom is that the new leadership at DHS is going to get him a response to his questions. But we're going to keep on using the Department of Homeland Security to do the very simple thing of making the homeland more secure. That's why it exists, and we're going to keep on doing that.
Hi, Mr. Vice President. Bill Barrow with the Associated Press. What did you advise the president initially as he considered his actions in Iran, and what are you urging him to do now, especially with Americans seeing higher prices at the pump and some of the fallout from that across the economy? Do you express any concerns like those you've expressed in the past on the possibility of these extended wars?
Well, Bill, I appreciate the question. I know you guys have to ask it, but imagine the situation. We're in the Situation Room where you can't even take your, iPod in there, or your AirPods, I guess what they're called. You can't take your iPhone in there. You can't take anything in there because it is the most classified space anywhere in the world. And I sit there with Pete Hegseth and General Kane and Marco Rubio and the entire White House team, and the president and I and the entire senior team are talking about the options and about what we need to do and about how we must best protect the American people. I hate to disappoint you, but I'm not going to show up here and in front of God and everybody else tell you exactly what I said in that classified room, partially because I don't want to go to prison, and partially because I think it's important for the President of the United States to be able to talk to his advisors without those advisors running their mouth to the American media. Thank you all. Now that said, one thing I can promise you is that Chris Wright, our great Secretary of Energy, and Scott Bessent, our Secretary of the Treasury, have been running the administration's response to the economic element of this. Because we know, obviously, when the president takes action to make sure the American people are safe, we've got to do everything that we can to deal with the consequences of that economically. And it's not just, oil. There's a whole host of things that we're focused on in the administration to try to ensure that we do the right thing by the American people. What the president has said very clearly is that he does not like higher oil prices, and neither do I. But he also believes that we're going to make the American people safer and that we're going to bring those prices at the pump back down to the levels they need to be for the American people. Now, here's the interesting thing. All this conversation happens where Joe Biden left us in a terrible situation, and the reason why gas prices are where they are today is because of Donald Trump's work to get them lower, because in the Biden administration, they were crazy high. The gas prices we're seeing today are nothing like what we saw at the peak of the Biden administration because the president has set us up for energy dominance. And one of the lessons we all have to take away, frankly, every time we get involved in anything overseas, whether it's in the Middle East or anywhere else, the thing we got to take away from it is energy dominance and energy independence. Rely on our own people, rely on our own energy.
Thank you. I'm Dina with CBS 17 right over in Raleigh. Eastern North Carolina, Western North Carolina, two communities that have been really, really impacted by disasters.
Sure.
Hurricanes over in Eastern North Carolina, they happened a decade ago. Western North Carolina still dealing with Hurricane Helene recovery. We heard from Governor Josh Stein several times that North Carolina has only gotten a fraction of what other states have gotten in federal funding for recovery for both communities. Can you talk a little bit about what your administration is doing to help the people that are still out of their houses, still not having businesses the same?
Yeah. So one of the things I love about Michael Whatley is, look, he obviously is a Republican. He's committed to the conservative agenda. He's a great guy, and obviously I'm aligned with him politically, but he's not afraid to say to me or to the President of the United States or anybody else, we've got to get these resources out faster to protect the people of North Carolina. So I actually, before you asked that question, I heard that from Michael Whatley, and I actually talked to the Secretary of the Treasury because I knew Michael was going to ask me about it again when I saw him here today. The simple fact is we have made this a priority. We are going to get the resources to the people of North Carolina that are necessary. We recognize that we recognize, frankly, that we needed the new leadership to hasten that delivery of resources to the people of North Carolina. A lot of people in the media have said that, the reason why we made a change at DHS is because the Trump administration is backing off of its illegal immigration enforcement policy. That couldn't be further from the truth. The reason that we're making this change is because Kristi Noem has a great opportunity to serve in this new Shield of the Americas position. I think she's going to do a great job. And on the other hand, we think it's useful to have somebody come in and focus on some of this disaster relief and recovery stuff, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But I appreciate Michael bringing that to my attention, and I appreciate all the great people that represent North Carolina, even many Republicans, okay, who you might think, just because they're politically aligned, trust me, to all the people, I want them to know that even, maybe especially the people who are politically aligned, are more willing to be independent and more willing to tell us we got to quicken those resources to the people of North Carolina. I admire them for their courage, and it's going to mean better results for the people in this district. Thank you. Why don't we take one more question?
Mr. Vice President, Preston Mizell with Fox News Digital. I want to ask you real quick, you're leading the anti-fraud task force. I wanted to get a quick update on that, maybe some of the findings that you've found in Minnesota, but also you've mentioned before that you're interested in targeting other states as part of that task force. Are there other states that you've looked at, or that you may have flagged for potential fraud?
Well, we know there's a lot of fraud in California, and we're trying to get to the bottom of exactly what it looks like. And what we've done in the Trump administration, and the president has really empowered us to do this, is to take the first national look at the way the American people have been defrauded over many, many years. And I'll give you a few very concrete examples. So in the state of Minnesota, you asked about Minnesota. We think that there's probably been $19 billion at least of fraud just committed in Minneapolis and the surrounding areas. Let me give you an example of this, because it's not just the American people being defrauded. It's not just your tax dollars that are being stolen out of your wallet and given to fraudsters. It's the fact that the services we need to deliver to needy people are not getting delivered because they're going to fraudsters. So for example, there's a program that we have, and I believe it's under Medicaid, where we try to help kids who have autism, Asperger's, and so forth. Sometimes they need a little extra help. Sometimes they need somebody to sit with them after school. Sometimes they need somebody to provide transportation to certain places. And we have a program within Medicaid to ensure that these needy kids get the resources that they need. And it's one of the things, by the way, I love about the United States of America. We want everybody to work hard. We want everybody to play by the rules, but if we've got a needy kid in our community, we're not going to let that person fall down on their own. All Americans are going to lift that kid up together. That's an amazing thing about our country. But you know what was happening for this program that was meant to help needy kids is you would have Somali fraudsters, many of them illegal immigrants, who would go and say that they had an autistic kid even though they didn't. They would collect that money for themselves. You had businesses that were going around and rewarding families for engaging in this fraud, so the businesses were skimming off the top and getting rich in the process. How disgraceful is it that Democrats allowed a program that was meant to help needy American children to go to Somali illegal aliens? The President of the United States stopped it, and there's a lot more fraud beyond that that we're going to stop as well. The one last point that I'll make here before we have to hit the road is, I hate to say this, and it's been shocking to me as we've gotten in this, and we want to, frankly, we want to arrest the people who engaged in criminal fraud. We want to make sure that the people who did this stuff realize there are serious consequences for it happening. We want to make sure that the needy kids all across our communities get what they need. There are so many layers to this anti-fraud initiative that the president has directed the administration to focus on. But you know what's so crazy about this? That nobody until Donald J. Trump thought to focus on it. Now, I obviously, I love the president, I admire the president, but this fraud was staring us in the face and nobody was doing anything about it. This is not rocket science. When you have a Somali fraudster come into the United States illegally and then set up a school to collect tax dollars. And the name of the school is the Quality Learning Center. Learning Center. But when they put the sign up, they take the N out, so it says Quality Leering Center. And that group, the Quality Leering Center, I don't know about you, but I don't want to send my kids to a school where they can't spell learn. That group was getting millions of dollars from the American taxpayer. There is so much fraud in our system. There are illegal aliens who shouldn't be here, who are on Medicaid. There are companies that are set up to provide medical devices, knee joints and hip joints and other medical devices that are necessary for people's health, that have collected hundreds of millions of dollars and have produced precisely 0 medical devices that have helped our people. This stuff has been going on forever, and every single person in this audience should be scandalized by it. But here's the crazy thing. It's not that all of you are scandalized that you're getting stolen from. The crazy thing is that we had a Democratic leadership who didn't do anything about it. And so here is what I promise every single person here, every single person watching, every single person in the state of North Carolina, that we are done allowing you to be stolen from. We are done allowing you to be defrauded. We are going to go after the fraud, and we are going to rebuild the American dream by making sure that it goes to Americans first and Americans only. God bless you all, and thank you for having me.
All right, as you see there, we're listening into those remarks from Vice President J.D. Vance as he was speaking about the economy and public safety there in Rocky Mount, North Carolina. We did know that Vice President J.D. Vance would be making this visit to discuss the economy as well. We did also know that he was going to be addressing some of the issues around affordability that we've also been paying attention to. So we wanted to make sure we're able to bring you these remarks here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take this time to step away for a 2-minute commercial break. Stay right here with us. Thanks for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Christina Evans. We do want to continue on with our top stories that we're following. And just a few moments ago, at the same time that Vice President Vance was speaking, we heard remarks from Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy. He was there with other officials in Sparta, Wisconsin. We do want to play those remarks out for you here on Live Now.
Well, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the heart of Monroe County. We're proud to gather in a place defined by strong communities, hard work, and the roads that quite literally connect us, and Monroe County maintains. A network that keeps our rural communities vibrant, our businesses moving, our residents connected to the opportunities they deserve. Today, we welcome Transportation Secretary Sean Duffy and Congressman Derek Van Orden to join us as we celebrate a significant investment in the future. It fills a long-standing void, strengthens safety, and supports continued growth across western Wisconsin. This investment reflects a shared commitment to rural roads and to the people who rely on them every day. To our leaders, thank you for your dedication, your vision, and your decision that brought us to this moment. To the public, thank you for your patience, your participation, and your ongoing support and understanding as we continue to improve our transportation network. And to our employees, those out on the roads every season, thank you for your hard work, your expertise, and the pride you pour into every mile of Monroe County. Together we build strong roads and even stronger communities. Welcome and thank you for being here. Representative Vance Vandermeer.
A special welcome to Western Wisconsin today, especially to Secretary Duffy and Congressman Derek Van Orden for traveling to be with us. Rural roads in our part of the country in Wisconsin are vital to many of the required daily transportation needs of every Wisconsinite. I believe that our rural roads are critical to many industries, primarily agriculture in our areas. These roads are the corridors of commerce, delivering precious commodities from the producers' fields and barns to the processors to ready the products for consumer consumption and use. As we discuss County Highway ET in Toma, that project is important to note how the investment in that.
Around the world, it is Steve Littner with Agenda Free TV. We are here to bring you more updates on the war in the Middle East. And I think it's raining in Beirut. I think that's what we're hearing. So that is the noise you can hear, is the rain there. That's coming from the Beirut camp. That's not coming from the Tel Aviv camp. So we're going to bring you the latest updates here. We're going to take your comments on the air. And the U.S. reportedly sending more troops and ships to the Middle East. Thousands of Marines reportedly being sent to the Middle East. We're going to talk about that. I just heard something about Dubai. I don't know if there's a ongoing drone attack there or something. I got to look that up. We'll keep an eye on that. Thank you to our moderators who are here. We have Roberts Mayqueen over there on YouTube moderating. Thank you, Roberts Mayqueen. And we have Surly Dev over there on Twitch moderating. Thank you very much. Linda Belk, Larry, Misha moderate for us on X. Kay Larry Body moderating on Facebook. Thanks, Kay. Why is this all messed up? Thanks, Christy Clafton, Telena Wood, for subscribing over there. Hearing some gunfire. Let's talk about these reports about the U.S. sending more troops. President Trump sending more troops. So a couple reports out about that. The Wall Street Journal says that the Pentagon is moving a Marine Expeditionary Unit and more warships to the Middle East. They say that the Pentagon is going to move an amphibious-ready group and attached Marine Expeditionary Unit, which they say usually includes several warships and 5,000 Marines and sailors. 5,000 Marines and sailors. And Jennifer Griffin of Fox News says that a U.S. defense official confirms to Fox News that the Pentagon is sending the USS Tripoli, a Marine amphibious ready group, and the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit to the Mideast. The Tripoli would take about 2 weeks to get there. Accompanying this is around 2,500 Marines. So we're hearing of several thousand new troops going to the Middle East. Are they going to be involved in some sort of ground operation? That I don't know. Ron Lennon says, I hope it's not Vietnam 2.0. Reign of Zombies thinks they need to take Karg Island to end this. Karg Island is the island from which Iran exports most of its oil. Maybe we'll talk about that a little later. Sam Solutions says 48 hours war now extending to months. I don't know how long this will last. I mean, certainly it doesn't sound like it's going to end in the next few days if thousands more soldiers are being sent there. Jennifer Griffin said one of the groups that's being sent there, it would take 2 weeks to get there. Our viewer Ralph Garnett said, not Ralph Garnett, Bootsores says 2 weeks, huh? Shouldn't the war be over by then? Ralph says the USA should walk away, leave it to Israel. Oh, we just saw a strike. There was just a strike. I'm going to replay it for you. It was behind me. Hey, guys, listen. So you see the smoke? Let me rewind it. It was behind my head about 15 seconds ago. Watch this. Watch where I was. Where I was in the top right corner. Right there. See that right there? I'll play it again. Top right corner. This just happened. I'll play it one more time. This just happened in Beirut. See the explosion there in the top right corner? So again, this is about a minute behind right now. So that a new strike in Beirut by Israel just right now. Just right now. You can see the smoke coming up. I think, let me get it back up to live. Well, I don't want to make it too bright here. That'll help a little bit. Let me just go back one more time and show you. This just happened right now, and it was behind my head on the screen. Right here. Here it is again. Moments ago. There's the big flash there. I'll actually go back just for a second and show you the flash here, if I can. Where was it? Here. Here is the flash. I can do this. No, we gotta do it this way. Oopsie. Why is this all acting all funky? This should work. Why are my controls not working? Weirdly, normally I can control the frames. Why are the frame controls not working? Why are those not behaving? Everything's all messed up. I don't know. Let me check one more thing. It's not behaving. Let's see here. Yeah, should be working. Well, I'm a bit restricted right now. I'll show it to you one more time. One more time. There it is right there. All right, so we just saw that a couple minutes ago. New strike in Beirut by Israel. They have been attacking Hezbollah targets, they say, in Lebanon. There is the live shot right there. All right, so we just saw that. Did not know we were going to see that, but we saw it. A quick thank you to Thomas P.O. for the gift memberships. Thomas P.O. 419. Thanks, Thomas. Thomas gave a bunch of people gift memberships. That's very nice of Thomas. Thank you. Also, I am Charlie. Thank you. Says prayers for the victims and families. Some gunfire in Beirut. Thank you, Platinum Dose and King Naka, for your support. Also, Top Buzz for subscribing. Planes Were Cool for subscribing on Twitch. Who Shot JR? Thanks on Twitch. Oh, also, thank you so much to Rohit92MS. How many days will it go? Thank you, Rohit. I have no idea how long this is going to go on for, but look, again, news today that the U.S. is, this is not moments ago, it's now live, news that the U.S. is sending more troops, thousands of Marines, and some more ships to the Middle East. Fox News reports that some of them will take 2 weeks to get there. So that suggests weeks, at least. I mean, it's up to President Trump, though. I don't see any sign of it ending anytime soon. Douthis says the conflict continues to grow. Russell Morrow, our viewer, thinks it will take months. Chris Donahue says escalation. The price of oil right now, Brent crude is 101, almost 102, 1019. Scotty says we have seen this movie before. I'm seeing a report of air defenses active in Bahrain right now. Seems like possibly there might be some drones attacking Bahrain. I'll have to keep an eye on that. Reportedly, a couple of F1 races, Formula One races in the Middle East are going to be canceled. Reportedly. Let me show you something about that. I'll tell you something about that. Sky News had reported that. ESPN's reporting it as well. Al Jazeera reporting it as well. Oh, is Reuters reporting it? Hold on. I've seen it in a lot of places. According to Al Jazeera, Reuters says that next month's Bahrain and Saudi Arabian Formula One Grand Prix races are set to be canceled because of the conflict in the Middle East. So there's supposed to be one in April, one in Bahrain and one in Saudi Arabia. Look at the number of tankers up. I wonder if you see a bunch of tankers, is that because there's more tankers up or because there's just more on radar? By the way, in case you hadn't heard, sadly, it was confirmed that the 6 crew members on the U.S. refueling tanker that went down yesterday, the 6 crew members are dead. You know, this is interesting. I don't... If you look here, our viewers are saying, so here's Israel on Flight Radar 24. Oh, these tankers are not being live tracked. Oh, are they live tracked now again? Now they're live. No, they are... It's interesting. Normally what happens with these tankers, I believe, is they take off from Tel Aviv, and then you see them at takeoff, then they disappear, and then they come back when they're landing. Now, interestingly, it looks like a bunch of these tankers here, these refueling tankers, they are actually being, I mean, black line is estimated position, but you can see it looks like some of them are being actively tracked. Now, I don't know, is there any chance that the tankers now are being made to keep their transponder or whatever on because of the accident that happened? I don't know. I mean, maybe this happens frequently, but I know that a bunch of times I've looked, once they take off, basically, they disappear. So I don't know that this is any more tankers than normally are up, but I think a difference might be is that they're actually being trackable here. I don't know, but I'm not going to conclude that that there are more of them. See, these tankers are heading back. The tankers go, and presumably they're refueling planes that are carrying out strikes in Iran, then they head back. These ones are heading back. But one of them yesterday, well, it looks like maybe two of them collided. One of them went down. Anyways, you can go to flightradar24.com and you can see these tankers. As Andy's Journey points out, these tankers were made in the 50s and 60s, the KC-135s. Barry thinks this is a normal rotation for them. The tanker went down, reported in Iraq, in western Iraq, somewhere in western Iraq. One report said near the Jordan border. The leader of Hezbollah spoke recently today, and among other things he said that the Hezbollah was prepared for a long battle and will take Israel by surprise on the battlefield. That's according to Fars News. He also said, according to a Hamas post, the Hezbollah leader also said, Netanyahu's threat to assassinate me is tasteless and worthless. You, Netanyahu, are the one who should be afraid for yourself. Maybe I can find a translation of the whole statement. I'll see if I can find it. From Hezbollah's leader. Let's see, I have the Hezbollah. Oh, hold on. I don't think I have it yet. Oh, Moments Ago is still there. Why is Moments Ago still up? Sorry. I don't know why that was still up. It's live. It's not Moments Ago. It was Moments Ago when we were replaying the clip. ChexQuest says KC-46s are much newer and still being made today. I did work on them as recently as 2021. Yes, as Chalky says on Flight Radar 24, you can see the age of the individual planes. That says 62 years. These tankers here, 63 years, 65 years. It's pretty amazing. Let me just show you the Central Command announcement today. All crew members of U.S. KC-135 lost in Iraq confirmed deceased. All 6 crew members aboard a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft that went down in western Iraq are now confirmed deceased. The aircraft was lost while flying over friendly airspace, March 12th. During Operation Epic Fury, the circumstances of the incident are under investigation. The loss of the aircraft was not due to hostile or friendly fire. The identities of the service members are being withheld until 24 hours until next of kin, after next of kin have been notified. Yesterday they said that it was an incident involving 2 aircraft. And the other aircraft, there are photos of it with a significant portion of its tail missing. I posted some of those photographs on my X account, and I need to actually link my X account in the chat. I forgot about that. I'll do that right now. I will do it right now. Hang on a moment here. Hang on. Hey, a quick thing. Hold on a second. I want to take a couple comments here. Our viewer Adam Sky thinks Marines are the tip of the spear for a ground invasion. By the way, condolences to the family of those 6 crew members. Our viewer Thunderwolf says, how can that happen? We don't have an accounting of what happened yet from the military. Oops, that's not what I wanted to do. Try something here. Hey, a quick thanks to Rohit. Thank you so much, Rohit92MS. Rohit says, here in India, we have started facing issues because of cooking gas. Seriously, it should get stopped ASAP or else it's going to be very difficult for the people who are not even involved. We actually talked that about a couple days ago. I think one of our other viewers from India wrote in about that. But yeah, I mean, this is going to have impacts all over the world economically. Reuters a couple days ago said kitchens across India ditch hot food due to cooking gas shortage. Reuters says there is a nationwide shortage of cooking gas in India because of the Middle East conflict. France 24, that's right. France 24 says that restaurants are suffering the consequences. That's one industry that's being hit in India. The National Restaurant of India Association of India said the restaurant industry is highly dependent in India on liquefied petroleum gas. Also, hey, thanks Dodger Blue to you. Thank you Infinity HD, who says today 2 Air Force Galaxies transported things to the near border of Iran. These planes transport heavy military vehicles and soldiers. I haven't heard about that. Also, I don't know if those kind of planes have been flying those routes previously on previous days. But thank you Infinity HD for your support. By the way, there is a rocket alert in northern Israel, probably from Lebanon. Was an alert. Thank you, Tiberius Rex. I appreciate it. Tiberius says the same people who told us Iran blew up their own school are now telling us friendly fire and aged equipment are to blame, while Russian S-400s have been there the whole time? Now, I don't think we've heard anything from the U.S. government about... Oh, well, what the U.S. government did say is they said that it was not enemy fire and it was not friendly fire. That's what they said. Not friendly fire and not enemy fire, which took down the plane. And they said it was an incident involving 2 aircraft. And again, another aircraft, there's photos of the other aircraft, apparent photos that show it damaged. I'll post a link for some of those photos. I posted some of those today on the X account here. Flight Radar 24 posted some of those photos too. I'll post a link to their post. Thank you to Thomas for more memberships. Hey, thanks, Thomas P0419. Thomas has given a bunch of people memberships. Thank you so much, Thomas. Please thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership. Thanks to Dodger Blue to you and Mendy R. I really appreciate that. Thank you. Thanks also Rune 1033 from Norway. Oh, Rune said some people were charged for the Norway embassy explosion several days ago. I didn't even see that. Bloomberg says Norwegian police arrested the mother of 3 men suspected of detonating an explosive device outside the U.S. Embassy in Oslo Sunday morning. I guess this was from a couple days ago. I didn't even see this. 2 days ago, 3 brothers were arrested in this. Yes, 3 brothers have been arrested. This came out a couple days ago. 3 brothers of Iraqi origin arrested in connection with U.S. Embassy explosion in Norway. That was CBS News a couple days ago. They were Norwegian citizens of Iraqi origin in their 20s. It is still being investigated. I should post that. I missed it a couple days ago. Missed this a couple days ago. 3 brothers of Iraqi origin arrested in connection with U.S. Embassy explosion in Norway. Thanks for mentioning that. Thank you, Rune. By the way, CBS News says that they're still investigating to figure out what exact role the brothers played. They're still working to determine a motive, whether there could have been a connection to a government. Thank you also, Lidwine Elizabeth, who says, our king called with leaders from Middle East in the Netherlands. Thank you, Lidwine Elizabeth, who's in the Netherlands. Yeah, I have to see, there was a report of a drone, of a missile or missile that might have been flying over Turkey last night, but I got to check up on that. I haven't seen updates today on that yet. Oh, I can actually see, I actually see it right here. Sorry. I hadn't checked on this. Turkey said they intercepted a missile. Oh, and I have an update about the new troops. See here, Turkey's defense ministry says NATO air defenses intercept 3rd ballistic missile over Turkey since start of Iran war. That's from AP, and Reuters says that there have been missiles. There was a missile fight. NATO air defenses have shot down missiles over Turkey, or fired at Turkey on March 4th and March 9th, and last night. Turkey has not disclosed the target of the missile last night, saying it was entering Turkish airspace. U.S. Air Forces, along with the Forces from Turkey and other countries are stationed at Incirlik Air Base in Turkey. The Turkish Foreign Ministry said that the Turkish Defense Ministry said that consultations are being conducted with the relevant country to clarify all aspects of the incident. There is also an important NATO radar base in Turkey, the Kuresik NATO radar base, which Reuters says provides vital protection for the alliance, including the detection of missiles fired towards Turkey. Thank you, Lady Bird Lee, for being a member. Also, the Steak Pie and Chris Donahue. Oops, gonna have to refresh our screen. See if that works. Chris Donahue and the Steak Pie and Elemental Grow. Thank you, Elemental Grow. A little bit of an issue with this feed. Sometimes refreshing it just fixes it. I have a different feed I can put on, there's a different feed I have from Beirut. This one's having a bit of an issue, it looks like. So while we're waiting for this one to get better, oops, I think, you know what? I think they probably restarted this feed. Hold on. Sometimes they restart the feed. My guess is that that's what happened. Let me see here. Hang on. Hang on, folks. We'll get you the Beirut feedback. Need to pull it up here. Let me get you the other Beirut feed for the moment. Then we'll get that one back. Beirut. Okay. I can see it right now. Okay, here, this one can go. I can go there. Now we have two Beirut feeds. We don't want two, we just need one. There's Tel Aviv, so we want to switch which one is on top. That didn't seem to work. Oh no, we don't want that one up. We want that one. Good. But this one should be... Okay. We're going to figure this out. This one should be on the bottom. Sorry. Okay, that's Beirut. And Tel Aviv needs to be on top of that. So we do this. There. Okay. Now we're back in business. And where's that other Beirut feed? Ah. I'm going to get the other Beirut feedback right now. If it comes on. Oops. I think I have the other camera back. I think the other camera came back. Give me one moment here. Yes, I am seeing the other camera. That's the one I wanted. Here, so we got to get this up on the screen for you. Ooh, is it working though? Is it still having problems? Again? Now we have two Tel Avivs. There. They seem to, I don't know if they restarted that feed. Still having some issues with the that Beirut feed. We have the other one. Thought it was fixed. No, I think they're going to have to fix it. Nope, hold on. Hang on. That feed is having issues. That feed is having issues. Let's go back. Let's go back to the other Beirut feed for now. The Reuters one. We'll check on the AFP one. It's having some issues right now. Here, no worries. We're back here with the. There we go. We're back with both feeds. One Beirut, one Tel Aviv. Hey guys, general tip for the chat, which is, I want to say several times a week, people in chat claim it's my birthday and it's not my birthday. So I don't know who always is telling people it's my birthday, but generally speaking, if somebody in the chat's telling you it's my birthday, it's not my birthday. I mean, it's like every broadcast this happens practically in the chat. Hang on a moment. Give me one moment. Can we get this stream back? So weird. I like the AFP feed from Beirut does a very good job of moving the camera around. And finding when stuff is going on. That's my favorite one from there. But at the moment, it seems to be having some issues. Try it one more time. Seems to be going again. Let's see if I can get it up there again. Seems to be working, that feed. Is it going to work? Let's see. I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it in front of me. I think it's working again. Nope, same problem. I'm going to keep it on these two for now. Hey, thanks to Famous Facts Online, Robin Foose, Turned Off, Planet, Kara 8, Elemental Grow. Thank you. We'll take some more comments from you guys. What's happening here? We need more updates. I don't see any alerts at the moment. I'm going to give you more reporting on the new troops being sent over there in a moment. Give me one moment, guys. Sorry, I'm just dealing with a little bit of a technical issue here. That might be rain from Beirut you're hearing. Yeah, just hang on a moment. I gotta just send a message about this and check into this. The AFP feeds are having an issue, so I want to let them know it's having an issue because that way it'll get fixed. Otherwise, it doesn't get fixed. Yeah. Okay. All right. Hey, let's talk about the new troops going. I got some information about that. Sorry for the delay. I was just there's an issue with the AFP feeds, and it took me a second to figure out what exactly was happening. Because normally they play fine, so I had to figure that out and then write to them and let them know. So hopefully that gets fixed. Here is a report from AP right here. It says, no, that's not the one. That's about Tehran. I want this one. Oh, no, it's the right page. U.S. Marines and another ship are ordered to the Mideast. Elements from the 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit and the amphibious assault ship USS Tripoli have been ordered to the Middle East, according to the a U.S. official who spoke to AP on condition of anonymity. Marine expeditionary units are trained and equipped to conduct amphibious landings, but they also specialize in bolstering security at embassies, evacuating citizens, and disaster relief. While the deployment is a major increase of troops in the region, it does not necessarily indicate that a ground operation is imminent or will take place at all. The 31st Marine Expeditionary Unit, as well as the Tripoli and other amphibious assault ships carrying the Marines, are based in Japan and have been at sea in the Pacific Ocean for several days, according to images released by the military. Their location puts them more than a week away from the waters off Iran. Brand Nubian says Marines are boots on the ground. Yes. Well, they can be. They can be. As the article said, we don't know if that will mean some sort of ground operation. Tantar says, I wonder how many American troops will be in Iran by the end of the month. MC says quagmire. One of our viewers said Iran doesn't want to have... Joshua says Iran don't want anything to do with the Marines. Explosions? Oh, did I miss some were there some flashes that I missed? I was reading the chat. Did people see some flashes on the screen? Some people said explosions. More right now? Where? I did not see them. They look like fireworks. Some of the viewers are saying it looks like fireworks. That's what a number of viewers are saying. It looked like fireworks to them. Let me see if I can get I like the other feed better. It just was having some issues. Still having issues, apparently. Thanks so much to Janet B. Hey, Janet, that's really nice of you. Thanks for reminding me. I got to thank all the mods in a second. Thank you, Janet B., for all your support. Really appreciate it. Thanks also Fabio Ferreira, who says, what's the chances that U.S. invades Iran by ground? When Trump said that, see what happens today. Would it be a ground invasion? Well, I don't think the chances are big for this kind of a full ground invasion, but maybe there'll be some kind of some sort of operation, like an operation to go, for example. There could be an operation to take the Iranian coast next to the Strait of Hormuz, to try to free up the Strait of Hormuz, or to find and grab the enriched uranium Iran has. So there could be particular ground operations. I have no idea what the chances are of that happening. No. I've heard nothing to suggest something is imminent. I find it hard to believe that Trump was referring to a ground operation when he said, watch what happens to them today. There's a post from last night that Fabio was talking about, where he said, to find it here. President Trump said last night, we are totally destroying the terrorist regime of Iran, militarily, economically, and otherwise. Yet, if you read the failing New York Times, you would incorrectly think we are not winning. Iran's navy is gone. The Air Force is no longer. Missiles, drones, and everything else are being decimated, and their leaders have been wiped from the face of the earth. We have unparalleled firepower, unlimited ammunition, and plenty of time. Watch what happens to these deranged scumbags today. I don't know if there's anything particular he's referring to. There might not be. I don't know. They've been killing innocent people all over the world for 47 years, and now I, as the 47th President of the United States of America, am killing them. What a great honor it is to do so. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Austin Batman says it's 11:22 p.m. in Iran and nothing unusual has happened today. I guess nothing we've heard of. Alicia Rivera says such a mess. Give me one moment here. Hey, shout out to our moderators. They are awesome. We have moderating right now. We have Beth Mythical is there moderating. Thank you, Beth. We've had Janet B over there moderating. Thank you on YouTube. Over on Twitch, moderators like Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn. Oh, we just saw an explosion. We just saw a boom. We just saw it right now. Right? Didn't we just see it? Didn't we just see a boom right there? A flash? Yes, we just saw a strike right now. We just saw it. There it goes, the camera's zooming in on it. We just saw another strike. In Beirut. Maybe we saw, one of our viewers said maybe the flashes earlier were roof knock flashes. Another strike in Beirut. It's the second we've seen. I'll replay that in a second. Let's take a look at that again. Oh, you know what I got to do? It's a little different for me to replay it this way. Hang on. It takes me a second because I'm not watching the other feed. Just give me a moment here. I'll pull this up. I'll have a replay of this for you shortly. Oh, I think the other feed is. Oh no, the other feed's still not working. It's crazy. There's something wrong with those feeds. So weird. Anyways, we'll stick with this one for now. I got to thank the mods too. Hold on a second. I'm behind on everything. Hey, thanks on Facebook to Helen Anderson and Susan Priest-Buchner for the Facebook stars. I really appreciate it. Thanks to our Twitch mods, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, I Got That Fire, Matthew Kohai 3, Surly Devon Tariag. Kay Lowry Body moderating over there on Facebook. Thank you, Kay. Thanks, Barry Eisworth, for subscribing. And Susan Priest-Buchner. Also, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X. Thank you for moderating there. And Beth Mythical, thanks so much, Beth, for moderating. Where was it? Cue it up on the screen. I'm trying to find it here. Hang on, I have to literally play through the video clip to find the part, or to find exactly where it happened. Because I'm downloading a clip. No, it had to be before then. Hang on for 1 second. I might have to replay it a different way. I'm having a problem. I was trying to do it one way and find the explosion, and I can't. So I'll have to do it a different way. I'll have to just take it from my own broadcast and replay that. Okay, let's just do it from my own broadcast. Yeah, people are giving me the time code from my broadcast. Thank you, that's helpful. So let me pull that up so I can replay that for you. Yeah, people are... Okay. Where is it here? What is the... I got to go back and see the time code people are giving me. I'm trying to find what the clock said when it happened. What was my clock on exactly when it happened? Hold on. I checked 11:24:58 and I didn't see it there. Somebody said 11:24:58. But that, I think that was too late because the camera had already started moving then. It was before 11:24:58. $11:24:37. Oh yes, that's right. You're right. I got it. All right, I'm going to pull it up here. Sorry for the delay. Thanks for letting me know. So it's about 20 seconds before the camera started moving. I found it. I got it right here. Hang on. Let me put this on the screen for you. We're going to replay this. So I got to get rid of the volume, put up moments ago, then do this. Okay, so I'm going to show you this again. This is going to be a replay. Is it right after this or right before this? I might have to rewind a couple seconds. That's right. Right there. See that right there? I'm just replaying it. That was the strike. I'll let it play now, but then you hear the explosion. Why can't I see? Oh, it should say moments ago. Yep. All right, so that was another airstrike in Beirut that we just saw, the second one during our broadcast. Israel carrying out another strike on a Hezbollah target in Beirut, in the southern suburbs of Beirut. This is, did the camera disappear? Hold on, or the clock disappear? Yeah, this is Beirut again. This is a replay of the, I'll put the clock back up in a second, but this is a replay of the strike we saw in Beirut. Okay, now, all right, let's get the live cam back on. That's a live camera. That's not moments ago, that's live. Then we're going to put the other camera back up too. That's Tel Aviv. Thank you so much, Gabe O. Gabe O, thank you so much. Also, Brit Sleeps a Lot, Jasper Axelrod, Ann Ryan. Thanks, Ann. Really appreciate that. Also, Thomas. Thomas gave more memberships. Thomas has given a bunch of memberships. Thomas P0419. Thank you, Thomas, for all the memberships. Also, Meat Missile and Rez Junglist over there on Twitch. Thank you so much. Who Shot JR, Nade Shot Supper Decky, Trump's Pool Guy, thanks on Twitch. Bin Lizzle, thank you on Twitch. Top Buzz as well. DDJ85 on Twitch, and Trump's Pool Guy again on Twitch. Also, Planes Were Cool, and Snow Cones on Twitch. What's happening here? Oh, the green lights. I don't know if it's a mosque. What is that? Was there another strike? Someone said you missed a second strike? No one else is saying that. Shouldn't disappoint. No, it's still not fixed. It's crazy. Sorry, AFP is having problems. Well, we have the Reuters feed from Beirut right here. Sorry that AFP is having problems. I'll try to figure out. I have a message into them. J.R. Prusky said Iran said in a broadcast it's going to be a big night for them bombing Israel and others. I haven't heard that report. I'll have to look and see what I can find. Gunfire. Hey, Tyler Rogaway, guys. Tyler is the founder of the War Zone. He's a military expert. He says, when you think of a Marine Expeditionary Unit, in context of this conflict, one target comes to mind, Karg Island, where the majority of Iran's oil exports flow from. He says, untouched by the conflict, yet due to its strategic value and official infrastructure, critical infrastructure. Seizing it would be a huge deal and would be a risky operation, not just the seizing, but more so the staying. If Iran thought it was lost, they could bombard it with pretty much everything they have. Also, unlikely to push the MEU into the Persian Gulf. The Marine Expeditionary Unit would be an aerial operation, also not without risk. So, one of our viewers was talking about Karg Island earlier. Most of Iran's oil ships from Karg Island, I believe, because I think it's that the water is not deep enough on the coast of Iran proper to allow the tanker ships to come there. I was reading one article, I'm trying to remember where, talking about saying the U.S. a reason it wouldn't just want to destroy Karg Island is that the U.S. wouldn't want to cripple the economy if there was some sort of regime change there. The idea being if you just destroy Karg Island, that'll make it a lot harder for a future regime. Maybe if there's regime change, you want that regime to not have some. You don't want to cripple their economy. We should talk a little more about Karg Island. Pollinator says was the same in Venezuela. Karg Island, you can see from Wikipedia. I think is that it right there? I'll have to look it up on Google Maps. Karg Island provides a seaport for the export of up to 90% of Iran's oil products. Hang on. One moment here. We just heard some gunfire. Sorry, I was going to talk about Karg Island a little more. I'm trying to find the article where I was reading about it. By the way, President Trump said in an interview with Fox News Radio's Brian Kilmeade, President Trump said in an interview with Brian Kilmeade this morning, that aired this morning, that Karg Island is not high on the list. But it's one of so many different things and I can change my mind in seconds, he said. More gunfire. But you have to ask, why are more of these thousands more troops being sent to the Middle East? I'm going to give you a little more on this. From the War Zone mentions Marine Expeditionary Unit deploying to the Middle East. The War Zone, TWZ.com. They do very good military coverage. Let me just mention something about what they're saying. They think that sending this Marine Expeditionary Unit and additional warships will help respond to the Iranian campaign of attacks against shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Another ship was attacked earlier today, by the way. A Marine Expeditionary Unit is reportedly going to be going there, of at least 2,200 Marines. The War Zone says a Marine Expeditionary Unit is a highly versatile, self-sustained, rapid response force. It has fully integrated air, ground, and logistics components. He would bring a range of capabilities. Let me read some of your comments here. Alibaba says, so more U.S. casualties are going to happen. Asef says you can't invade with 5,000. Well, as I said before, we're not talking, they don't have to do a full invasion. There's all kinds of ground operations that would not be a full invasion. Like, for example, trying to secure some of the enriched nuclear materials, the enriched uranium. Matthew C. says they are amphibious assault. They will land on the shores. Black Cat says because the revolution will need backup. Zach says so much for no new wars. Oh, hey guys, I have an update here about the story on the troops, the more troops going to the Middle East. Hang on a moment here. Dan Lamothe, who was with I think he's with the Washington Post, Dan. Yes, he says that additional Marines and warships are being sent to the Middle East. He says this will put a Marine air-ground task force in the Middle East along with 3 amphibious warships. He says that's not enough for a major invasion, but the unit in theory would have the skills for a targeted operation on a place like Karg Island or near the Strait of Hormuz. Also could come in handy for some kind of evacuation in the region. That is from Dan Lamothe of the Washington Post. I'd like to show you where Karg Island is. Here is Karg Island. You're going to see it in a second pop up. Karg Island. That is where about 90% of the oil is exported, is loaded onto tankers from Iran. Again, I think it's that the Iran coastline is not deep enough. So that's why they need to do it at the island. Let me double check on that though. Danny says Deepwater Port. Yeah, it's the coast of Iran. The water is not deep enough for the tankers. ABC News says refineries on the island process 90% of Iranian oil exports. Now, also something to keep in mind. ABC News says if there was a disruption to Karg Island, that would certainly hurt the Iranian economy, but it would also likely deepen the global oil shortage and drive prices higher. Maybe we should do a poll question. Will the U.S. attack or take over Karg Island? Will the U.S. try to attack or take over Karg Island? That's the poll question. I'm asking it right now. I am posting it in the chat. I'll show you what people said. I need a moment to get it posted there. There is a drone alert in northern Israel, a couple drone alerts near the border with Lebanon. I was trying to get this poll posted on Facebook. I'll show you the results of the poll. Okay, so the poll question is, will the U.S., so we're hearing that the U.S. is sending thousands of Marines and additional ships to the Middle East. The question is, so that raises, one question it raises is, will the U.S. try to attack or take over Karg Island, where most of Iran's oil is exported from? I'm going to show you what our viewers had to say about this right now. YouTube is pretty confident. Look at YouTube. 69% say yes on YouTube. Facebook right now is 78% say yes on Facebook. And then, let's see here. How about Twitch? Hen Jensen says a Trump hotel would be good on Karg Island. 74% on Twitch. Wow, you guys are pretty optimistic about the possibility. You guys think it's going to happen. Bretsky says if we go to Karg, it'll be hit constantly by rockets and artillery. I mean, they could attack Karg Island and not stay there. Connie Brown says expect the unexpected. Adam says, what does Adam say? Adam Jendrisky says it will definitely happen, it's just a matter of when. Another viewer said, why would Iran attack their only income source? Well, I guess if the U.S. were on it, they would probably not anticipate getting income from it. Thanks, Toolman Tim, over on Twitch, by the way. Now, hold on a minute. Hold on. I messed up here. Right, hold on. Let's see. So I'm going to wrap up the poll. But thanks for voting in the poll. When I said optimistic, I didn't mean you thought it was a good thing. I thought the point was is that it's probably not the right word. That you guys are anticipating it happening, maybe is a better word. That you think it's going to happen. Over on Facebook, the final result there was 73%. Give me one moment. Facebook is acting a little weird. Why is the poll still up on Facebook? I don't know. Okay. Shouldn't be. Giuseppe says, why do you think the U.S. was dragged into a war so easily? Well, that's a president. Why President Trump went to war is a President Trump question. I can't. You're going to have to ask President Trump. They're in the administration. There's been some different reasons given. Brian Shai says, I am a Trump supporter, but I have to say we don't need to go after everything or support everything he does. We don't need to keep going after everything. Los Angeles Sea Child says, Marine takeover of the island. Hey, thanks to Mitchell Pilot, who says, I don't think we would attack the island, but Iran would attack it if we took it over. Thank you also, Infinity HD. Who says, in the game Battlefield 3, they have the U.S. invading Karg Island in that game. Thanks, Infinity HD, who I think is in Switzerland. Also, thanks to 1XCD, who says, the island is flat, no cover, and Iran controls the mountains. What do you think will happen? Thanks also, Michelle Asiavati. Thank you so much, Michelle. And Shadow Fox. Here again is Karg Island. There's Iran, off the coast of Iran. There it is. You can see it here. There's Karg Island. What's this here? Sorry, I'm just checking a couple things for updates. Give me a moment here. Tom Rogan, who is with Washington Examiner, said that if significant elements of the 1st Marine Expeditionary Force begin arriving in the Middle East, he said that the news about the new troops and ships coming to the Middle East indicate that the Pentagon, he thinks it indicates the Pentagon is preparing to seize Iran's critical energy export terminal on Karg Island. That's what he thinks. Basically to just to give a huge blow to Iran's economy, because that's where most of their oil is exported from. But he also said that it could indicate the U.S. plans to seize or establish strongholds on Qeshm Island, which is in the Strait of Hormuz. Which he says would reduce missile and drone threats. Let me show you where Qeshm Island is. There. See this island here? That's Qeshm Island right here. That's in the Strait of Hormuz. You see here? This island right here. So that's interesting. This idea that, well, we've talked about this. By the way, I have read a couple articles where experts said that they thought the only way that the U.S. could open up the Strait of Hormuz would be to have a ground operation to take the coast. This is the Iranian coast. Because if you don't take the Iranian coast, then Iran can attack the ships coming through the strait from the coast. So I've seen talk of that. So, you know, another thing that these additional troops and ships could be involved with is some sort of operation to try to allow ships to go through the Strait of Hormuz. It's a long coastline, one of our viewers says. Yeah, I mean, just to give you perspective, Qeshm is about 60 miles long. That's 60 miles long, Keshem. It's not a small island. 60 miles. Then you have, and as our viewers have said, I mean, if you wanted to really take the coastline here, that's a lot. It's hundreds of miles. Here's Keshem Island. Looks like a lot of mountains there, or hills or whatever. Pretty unforgiving terrain, it looks like. Yeah, I mean, you can see buildings on the coast, but it's pretty, it looks like it's pretty desolate terrain, a lot of it. Tel Aviv is the top camera. I mean, the thing is, they're not sending troops and ships to the Middle East for nothing. And I've heard that these troops and ships are, again, reportedly at least a week or two away. They can't get there today. But I have a hard time thinking they're sending them for nothing. Thank you, Infinity HD from Switzerland. I appreciate it. Hani Fabrin from Denmark. And Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. She said, so I read some oil could be used from Russia and limitations towards Russia would be a less strict maybe. Well, the U.S. has now temporarily lifted sanctions on Russian oil to keep the supply up in the world. Wonder if there is a correlation between that and possibly a takeover on this island. You can see here from AP, U.S. eases some Russian oil sanctions, but crude prices stay high. The U.S. is temporarily easing some sanctions on Russian oil shipments, reflecting global concerns over sharply higher crude prices due to supply shortages stemming from the Iran war. The move, intended to soothe jittery markets over the disruption of Middle East oil and gas supplies, underlines how the war has boosted Moscow's ability to profit from its energy exports, a pillar of the Kremlin's budget as it presses its invasion of Ukraine. U.S. sanctions will not apply for 30 days on deliveries of Russian oil that has been loaded on tankers as of Thursday. some gunfire. More gunfire. Thank you again, Lidwine Elizabeth from the Netherlands. Give me a moment here, guys. Thanks for your patience. Let's see here. Oh, I want to show you some more reporting on the I don't know what that is. Someone doing car tricks or something. I don't know what's happening there. What's this? The New York Times is also reporting on new soldiers being sent to the Middle East. It says that about 2,500 Marines aboard as many as 3 warships will be sent to the Middle East. Multiple outlets have reported this. Now, I did want to mention there was another Iranian attack on a ship today. This was from 7 hours ago, right there. You can see that's in the Strait of Hormuz. There it is right there. That's from UKMTO. This is about 7 hours ago they posted this. It has been reported that this is in the Strait of Hormuz. A cargo vessel has been hit by an unknown projectile in the Strait of Hormuz, which has resulted in a fire on board. The vessel has requested assistance, and the crew are evacuating the vessel. The fire on the board of the vessel has been extinguished. There is no environmental impact at this time. Some of the crew remain unlocated. It's not good. So again, this is a ship. I don't know if it was trying to cross. Oh, I'm sorry. It says issue date I'm sorry. You know what? I didn't realize this. Thanks to our viewer. This is not a new attack because the initial one was the 11th. What happened today was the update. I do apologize about this. That's my fault. Thanks to the viewer for correcting me. So this is not a new one. This happened on the 11th. What was new was the update. The update today was that some of the crew remain unlocated at the time. So that's the new update from today, is that there's missing crew. Sorry about that. So there was that I had seen that before, but I didn't realize it was from the 11th. That is sad, Owl Hippie says about the crew members. I hope they can find the crew members. I think the last new report was on the 12th. Yeah, this was the last one, which was an incident, 35 nautical, you can see it says issue date March 12th. The master has reported a container ship 35 nautical miles north of UAE was struck by an unknown projectile causing a small fire on board. I don't know offhand which ships those are. There may be reporting about it somewhere. Gili Cohen of Israel's Kan News says, security sources report the first emerging signs of desertion within Iranian security forces across multiple provinces. Israeli official tells me, while current figures remain relatively low, officials emphasize these are not isolated incidents. You know, we haven't heard of large-scale defections in Iran. When I hear reports coming, say, from the Israeli officials claiming this is happening, I take it with a grain of salt, because it certainly is in Israel's interest to make people think it's happening, right? I'm sure Israel would like people in Iran to think people are defecting, because that could lead other people to defect. So I don't know what's going on there, if there are defections going on. But again, if the source is Israeli official, I'm going to take it with a grain of salt. Doesn't mean it's wrong. Kashira says a truckload of salt. By the way, we're on, one of our viewers says, Jake Rivers says war is all about misinfo and morale. So we're now at just about, guys, we're just about at 2 weeks. I think this is the end of the second week of the war, right? Because it started like on an early Saturday morning. So we're now into week 3 because it's Saturday there. So we're now into the third week of the war, basically. Some of our viewers are saying it's not a war. Well, I don't know. Maybe you have a different definition of war. I mean, I guess people have different definitions. Kind of seems like a war to me. And one of the viewers said that week 3 starts in like 10 hours because it was Saturday morning Eastern time when, I think, wasn't it Saturday morning Eastern time around 1 a.m. when it kicked off? Juliana Martin thinks it's most definitely a war. Give me 1 second here. 1 moment. Oh, CNN says Michigan synagogue attack suspects, 2 brothers, 2 of their children, recently killed in Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. Hang on a moment. Give me 1 second here. Just checking a couple things here. Yeah, here's something, a little update. You know, we talked about this yesterday about whether this could be related to the war. So again, a man attacked a synagogue yesterday, driving his car into the synagogue. Man attacked in Michigan synagogue a week after airstrike. Man attacked synagogue a week after airstrike killed relatives in Lebanon. AP says a week before he armed himself with a rifle and rammed a vehicle into a synagogue outside Detroit, Lebanese-born Ayman Mohammed Ghazali learned that 4 family members had been killed by an Israeli airstrike in his native country, officials said today. The FBI described the attack as an act of violence targeting the Jewish community. None of the children's teachers or staff were injured. There was, I know, a security guard, at least one security guard was injured. Then I think there were a bunch of law enforcement who got treated for smoke inhalation, I believe, too. The man who did this lived in Dearborn Heights, about 38 miles south of the synagogue. An Israeli airstrike on March 5th, so that's during this war, killed 4 people in the town of Mashgara, Lebanese officials reported. Israel has stepped up attacks on the Iranian-backed militant group Hezbollah in Lebanon as the war with Iran has spread violence across the Middle East. A local official in Mashgara told the AP that the airstrike killed Ghazali's 2 brothers, a niece and a nephew at their home just after sunset. By the way, this is not meant as a justification, of course, of the guy attacking a synagogue. How did they stop him? Security. Well, let's see here. Was it? Did he? I think security exchanged gunfire with him. I thought. He drove down a hallway and his vehicle caught fire. I don't know if it's been determined whether security shot him dead or he killed himself or what. I'd have to check on that. A security officer did fire at him. As of authorities had said that it was not clear how exactly he died. One of the viewers said AP left out that his brothers were in Hezbollah. Yeah, I didn't say anything about who the brothers were and the nature of the strike. I don't have that information in front of me. I'll look around for more. The FBI is supposed to give an update on that today. Thank you, Zephyr Demiurge. I really appreciate it. Zephyr Demiurge, 4312. Also, Rachel Maestas, our new member. Arkwolf, thank you. Thomas P. gave more people memberships. Thomas has given so many people memberships today. That's so nice of you. Make sure you thank Thomas or somebody else if they give you a membership or subscription. Thank you, Thomas. Thank you from Turkey. Thanks for watching. Thanks for your support. Rodei, if I'm pronouncing that right, Rodei. Thanks, Conmon93. Thank you, Eli Betts. Eli, I have heard no reporting. There is no reporting about an Iranian drone headed for California yesterday. I don't know who's telling you that, but I have heard absolutely nothing on it. Thank you to Chapstick for your support. Steve's Chapstick. Crappy J, thank you. Crappy J says, 2 weeks ago Trump said this would last 4 to 6 weeks. Now we are sending troops and ships that are a week or more away. Crappy J thinks this reeks of incompetence. Thank you, Sir Racha, who says, U.S. Navy admits Hormuz is too dangerous to escort ships. I don't know that they've said that specifically. I'd have to check out what they've said. Now they want to defend Marines there on an island next to the mountains. How exactly? They haven't said they want to put Marines near the Strait of Hormuz. It's possible they do. It's possible. We'll have to see. Thank you so much, Sir Racha. One of our viewers said they were pre-alerts. Hang on a moment. Yes, there are alerts for, I believe, the southern Israel. I think southern Israel is going to be getting missile alerts, it looks like to me. Yes, there is a pre-warning for missile alerts in southern Israel. I do not have a camera in southern Israel. Alarms expected in the south. I can say that you can check out maybe Intel cams on YouTube. They have a South Israel camera. So again, we have missile alerts expected in the south. Bird is watching from Germany. Keeping an eye out for the alerts. Some of our viewers are keeping an eye on Intel cams. I do not see anything on the map yet, alert-wise, on so far red alert map. I think the other feed may. Oh, no, it's not fixed yet. I thought it was fixed. It's not fixed. Still the alerts. No alerts yet. Well, we have alerts right now, some alerts in the south right now. As predicted, alerts in southern Israel, Beersheba, and surrounding areas. So keep an eye on maybe on intel cams on the South Israel cam. But there are the missile alerts right there. There were some sites damaged earlier today from an Iranian missile. Camera 6 on intel cams, as Austin said. Yes, for the South Israel cam. Some of them are going away. Oh, was there another pre-alert? Hold on. Oh, yes, Tel Aviv. Pre-alert for the Tel Aviv area as well. Pre-alert for Tel Aviv. Now, I'm going to make this full screen, but as many of you know, the government says you can't show this stuff. So the news agencies either shut down the cameras or they point them at the ground. But once in a while, something happens and you get to see something, or they'll forget or whatever. So anyways, that's the Tel Aviv shot right there. Where did the clock go? Oh. So we'll keep an eye on this camera because there's supposed to be alerts coming up. I'm going to put the sound on for this camera. It's a little loud, I know. So there's supposed to be more alerts coming up, including the Tel Aviv area. So I assume that we will lose this camera. I am fully expecting this camera to be lost in the next couple minutes. But we'll keep it up until it gets lost. The AFP cameras are having an issue. That would be a second one, but they're having an issue with their cameras with the feeds today. This is the Reuters feed. Oh, was the alert canceled for Tel Aviv? One of the viewers said. Where? I haven't seen anything canceled from Homefront Command. Let's see. I haven't seen anything about an alert being canceled. Some of our viewers saying canceled. It hasn't popped up from Homefront Command yet. I still don't have an update. Austin said nothing on Intel cams so far. Yeah, again, I've seen nothing about an alert for Tel Aviv area getting canceled. There's a pre-alert. We'll see if any... Oh, see? All right, they pointed the camera down, but they're leaving the audio on. See what they did there? So they did leave the audio on, but they pointed the camera down because they think alerts are coming. So we should hear, if there's alerts, we'll hear the sirens. You can check out Intel cams if you want. Again, that's order of the Israeli government. That's why you can't show these things, because the Israeli government says so. Hey, thanks, Jerry Kovacs. Jerry Kovacs, thanks so much, Jerry. I appreciate that. Waiting for alerts. We're supposed to have coverage of the synagogue attack update coming up in about 40 minutes. We're supposed to have a camera from that. Just so you know. No alerts yet for Tel Aviv area. That sounds like an alert, doesn't it? Or no? Yes, the alerts. The alerts are in for Tel Aviv. They're the alerts. Tel Aviv and south of Tel Aviv and surrounding area. Okay, so let's see if we hear the alarm. Let's see if we hear the sirens go off. No sirens in Tel Aviv on our camera yet. I wonder if we won't hear them on this camera. I mean, there's alerts. You can see the Tel Aviv into the east alerts, missile alerts. This is the Tel Aviv camera that's zoomed in. There's the sirens right now. No interceptions I've heard yet. Maybe in the background some interceptions, I can't tell. The alerts are not on the map anymore. I know what that is. Sounds like a drone, maybe. Oh, but it's not a there's no drone alert. I assume it's an if it's a drone, I assume it's an Israeli drone. So, trying to find out from this latest, Israelis are being told that they can leave the protected areas in the south of Israel. I do not know if there have been any missile hits, in this latest wave. So waiting to hear more about that. N12 News says it appears that the firing from Iran towards the central region, which includes Tel Aviv, was intercepted. So again, it appears that the firing towards the central region, including Tel Aviv, was intercepted. I don't know about southern Israel, what happened there. We'll have to wait and see. N12 News also says reported attacks in Tehran, airstrikes. All right, so let's get this back up here. I'm going to turn that off. Let's go back to this, Beirut and Tel Aviv. Now, what did I want to mention? Give me a moment. I think that's rain. Oh, we're going to get, guys, coming up, we're going to get an FBI press conference coming up on yesterday's synagogue attack, as we see what looks like a plane coming into Beirut airport there. So that is coming up. I'll actually put it on the screen. So today is FBI update on synagogue attack. Can I make this any bigger? I don't know if I can make that bigger at the moment. Oopsie, now why can't I do this? One sec. Let's try this. There we go. There we go. Look at that. Now I have the clock on the screen. I'm going to put this here. Good. And real quick, I'm just going to put the clock on the screen here. Good. All right, so we're gonna have that for you guys coming up. The update on the shooting, which, I mean, it sounds like it could possibly be related to this war, because there's reporting that several of the attackers' relatives were killed last week in Lebanon by an Israeli strike. So we're going to have an update from the FBI on that for you coming very shortly. And we are taking comments. We're bringing you updates. By the way, I want to thank our moderators here. Really appreciate it. Did I thank Rachel Maestas, by the way? Thanks, Rachel, for your support. Hold on. Thanks, Beth Mythical, for monitoring. Thanks so much, Beth. And by the way, thanks to Trump God for your support. Thanks also to our moderators on Twitch, Bastion Girl, Big Ball of Yarn, LB Prairie Dawn, Matthew Kohai 3, McBritches, and Surly Dev, Linda Belk, Larry, Misha over on X, and Margaret Riley, Kay Lowry, Body, Paul Anderson on Facebook. Thanks, by the way, to Susan Priest Buchner for the Facebook stars. And Kristen McConnell Gates and Laverne Thompson and Susan Muno. Thank you all for the Facebook stars. I appreciate that. Thank you, Jerry Kovacs. Thank you, Jerry. And people are talking about the price of Brent crude oil. I'm going to check on that right now. The oil price I am seeing right now is almost 104. Getting close to 104 Brent crude. US WTI crude getting up close to 99. So Brent crude up about 3% today. Oh, and when does it stop trading? It stops trading for a couple days on the weekend. $5 Eastern time? Isn't it supposed to have stopped already? Did it already stop for the day? 5 Eastern time on Friday to 6 p.m. Eastern on Sunday. Yes, our viewers are saying it stopped. That sounds right. So it closed for the weekend at I'm seeing 103.7. Shyam says it stopped. No, the screen is not paused. Both of these are live. The Tel Aviv cam has not zoomed back out yet. But both of these are live cameras. Hey, thanks. Hey, Thomas from Sweden, so supportive today. So nice of you, Thomas. From Sweden, Thomas PO419, who says your moderators deserve the highest praise. That's very nice of you, Thomas. Thank you. Thanks to Turbo Team on Twitch for subscribing. Who Shot JR for your support. Thank you. Oh, I have an update. Dan Lamoth from Washington Post posted an update about the new troop deployment. Dan Lamoth of the Washington Post said, seeing some confusion about numbers and roles related to the new Marine Corps deployment today, in the news today, he says, just a summary of some of what he says the deployment appears to include a Marine Expeditionary Unit. They typically deploy on ships, but also go ashore as needed. The total number of personnel in a Marine Expeditionary Unit is about 2,200 to 2,400. Also, the Tripoli Amphibious Ready Group, which is the Navy complement to the same task force. They will be spread across several different vessels. Navy personnel in such a group number about 2,000. So about 2,000 Navy and about 2,200 to 2,400 Marines. He says these kind of this unit and others like it train for a wide array of missions. Unclear if something specific is in mind here, or if the Pentagon simply wants more optionality available for what might develop with Iran. So what thinks oil's going to go to more than 200 per barrel? Thank you, Robert Sandero, who is watching from Sweden. Also, thanks so much in Switzerland to Roman Mueller. Roman Mueller in Switzerland, thank you so much for supporting the channel. I really appreciate that. Thank you. We're going to have, in a few minutes, the update on the Michigan synagogue attack that happened yesterday. Faytuck's network posted a video purportedly of a missile hitting in southern Israel from the last barrage. I'm going to post a link to this. So was there a missile that hit southern Israel in the last barrage? I have to look at this and see what I'm seeing reported. Al Jazeera says initial report of a serious injury in the Israel's Negev region following an Iranian missile. Yeah, I'm seeing a couple video. Well, let me say this. N12 News said that it was a shrapnel fell, not a missile. Shrapnel fell. And N12 News says no injuries reported in Israel. Oh, what is this? What is this? Hold on a moment here. As we wait for there was a report from Al Jazeera that there were some areas in Qatar being evacuated for security reasons. See if I can find something more about that. Oh, breaking news. Breaking news from Qatar. Look at this, guys. This is some news from Qatar. Check it out. I was going to check it out. Hold on. Look at that. The Ministry of Interior announces that the relevant authorities are evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in Qatar in the interest of public safety until the risk has passed. The ministry urges everyone to rely on official sources for information and to adhere to the issued recommendations. So why is Qatar evacuating certain areas? I don't know. Now, Johnny Walker says they ran out of interceptors. I haven't heard that. But again, I do not know why they're evacuating certain areas. And this comes at 12:45 a.m. in Qatar. By the way, thanks Rachel Louise Gibson for the Facebook stars. Thank you, Rachel. Also, Travis Becker. Travis said Trump said Iran is close to surrendering. Did he say? I'd have to go check on what he said today. I'm not familiar with everything he said today. That's what Travis says. I don't know if he said that today. Thank you so much, Travis Becker. Also, Explosivization and Kenneth White and O. Arthur from Europe. Thank you, O. Arthur, and thank you, O. Arthur, for thanking our moderators. So, why is Qatar announcing at 12:45 a.m. or around there that they are evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in the interest of public safety until the risk has passed? What risk? I don't know. But that is a new news from Qatar. User says we need to know what areas. Oh, they just reposted the post. But I think they made they made like a typo correction or something. It's the same thing. They're evacuating a number of specified areas as a temporary precautionary measure in the interest of public safety until the threat has subsided. We are waiting for the update on the synagogue attack. Hey, thanks to Phil Watson. Thank you so much, Phil Watson, for your support. That's very kind of you, Phil. I really appreciate it. Phil Watson. If I can find anything more about Qatar, I'll let you know. Oh, hold on, guys. Look what I have. Look what I have on the screen. I'm going to put this up on the screen for you. Hang on a moment. Hang on a moment here. Let's get it up on the screen for you. There it is. So we're about to hear the FBI. This is in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan. So I'm going to put live. FBI update on Michigan synagogue attack. I need about 1 minute. Can you give me 1 minute? Hey, wow. By the way, thank you to Thomas. Hold on. Thank you to Thomas. So supportive, Thomas, today. Thomas PO419 from Sweden. Thank you for all your support, Thomas. Really cool of you. Also, thanks to One Aksidi, who claims that the areas around the U.S. Embassy in Doha and Al Udeid Air Base are being evacuated. Is that true? I don't know. I'll have to check that out. I need a minute, though. So thanks, One Aksidi. I appreciate that. All right, so let me just give me 1 minute. I'm coming right back.
Oh, the AP guy. He's under some cover there. One moment. 1 moment. Hey, thanks again to Roman Muller from you know what? I think I said Thomas is in Switzerland. Thomas, I believe, is in Sweden, isn't it? Thomas, did I say Switzerland for you? I'm sorry. I just realized this. Thomas is in Sweden, not Switzerland. Roman Muller is in Switzerland. Thank you so much to Roman Muller and to Thomas PO419. I really appreciate that. Oh, I did say Sweden? Okay. I thought I said the wrong thing. So I said it right. Okay. No need then. We're waiting for the update on the synagogue attack. Give me a moment here. I got to check a couple things.
Yeah, Dibbs mentioned this. We talked about this earlier. That reportedly Formula One races in April in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are going to be canceled. I think that's 2 of the 24 they do during the year. But reportedly, Formula One races in Bahrain and Saudi Arabia are going to be canceled. I don't know that it's made official yet. Thanks again for mentioning that, Dibbs. We talked about that a bit earlier. Thank you for more memberships from Thomas from Sweden. Thomas P0419 has given out so many memberships. Thank you, Thomas. Also, Alabama fan, thanks for the membership. And Pond Mower on Twitch, and thanks for your support, Pond Mower. We're waiting for this update. Fred Pleitgen reports Iran is considering allowing a number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, provided that the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan. That's an interesting report from CNN. CNN reports that Iran is considering allowing a limited number of oil tankers to pass through the Strait of Hormuz, provided that the oil cargo is traded in Chinese yuan instead of dollars. International oil is almost entirely traded in dollars. China has attempted to make inroads in the past several years to buy oil in yuan. Interesting. Well, let's watch this. This is the FBI update right now.
Hello. My name is Jennifer Runyon, R-U-N-Y-A-N, and I'm the special agent in charge of the FBI Detroit Field Office. First, our hearts continue to be with the Jewish community and the victims here in Michigan as they recover from this devastating attack. Thankfully, the brave officers and security personnel who protected the temple yesterday are recovering, and we continue to pray for their speedy recovery, their speedy healing. Acts of violence against houses of worship, schools, and our communities have no place in Michigan, and the FBI continues to work tirelessly to provide support for these families and to investigate the events that led up to this ruthless act of violence. Now I'd like to provide an update about this active and ongoing investigation. We are aware that there's been a significant amount of public reporting about the assailant. However, because we are only 30 hours investigation, it would be irresponsible for me to speculate about his motive at this time. Our team's been working around the clock to ensure that we remain focused on providing confirmed facts about this investigation rather than uncorroborated speculation. The FBI continues to process the evidence we've collected from the temple, the vehicle, and surrounding locations. At this time, there are no new known threats to the community, and the FBI has no indications that this attack was connected to the shooting at Old Dominion University in Norfolk, Virginia. The FBI has forensically confirmed that the assailant responsible for carrying out this attack was Ayman Mohammed Ghazali, age 41, from Dearborn Heights, Michigan. He has no previous criminal history and no registered weapons. He also has never been the subject of an FBI investigation. As for the preliminary timeline of yesterday's events, here's what I can provide. At approximately 9:58 a.m., Ghazali drove his gray Ford F-150 into the parking lot of Temple Israel. From approximately 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m., Ghazali remained parked in his vehicle in the parking lot. No other persons or vehicles were observed associating with him. At approximately 12:15 p.m., Ghazali starts driving through the parking lot, and approximately 12:19 p.m., Ghazali drives his vehicle into door 5 on the southeast corner of the building. hitting a security guard on his way in. At approximately 12:20, Gonzalez's vehicle gets jammed between hallway walls, and he begins firing through the windshield of his vehicle. Gonzalez and the first security officer engage in a gunfight through the rear window of Gonzalez's vehicle. And at this point, Gonzalez is unable to extract himself due to the vehicle being jammed in the hallway. At approximately 12:22 p.m., a second security officer engages Gonzalez in a gunfight from the front of the vehicle. And soon thereafter, Gonzalez's vehicle, his engine compartment, catches on fire, and at some point during the gunfight, Gonzalez suffers a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. In the bed of the truck, we found large quantities of commercial-grade fireworks and several jugs of flammable liquid we believe to be gasoline, some of which has been consumed in the fire. Again, I'd like to commend the teachers and the staff who successfully evacuated the children during this attack. We realize this is a traumatic event for everyone, and as a result, we have set up the Family Assistance Center to provide victim services support and resources here at the J Detroit for any individuals affected by this tragedy. For those looking to recover their personal items that were left at Temple Israel during this attack, you and your family can recover your items here at the Family Assistance Center at the old fitness area of the J throughout the weekend. For the public, I continue to ask everyone and anyone if you have any additional information about the subject or this incident to submit a digital media tip at www.fbi.gov/West Bloomfield attack or to call our tip line at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We ask that you continue to provide any information that you deem helpful, no matter how small you think it is. Additionally, if you or someone you know, a family member, a coworker, or a friend, is exhibiting concerning behavior or making threats towards themselves or others, please call your local police department or the FBI, once again, at 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need the community's help to keep everyone safe. I would also like to thank our state, local, and federal partners, along with the Jewish Federation, the Jewish Community Security, and the Temple Israel Security, as well as the local community, for all of their collaboration as we continue to work this investigation. Our partnerships and efforts are focused on keeping these communities safe, and we cannot mitigate or fully investigate these incidents without their tireless support. Lastly, I just want to leave you with this. The FBI will continue on our no-fail mission to defend the homeland against those who intend to create fear or harm. And I also encourage all of our places of worship to remain vigilant. I'd like to encourage our houses of worship and schools to work with their local, state, and federal partners to get active shooter training, such as the FBI's active shooter attack prevention and preparedness training, to ensure everyone is protected while our first responders arrive to stop threats. At this time, I'll turn it over to Sheriff Bouchard.
Thank you. First, I'd like to say thank you to everybody that did respond, state, federal, all of our partners. There was a total of 605 law enforcement officers that responded to the scene from 42 different agencies. That's the way we work in this area. You know, time and time again you see things on television, on TV shows where there's animosity between agencies. We don't see that here. We have a shared mission, and that's to keep the community safe. It operated seamlessly. Everybody came from wherever they could. And one of the things that's amazing to me, given that you had 605 law enforcement coming here with breakneck speed, there was only one accident where one detective on the way here, lights and siren, had an accident, and that person will be okay. So that's a miracle in and of itself. I'd also like to say that a total now of 63 law enforcement officers were sent to the hospital as a result of the smoke inhalation. The situation when the car caught fire, they continued to pour into the building to make sure, A, that the threat was neutralized and there was no follow-on threat, and B, the innocent were evacuated. They accomplished that seamlessly with the great work of not only the security team, but the staff that knew how to marshal these young kids and get them moving in a way that got them out of the building quickly. I mean, we're talking kids from 0 to 5. This wasn't a group that knew what to do or how to do it. They relied on the staff that was there to get it done, and they did it in a great way. So that doesn't come by accident, and we talked a little bit about this before, training. We have all been training together for many, many years. Sadly, we have responded to multiple similar kinds of events around the county and in Michigan where active shooters were, and it comes from that deep training and participation and a willingness to help each other to be better prepared to respond to things that sadly we have to in today's world. So as you saw this play forward, again, it's not a time to make a plan at the door. That's why you have to train in advance, communicate in advance, and then execute when something like this begins to happen. Security did a great job. Staff did a great job. First responders did a great job. And it doesn't come without training. There's been questions about, well, it's kind of coincidental that there was training at the temple fairly recently, and is it connected or was there something suspected? The answer is no. We're training all the time as agencies with our partners, with our houses of worship, with our schools, and that was one of those such trainings. There was no credible intelligence or belief that it was about to get hit, but it's ongoing training throughout the community, and they did a great job executing that training. Also, I'd like to thank the community at large who has really poured out their support and affection for everyone involved. The Jewish community, first and foremost, has been, I think, uplifted and hugged from our community, and that's appreciated and is encouraged. If you know someone in the Jewish community, tell them you're with them. You stand against anti-Semitism. It's not tolerable on any level, anywhere, period. And also I'd like to thank, in addition to all of our partners, the Shenandoah Country Club and the Chaldean community, which served a lot of things, an incident command post and reunification center. They jumped right in and did everything they could and did that day, and they continue to do so to this day. And then finally, everyone here at this facility where we moved on day 2 has been amazing to make the facility and capability and staff available. It's those kinds of things. When you see the worst in humanity, you see the best. And we've seen the best in humanity respond to that here in this community. So I thank everybody for that.
Good evening. Dale Young, Police Chief of West Bloomfield Township. I want to start off by saying that I echo many of the sentiments that you just heard from both the FBI and our Oakland County Sheriff. To my local, county, state, federal, and private partners, thank you for your invaluable assistance during one of the darkest days in West Bloomfield Township's history. To my officers, dispatchers, civilian staff, and fire partners, I am incredibly proud of how, without hesitation, you responded to this incident. You were pressure tested and demonstrated your readiness and the high level of your ability to respond to heinous acts of violence. To my West Bloomfield community, your Township Board of Trustees continues to invest in the professional development of its public safety personnel, to include equipping us with some of the best equipment in the industry. Your public safety is ready and vigilant to keep you safe. West Bloomfield, we will make it through this together. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to the Jewish Community CEO, Steve Ingber.
I said this yesterday, I'll say it again. I'm not surprised, I'm not shocked, and we've got to stop this. That's point blank. And I also want to remind my Jewish brethren that we are here, we will be here, we will come out stronger. We may be down, but we will reignite. Tonight is Shabbat, and I ask all of you to say a prayer. And I want to thank everybody behind me and the 605 people that ran towards trouble. So when you're looking for a friend, when you're looking for who's with us, there were 605 people willing to give their life to save us. Thank God that didn't have to happen. Maybe we all have a better day ahead.
We'll go ahead and take some questions now. Go ahead, Corey.
Hi, Corey at the AP for Chief and Sheriff and Special Agent. If this guy drove from Dearborn Heights, he passed an awful lot of synagogues on the way. Is there a reason why he chose Temple Israel? Did he have any kind of connection with the temple or the congregation here?
At this time, that's still part of the ongoing investigation. I don't have any information to show an intent of why this synagogue versus another.
Special Agent, do you have any hard numbers on the number of rounds that were fired or fireworks found in the trunk?
I don't yet. Right now, we're still processing and assessing everything that we have and sending to the lab. Obviously, fireworks also, when they catch fire, they condense and smaller, so we're working on getting an accurate amount of pounds, and I just didn't want to put out any inaccurate information today.
Is it typical for somebody to sit in a vehicle for multiple hours at the parking lot? If so, I understand that, but if not, did security approach the vehicle while he was sitting there, or did nobody come up to it during that time while it was in the parking lot?
That's part of our investigation as well. Many people, I don't know how to opine right now on his motives, and so I don't want to speculate and give you any information. All I know is that based upon the surveillance footage that we had, he sat in the parking lot from 10 a.m. to 12:15 p.m. and decided to start driving after that. Okay. Yes, ma'am. Preliminary reports from the medical examiner's office show a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head. Mm-hmm. We can provide that. This is my media coordinator, Jordan Hall. He can make sure you get a written copy. No, not at this time. It's still part of our building out the full timeline and part of that investigation, and I'm not going to be able to comment further on that.
Hi, Scott Walczak, Fox 2. Can you confirm when the truck entered and made its way, it ended up very close to where the kids were supposed to be?
I don't think I have a response. Ask me that question again. Say that question.
Where did the truck end up in relation to where the children's daycare center was?
They were in a different part of the building.
Okay, different part
Yeah.
of the building. Okay, thank you.
We're told by some Dearborn Heights officials that the suspect recently had family members that were killed in an Israeli airstrike, but there's also reporting that those family members were members of Hezbollah, which has been designated a terrorist organization. Do you guys know that or have that information?
So we are aware of that information. That's definitely part of our ongoing investigation at this time. I can't provide any additional on that or speculate further.
Because of the suspect's family members being killed in the strikes in Lebanon, we've been learning that some of his close friends and allies, they were actually contacting local law enforcement saying that the suspect was exhibiting some type of suspicious behavior. Is this anything that you all have been made aware of?
We're still pursuing every lead that comes into us, and at this point in time, I'm not going to add anything additional to that. I appreciate that question. So as I've said, we're just 30 hours into this, and we're letting the facts and evidence lead where we're going. And it's too early to speculate on the subject's motive. For the FBI, motive and inspiration is a key part of how we characterize an incident. At the end of the day, this is a devastating attack that was clearly targeted against one of our largest temples in the country. And we're pursuing every lead, and the FBI is working diligently. And when I'm able to provide that information in a confirmed way through the facts and the evidence that we have, we will provide that. But at this time, we're just referring to it as a targeted act of violence until we have further information to provide about his true motive.
This is going to be your last one. Father, can you given
Yeah, I mean, we have increased it all across the county. I know Chief Young has definitely done that in West Bloomfield and has been doing it for the days and weeks prior to this, because we've been in communication regularly. And we actually communicated with our partners in Southeast Michigan chiefs today, and the resources are all prepared and all queued up, and there'll be extra attention to houses of worship throughout the region. So if you see police cars there, it's not because something's happening, it's because we want to make sure you feel safe to worship as you have the right to do in this community and in this country.
So this is going to be our last press conference for this event here. If we have new information that becomes available, you can find it either on the FBI social media account, or if it's something that's really substantial, we'll notify you for our next press conference. We want to thank you for your cooperation. You guys have been great during this time period. Hopefully everybody has a great weekend. Thank you. Thanks, Lieutenant. Thank you. Thank you.
All right, that was the update. One thing, so they didn't talk about the motive at all. They're still investigating the motive. Hold on a moment. All right, hang on. What I need to do is I want to get this off the screen. Where's that? Okay, that's off the screen. I need to get this back on the Tel Aviv live shot. They did not talk about, they're still looking into the motive of this synagogue attack. Again, there are reports that the attacker had several relatives who died last week in an Israeli airstrike in Lebanon. I've seen some claims online that claim some of his relatives were in Hezbollah. I have no idea, but that is not something the FBI was weighing in on today. And also, while that was on, I did take advantage of the time to throw some, hang on one second, to put some food in the air fryer. So, because I'm going to have to eat something in a moment. But hold on, let me get rid of the clock here. We don't need that clock on. So give me about, I need a minute here. That's Tel Aviv. So there's Tel Aviv. Then we have the Beirut screen. It's a little loud. All right. Give me about, I'm going to disappear for about 15 seconds. I need about 15 seconds. I'm coming right back. Okay, hold on. So I'm making some food right now. I am making food in the air fryer. And so I'm going to eat shortly, and we'll leave the stream going. I do want to thank Crimson Dingo, our member, Elizabeth Fabian, our member. Jonathan Morris gave some memberships. Thank you, Jonathan. Thank you also, The Jeff, and Oil Medic, and Roman Muller, and Thomas P400419. Thank you so much. And I'll say blank me, thank you for your support. Blank me said, if this is a war, then why was Article 5 not triggered when Turkey was attacked? This is not a war. Well, those are two different questions. So NATO has an agreement whereby if one member is attacked, the other members, there's a specified procedure they go through, but they're pledged to defend each other. First of all, that I'm not aware that NATO agreement has anything to do with something being officially called a war. So it seems like these are more two different questions. Whether it's a war just depends on how people use the word war. That's a different question than whether NATO should be responding to Turkey being attacked. So there have been several, I think 3 different times a missile was fired towards Turkey in this war. It's up to the NATO members to determine what constitutes, I believe, an attack and how they're going to respond to it. So again, oh, now one of our viewers said it's up to Turkey to invoke it. So I'm not sure how all the procedures work but then you have this thing where they have to meet, and then they have to, talk about what they're going to do about it. And there's all these consultations that I don't want to get into NATO procedure right now. But the bottom line is, I would assume that Turkey and other NATO countries are not going to invoke Article 5 over a missile flying over them for various reasons. But that itself is a different question. I don't believe that question has anything to do whether something's called a war or not. It's an interesting, the issue of when NATO responds to something as an attack is an interesting question. I don't really want to get into it right now because it's a bit off topic. But that is an interesting question. But again, I'm not aware that has anything to do with whether they consider something a war. Maybe you're saying if NATO doesn't respond, that means it's not a war. Well, I guess what I would argue is Turkey is not one missile or 3 missiles in a week flying near Turkey or somewhere over Turkey is a very different experience than what all the military activities that are going on in Iran right now and Lebanon and some surrounding countries. And so that's my response. I appreciate the question, though. Thank you, 1xCD, who says Turkey said Iran allowed an oil tanker through the strait today, an apology tanker. What I can tell you is I haven't heard that report, but I am aware that Iran has allowed some tankers to go through the strait that are carrying Iranian oil. Also, I saw some sort of report about Iran claiming that this was not, that either it didn't come from them or it wasn't intentional or something. I have to look that up about all of that. But in a moment, I'm going to go eat. Let me get, so this, for some reason, the Beirut stream stopped here. Hope they're supposed to get that back soon. This is both Beirut streams. There's been problems today with the AFP streams. Let me see if that's fixed yet. But again, there's been problems today playing the AFP streams. So I should have 2 Beirut streams, and right now neither of them is working. But let me see if I'll have to check back in on AFP and see if it's working again. AFP has been having problems for hours. For the moment, I can put the Tel Aviv stream on. Yeah, maybe when I come back from eating, we can talk more about NATO or more about Iran and Turkey, if you remind me. Thank you, Leals. Thank you, Leals, for your support. I appreciate that, Leals. One of them is Leals. I appreciate that, Leals. Also, Crimson Dingo. There is, hang on a moment here. Oopsie. That's Tel Aviv. But of course, I'd rather have the Beirut stream. Again, it says the Reuters feed from Beirut is having an issue at the moment.
And so are all the AFP feeds. It's unbelievable. Let's see. Oopsie, that's not what I wanted. Let's try this. Oh, I think, could Reuters is back. The Reuters feed is back. The Reuters feed of Beirut is back. That's better. There we go. All right, here's what we're going to do. We've been on for a number of hours. I have some food waiting for me that I'm going to eat. And I'm going to eat that food right now while leaving the stream going. If anything happens while I'm eating, I will rush in here right away. Otherwise, I will be back on screen after I eat. By the way, flights at Washington area airports served by Potomac Tracon are on hold due to an equipment outage, says Flight Radar 24. Flights at Washington area airports served by the Potomac Tracon are on hold due to an equipment outage. That's from Flight Radar 24. All right, hold on a moment here. Okay. I have to eat something or else things are not going to be good if I don't eat something. All right, so let me do that right now. Then we can talk about more when I come back. So I'm going to put on the screen that Steve is taking a meal break. He will be back soon. Okay, we'll put that up. Where did I put that? There we go. All right. So I appreciate everybody watching. We're going to continue our coverage. I'll put the volume up on the live shot. And again, I'm going to be keeping an eye on everything as I'm eating. And if there's something huge, I'll rush in here. Thanks, by the way, to Pond Mower over there on Twitch and all of our moderators too. All right, let me do that. And I will be back in a little bit after I eat.
we have big breaking news. Big breaking news. We have big breaking news. I was eating and AZ Intel messaged me. It said, look at your message, look at the computer. Look at what President Trump has just announced. Look at what President Trump has just announced. Karg Island. Look at this. Karg Island. Oh my gosh. Moments ago, at my direction, the United States Central Command executed one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East and totally obliterated every military target in Iran's Crown Jewel Karg Island. Karg Island is where Iran ships about 90% of their oil, from Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately reconsider this decision. So he says they've hit the military targets on Karg Island. I don't know how much military targets on Karg Island there is. Karg Island is basically an island that is used to refine and ship oil. About 90% of the oil that leaves Iran goes through Karg Island. So he's saying, well, we didn't hit the oil infrastructure. We hit the military targets. I don't know how many military targets there are on Karg Island. So he says, during my first term, and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the U.S., the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter. So Trump says, U.S. bombs Karg Island. Well, how to say this? But not oil infrastructure on island yet? U.S. bombs military targets on Iran's Karg Island. So this is obviously a big deal. It would be a much bigger deal if Trump were to order that the oil infrastructure on Karg Island were destroyed. Because again, about 90% of Iranian oil gets exported through Karg Island. The coastline of Iran isn't deep enough for tankers to go there. So there's this island, I think it's about 300 miles off the coast, but I'd have to look that up. Is that too far? But it's well off the coast, and it's the place where the tankers can go pick up the oil and where oil gets, I think most of the oil gets refined. I'm sorry, it's not 300 miles. That was just absolutely wrong. It's about 300 miles from the Strait of Hormuz. That makes much more sense than 300 miles from the coast. It's about 15 miles from the coast of Iran and about 300 miles from the Strait of Hormuz. That makes a lot more sense. I'll show you on a map. We looked at it on a map before. Yeah, that would make sense if it was 300 miles from Iran coast. Here, so you can see The Strait of Hormuz is here. Karg Island is here. There's Karg Island right there. Again, it's about 15 miles from the coast, and that's the island. Now, President Trump said that the U.S. bombed military targets on Karg Island. I mean, I don't know what's there, but if you just look at, just eyeballing it, it looks like generally, devoted to oil stuff. It's not known as a military. What it's known for is the island where they refine and ship off the oil. All right, hang on a moment here. So let me just real quick. I wonder. Oh, the oil market is closed, by the way. Did Trump wait until the oil market closes for the weekend? The oil market closed for the weekend about 2 hours ago, right? Yes? I think. Oh, is there oil exchange traded fund? Hang on a second. Hang on one moment here. It reopens, just so you know, the oil market opens at 5 p.m. on Sunday. Let's talk about this some more. So, big news, big update from Trump. Also, is he basically, he's saying that if they don't immediately open the Strait of Hormuz, that he's going to blow up the rest of Karg Island? All right, so hold on a second here. We got to read what he said again. Patrick DeHaan of Gas Buddy guy, says bombing Karg will skyrocket oil and harden Iran's stance on creating chaos in the strait. The guy, Patrick DeHaan, who specializes in covering gas prices, he just posted, escalations will continue to embolden Iran, and this will likely embolden Iran to do exactly that. Bombing Karg, he thinks, will skyrocket oil and harden Iran's stance on creating chaos in the strait. All right, here again is what President Trump said. I wondered if the oil market were open now. I'll have to look and see. I'm not familiar with like the after hours and stuff. If the oil market were open now, what would the oil price be doing right now? So remember, Karg Island is an island off the coast of Iran where 90% of the oil from Iran leaves Iran from that island. The tankers cannot get to the coast of Iran because the water isn't deep enough. So they use the island. And so I was talking earlier in the broadcast, I was talking about an article I read last couple days. And what it said is that, well, you know, a reason if you're Trump, you might want to do something to take over Karg Island or bomb Karg Island is that's going to really hurt the Iranian regime's economy. which relies on oil if they can't ship out their oil. But another point it made is it said, well, a reason that the U.S. might not want to attack Karg Island is if you destroy Karg Island, then if there's a regime change, then it's going to really hurt the following regime, because a big source of their income is now gone. So also, aside from that, the question of oil prices going up, because you could have it will cut off more oil supply from the world. So that's a whole. We were talking about an article that mentioned that today too. So here is what Trump said. Trump said, moments ago, at my direction, the U.S. Central Command executed one of the most. Now, is it really one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East? Because again, I am not aware. I may be wrong, but this is Karg Island. I'm not aware. I have never seen Karg Island described as a military fortress or a military stronghold. It is an island off the coast of Iran that's devoted to oil. Okay, so I just want to make sure. What is the length of this island? It's about 5 miles long. 5 miles long. 5 by 2 or something like that. 5 by 1 or 5 by 2 miles. Anyways, President Trump claims it's one of the most powerful bombing raids in the history of the Middle East. And he said it totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel Karg Island. Also, I have to say, it would have to be a pretty careful bombing raid if you didn't hit the oil infrastructure. I mean, there's a lot of oil infrastructure on that island. So I would think you'd have to be pretty careful. I mean, look at it. Look at the island. Look at all the oil infrastructure on the island, right? So I would think you'd have to be pretty careful with what you're bombing if you don't want to damage any of the oil infrastructure. Oh, some of our viewers are wondering if they bombed the runway. That's a good, I don't know. There's a runway there. I don't know. All right. Again, he said, totally obliterated every military target in Iran's crown jewel Karg Island. Our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated. By the way, I'll say this. We always have viewers who say Trump is going to wait till the market closes to do things. Well, it's not just. So this is on Friday, so it's after the stock market and the oil market closed for the weekend, just so you know. Oil market reopens in 2 days. But our viewers who are always saying that Trump waits till the market closed, I think are probably going to say they're right in this case. He says, our weapons are the most powerful and sophisticated that the world has ever known, but for reasons of decency, I have chosen not to wipe out the oil infrastructure on the island. However, should Iran or anyone else do anything to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships to the Strait of Hormuz? So again, Iran has already been doing this. Iran has attacked, I think it's probably over 16 or more ships at this point. And a number of them in or near the Strait of Hormuz. So they've already been doing this. So I guess he's saying, should Iran do anything else to interfere with the free and safe passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, I will immediately, and he says, I will reconsider this decision. He does not say, I will bomb them. He says, I will reconsider. During my first term and currently, I rebuilt our military into the most lethal, powerful, and effective force by far anywhere in the world. Iran has no ability to defend anything that we want to attack. There is nothing they can do about it. Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, nor will it have the ability to threaten the United States of America, the Middle East, or for that matter, the world. Iran's military and all others involved with this terrorist regime would be wise to lay down their arms and save what's left of their country, which isn't much. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Wow. Now I wonder, obviously Iran can go to the island and take pictures. So I wonder what we'll hear. What's the Iranian response going to be? Are we going to see photos from the island from Iran? It's basically threatening to damage the oil infrastructure on the island. All right, let me check some things. Let me check some things. Give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Give me one moment. Just give me a moment. I have to check some things. We're going to take some more of your comments. I just saw an update. Breaking news from the one of our viewers mentioned this. Breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. Breaking news from the Wall Street Journal. They say 5 Air Force refueling planes hit on an Iranian strike on Saudi Arabia. Wow. All right, hold on a moment. Hang on one moment here. Hang on one moment. 5 Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged in Saudi Arabia in recent days, says the Wall Street Journal. Five U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground in Saudi Arabia. They were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days. Wow. All right, I'm going to show you this right. I'm going to give you the full report right now. This just in. This just in. Where did it go? Okay, so again, the Wall Street Journal reports, this is just in. 5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground at Prince Sultan Air Force Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials. The tankers were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days, the officials said. The tankers were damaged but not fully destroyed and are being repaired, the official said. One of the officials said, no one was killed during the strikes. Thanks. One of the viewers mentioned they saw that right as it got posted. I'm going to let me just mention this again. This is new reporting from the Wall Street Journal.
5 U.S. Air Force refueling planes were struck and damaged on the ground at Prince Sultan Air Base in Saudi Arabia, according to 2 U.S. officials. The tankers were hit during an Iranian missile strike on the Saudi base in recent days, the official said. U.S. Central Command declined to comment, which is interesting. And it also says the tankers were damaged but not fully destroyed and are being repaired. One of the officials said no one was killed in the strikes. So this didn't even happen. This might have not happened today. And then you wonder, is there anything else like this that's happened that that has not been reported? Five of them. So big news. Two big news stories. Just coming out now. Two big news stories just coming out now. Wow. I'd love to get, I don't know when we'll get it. I would love to get more of an update on, with Carg Island, what exactly was bombed there. How many military targets are there on Carg Island? I just read that there were some DC airports shut down, and Flight Radar 24 says flights are departing at various airports in DC again, but ground stops for flights to those airports remain in place. We talked about that earlier. This was due to a chemical smell at the air traffic control center. A chemical smell at an air traffic control center. But again, Flight Radar 24 says flights have begun taking off again in the area. All right, we gotta discuss more of these updates here. You know what I need? I need like a minute. Here's what I'm gonna do. Put this on the screen right now, and give me. I was finished. I'm not going to eat anymore. I had basically finished eating, but I just need like 2 minutes. I ran in here. So if you give me 2 minutes, I will come back and we will discuss everything. How does that sound? We'll get your comments on these latest big news stories. And we'll talk about Carg Island. All right, hold on a moment. I'll be back in 2 minutes.